Number of data points just coming out here to kick things off. So far this morning, we're awaiting initial jobless claims for last week, the week of July 19th. We'll get to that in a sec. Chicago Fed National Activity Index, meanwhile, -10 versus -16 reading expected. There it is. Initial jobless claims, 217,000, a little lower than expected. 225,000 was the expectation there, 1.95 million on the continuing claims, basically in line with expectations. 4-week average, 224,000 versus 231 expected. Canadian retail sales just out as well, absolutely in line with expectations, -1.1% on the retail side of things here in this country. That, meanwhile, is how the market is shaping up here this morning on the back of a big move from Google back to the upside after an initial move down last night on more spending to come for the AI build-out. Specifically for Google. We'll touch on their earnings coming up. Tesla, everyone talking about this one already, downside in a pretty big way here. Elon basically saying they're basically all in on AI and robotics at this point and expecting many more negative quarters to come on the automotive side specifically as demand seems to be dwindling even further. So not good for Tesla. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. Let's be honest, 6% is 6%, but it could have been a lot worse. 85 billion, a big number though for Alphabet.
A lot of money, as Donald Trump likes to say, Brendo. Yeah, big money there, increasing from the 75 they had guided earlier. They've already spent over $30 billion quarter year to date so far. There's a lot to talk about today, Brendo. AVGO Broadcom getting a nice boost because they are Google's largest AI chip supplier. So as Google spends more money, who stands to benefit? You guessed it, Broadcom. IBM also reporting down markedly here, 6.5%. ServiceNow also reporting yesterday almost 8% in the clear here, Brendo. And then some of the airlines, AAL and UAL, and not the good, weaker demand and higher costs.
Which is a little bit surprising considering some of the moves that those have had over the past couple of months. I mean, some of these, it seems like every time Google reports earnings, we sit here and are just in awe of some of these numbers, and this one is no different. I mean, they're 1.6. I was reading this morning. Their 1.6 billion purchase price of YouTube is now bringing in 40 billion worth of revenue in a quarter. It's mind-boggling.
They always come after Google. You're jack of all trades, master of none. Well, they're kind of master of all of them.
Yeah.
You know, they don't execute poorly.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, they're going to spend more because they have to at this point, guys. But market seems to like it anyways. So good luck for Google. Good morning.
Oh,
good morning.
UNH making quite a nice move. There's some news here.
There's
about
news
UNH.
on UNH. They're addressing a civil and criminal investigations by the Department of Justice, and right back down into 280 UNH.
Wow.
So we're not shy of Catalyst today. There's about a million things reporting earnings, and UNH is right back to the downside. So that's the story. They're addressing civil and criminal investigations by the DOJ, UNH. Well, we get to have plums, but UNH, yikes, they're getting something brown. Lemons, whatever you want to call it. No, that stock's been beaten up. Google, fantastic. Love it, and it's even better for what it means for the data center spend. So great for Broadcom. It's going to be good for the energy names as well. But yikes, UNH still dropping here, everybody.
Yeah, UNH 279 and change going lower. UNH is low, 248. I mean, we're not going to get to that, but yeah, it looks like it wants to break right now. Yuck for this name, and this is why to me, man, you can't catch these falling knives. And you know, it hasn't passed the 50-period moving average yet, and it looks like it doesn't want to. And you know, this is just another story. We'll have to wait to see how it all plays out. But there goes UNH. Yeah, good call there by Sharif. Sort of, you know, we were all worried about the search. Doesn't look like it's going to be that much of a worry at all. We're really happy with it. Again, Google just continues to move higher now, and we might have to trim some more as this keeps getting bigger and bigger into the portfolio. You guys know that we were able to get some out down here at 160. That was wrong. But now it's up to 200 again, Randy, as Google continues to work it out, man. Everyone worried about search. YouTube almost puts up a monster number, almost as much revenue as Netflix there for YouTube. So they're huge. Gemini still, Tesla's down 6%. Gemini continues to be used, I guess, 450 million daily active users there as well. So nice move there for Google and Gemini. I don't know if this is daily active, monthly active. At the end of the day, better numbers there for Gemini for Google. So yeah, it's a good one, man. And normally you don't like to go long when you've been up 10 straight days into the print, but here we go, man. Looking at a high take here for Google. It's going to be obviously on the sticky note as we get ready to rock and roll for that. So, yeah, the UNH stuff kind of sucks, man. Trading lower, company discloses it has reached out to the DOJ after reports of investigations certain aspects into its Medicare program. The company said it's begun complying into formal requests. So, yeah, so there it goes. 280, 270. We'll see what happens here with UNH. But yeah, it's going to be a good day. The market's still up again, like record closes yesterday in the S&P 500, yet record closes in the NASDAQ. The Dow up 500 points yesterday.
Can't be stopped, man.
The Dow won't be happy with this UNH news, but oh, this one's
I don't know why there's
a little bit
three.
hard. No, because I didn't eat mine yesterday.
Oh, okay.
It felt like it was way too soft, but this
It was way too soft.
one feels a little bit
Like
better.
it was so soft. Like yesterday, it was like someone was like throwing it on the ground or something to soften it up. I don't know. So I didn't even. I had like 2 bites of mine and I had to throw it out. But looks a little bit better today. Tesla doesn't look very good. Obviously, missing the top and bottom isn't going to be a good thing. And then Elon Musk on the call, you know, he had a pretty cautious tone talking about the next couple of quarters. So they're down 6 points. I know Brendan said it could be worse. Yeah, we've seen Tesla down 10% before. It's got some room. It loses the 50 in the 200 period, which it had just regained. So clearly this is going to be on watch. Don't forget the chips. I know we're all talking about Google, but don't forget about the chips today and some of the sympathy plays. Because in the aftermarket show, you saw the first thing, like Google reported, and almost the second that CapEx number came out, it was like a gap up on Broadcom, NVIDIA, AMD, and the like. Of course. So there's a lot to be watching in here this morning. Chipotle is probably the biggest loser, I think. I mean,
It was 11%, yeah.
yeah, it was 11%.
still?
There's always smaller names that maybe there was something out there. CMG, not CG.
Yeah, wrong.
Yeah, CMG. They're down
C&M.
12%, right down into almost that 45 level. I'm looking for continuation short, but hey, if you go to the 52-week low and you're down over double digits here, then I would look for that mean reversion play off of these lows. It's got to get all the way down to about 44.5 to hit the April low. Ugh, you don't want to be at the April lows when the market's at the highs. It's telling you something.
Your symbol there is like my bank account, missing an M in there. So, yeah.
I just typed too fast.
Have to watch out for that. Yeah, it should be a good one. I'm still watching this UNH. I mean, this might get worse before it gets any better. So right now, 280, still trying to go lower here. Normally, you'll get like a little bit of a rebound once the story hits and people sort of ask, shoot first, ask questions later, but it looks like the questions are still coming in here on UNH. So watch out for a 278 break lower right now. It kind of reminds me of another health play that I want to get into, Oscar. I've liked this one. It's now near that 200 period, if not a little bit below. Or no, do we bounce off of it? Right there, a good little level. I wasn't here to trade that 14 bottom, but that was a great little spot there because you could go long 14 and then wait out for 11s down there as a worst case scenario. You've already sort of made that $2 right there back up into $16. I really like Oscar Health right now back down into this area. So just reminded me about that. And then Eli Lilly was the name that we switched over from Google into Eli Lilly. So we're long this at 750. And pretty happy with that play as well. We'll wait to see if Eli Lilly can break above this 820 marker. But it's been a good one. I actually put last night, I put some bids down lower for Apple. Apple's one of the only Mag 7s now that is not anywhere near its highs. So I think it's probably the next one to get that bump up. Obviously, we'll have to wait for earnings on that. Google's still trading underneath market multiples, so that's probably why this has a few days of run in it for sure. So this is going to be the number one name here on my list today for sure. And then Webull, man. Yesterday we nailed Webull. Yesterday Webull was a great idea. It was my number one stock yesterday as it went through the roof. Came back into 1650 a couple times yesterday. And gave us those longs. So we'll see today down a little bit here today because we had a nice little run yesterday, but 1650 there for Webull, pulling back just a little bit right now. I don't know why this thinks it's down on the day when Webull closed. Well, yeah, I guess because of that.
It rallied really late.
Yeah, I guess it's that huge run. Yeah, right there. We went from $17 up to $18 right there at the close. So Webull down, but I think the momentum is definitely in this name. So we like Webull. It's 840 right now. Look, we're excited. The Blue Jays got another big win yesterday. Obviously 8-4 as Chris Bassett pitched amazing.
And the Yankees defense was suspect.
I think he only gave up 3 hits, and all 3 hits were home runs.
Yeah.
And then the Yankees made 4 errors or something like that.
Yeah, you're pretty lucky to win under those circumstances.
The Jays won the series 2-1. They only had 1 home run. Yankees had 7 So it just goes to show that
one of them was the dumbest home run of all time.
pitching and defense. What,
No,
ours or theirs?
No, it was theirs. Like Judge comes up with first base open with 1 out.
Oh, that was yesterday.
And running third. It's
Yeah,
like
I know.
I mean, why are you pitching to him? Like
They've already walked. They've walked him more than any other.
I know,
team.
but like in that situation, it makes no sense. I remember when our high school coach did the same thing to the best player in the city. It's just like
I think Chris Bassett probably
know.
wanted to pitch to him. I think that's why.
you got to be able to just say this is a silly idea. I don't care if you want to pitch to him.
Yeah, it tied at 4-4.
Yeah,
which
like,
was a problem. And then
he's your problem. The guy's an absolute beast.
and that UNH is still
No, it's
going
still
down,
falling.
man.
Once it, this is you were when you were gone, we would get so many questions about UNH, and it was just like, look, it bounced, it didn't do anything, and when it failed, like this 320 and was just going, there was just no reason to be in this anymore. From that dead cat bounce. Okay, well all it gave you was into 320, and then when it rejected it the second time, there was just nothing going on here. And every time someone was like, well, what do you think about UNH? It's like, look, it's only going sideways until it breaks above here. The downtrend is still pretty much intact. And yeah, more problems with them. There's obviously levels way down from when we got those lows in the 16th, but for now, it's seemingly trying to bounce around that 280 level. Any continuation under that price, and it's got room to 74.
Yeah. All right, let's go back over the desk. It's 8:42. Lots to cover today.
Good one popping around here. LIDR up big time. This just went $1.20 to $3. Holding on to $3 right now. It's a 15-minute chart on this. All you got to do is just say NVIDIA, and all is well. So deal with NVIDIA for this little LIDR coming through this morning. Heavy volume behind this already. Maybe one that you might have a look at later on today.
Absolutely, Brendo. It's just got to hold VWAP by the time we get around to the midday show at 11 o'clock. Yeah, nice breakout there above the volume-weighted average price at 270. Nice little bull flag. Yeah, LiDAR obviously in focus. You have Elon talking about autonomous yesterday, Mobileye reporting this morning. So what better time to bring on LiDAR? Obviously included in the Google, the Waymo build out there, Brendo, being used by everybody but Tesla.
Yeah, just reading through more on this story. This thing's still going, 330 now at day high, so heads up on LIDR. Just reading through more on this UNH story. I mean, all it essentially says is they're cooperating fully. Again, this comes back to the billing practices, or quote unquote billing practices with Medicare and Medicaid, how they're actually going about doing so. So they're fully complying with and participating with whatever the DOJ is looking at right now.
Yeah, and it seems like it's just selling off on the acknowledgement of that. Yeah. So it says the company disclosed in a regulatory filing that it had reached out to the DOJ, the Department of Justice, after seeing media reports about the investigations into its Medicare program practices. Obviously, this is going to be in focus as the government looks to save money in Medicare. One of the big focuses here, Brendo.
Another one downside this morning, CMG. A rare miss for CMG, and pointed to, it was the guidance mostly, pointed to demand and just uncertainty going forward. This one just popped up in front of me moments ago there on a day low break, but is trying to bounce a little bit here, but down significantly, 53 down to 46.
Yeah, it's a tough look. Ever since Brian Nichols left, it's kind of been in limbo here. So they're going to continue to open stores and open stores aggressively. 315 to 345 new stores, despite foot traffic being down markedly. Now the price or the cost per bill has increased as a result of some inflation. I'll just give you a quick look here at how they did. EPS 33 pennies, that was in line. Revenue 3.06 billion, that was a miss. So it was a top line miss and a bottom line beat. 3.11 billion that the street was looking for. Same store sales, Brendo, as I mentioned, down 4%, despite a negative print expected of 2.9. But as I mentioned, the average check rose about 1%.
As you said, the daily chart telling that same story here. It's been downside since the beginning of July, really, after that break above 53, guys. We're right back to that earlier resistance area for CMG.
Yeah, and you know what? The crazy thing about CMG is it's really been, if you look at a weekly chart of CMG, it's actually been in a downward trend despite some really, really solid bounces to the upside. It's been holding lower highs and lower lows since about July right in here. And that's the thing, everyone wanted this to split, and it basically has been downward trending since the split. It was able to get back up to the high. But the 200 period on the weekly chart is at 43. That's the weekly, not the daily. So there's room for it to still go to the downside here before you get to, I mean, obvious support is a wick bottom from April, but in that 200 period on the weekly at 43, if you like the company, you want to buy it, I think you got to wait a couple of days in here. My first thought is, to look for, I mean, of course we have, I don't know why I'm double checking, but just for my own self, always double check. Of course we'd have locates on Chipotle, but I'm going to be looking to fade. It's already made one bounce in this area at 46. It's going to open, and it'll likely be down 10%, so I think you can sometimes get that little bit of a bounce. But the 48 area is the first place I'm looking if we don't actually press down to that 52-week low. Now, I'm just playing for the short side trade here, and if it goes up, we'll play a reversion on Chipotle. Yeah, not a very good look for this name at all. Can't really say much about the food. I've had it like a couple times. I think it's okay. I wouldn't call it great. I wouldn't call it bad. Good portions, but yeah, getting beaten up here bad.
Yeah, I think it's a long down here around this April lows, right? I mean, whoopsies, there's the split. If you're going to look at a daily chart on this thing and a monthly chart, it's just a little pullback. I mean, I think you got to take advantage of this. Things were obviously working. It was up to $58 20 days ago, and then obviously someone smelled something in that kitchen, and it was not. And when they're fly, this is a big one, right there, and it's already look at all these bottom wicks. There has been buy support down here, so you just got to wait to see if it holds. And I think this is probably going to be a day 3 play. If we can get $44, $45 on Chipotle, I think that's a good one. I mean, here is the daily because ours doesn't show the splits, but if we go over to a monthly chart, what a success story Chipotle Mexican Grill has been. I mean, this name, just any sort of a time when you've invested in this, you've been good. And we were just up here. We were just at these highs. So I don't think that there's an opportunity to buy this a little bit lower. We might be getting that right now. This is where we are right here. It's not showing me the adjusted here on the daily, but you're right down into here, 47, 45 bucks. So you're right here, right now on Chipotle. So I think we got to like this, right? So I'm a buyer down here at some point. Let it settle down for the next couple of days. Lower food costs. I don't know if they're coming or not because of what we just talked about with inflation and everything like that, but they mentioned 35.5% now online orders. I think that's pretty good as you get into sort of more away from the high expenses of unfortunately human behind the counter and taking orders and things like that. When we were traveling, most of the orders are now just on touchscreen and things like that. So I think that's pretty big there. Aided by 2024 menu price increases and improved efficiencies. So when you can increase your prices and improve efficiencies, that's pretty good. It's the 4% lower due to transaction volume. That's not good. You want to keep those volumes higher, and obviously they're not able to do that, but neither is McDonald's. McDonald's is actually down as well from its highs. We're not in this name anymore. We're actually able to get out up here, as we could see so many times. These were the highs, and we had mentioned that when it was up here. So, this is another one. If you're going to try to pick something in the space, they're underneath the 200 period and the 50 period moving average as well. The name that seems to be working out of everything might be Cava, CAVA. That's at 91, okay, $88 today, maybe a little bit lower after, so after that, they're feeling a little bit as well. So I think I might pick up some weakness in Cava rather than go over and try to find Chipotle. But Chipotle's at a great spot, man. So I don't know. The space doesn't seem right now. I would stick with the theory of get some Chipotle down here near that $45 range. And then if we break the 52-week low, which is 44.46, then I think you can wind up getting out of that one. So we'll see what winds up happening here with Chipotle on a downside play. That low is 44.46. So watch out. I just want to check UNH one more time just to see. I'm not in this name or anything. I'm not even in the space, but UNH still down that 4%. Looks like it's trying to battle off of 280 as well. So yeah, a couple good looks there for Chipotle, McDonald's, Cava, another look at UNH. So.
We'll grab some upgrades and downgrades here with Joe in a couple of seconds. Just looking into this one as well. I saw a couple of people mentioning AEO. Nice move here this morning, coming back in on decent volume. 13 was a bit of a problem there on that last bounce, but AEO at big time. Some of the retail space in general having a pretty good start to the morning here. I mean, we haven't gotten into really any of the retail earnings yet, but you got a story on it there.
Yeah, Brendo, you just say Sydney Sweeney, and the stock goes up.
Right.
And American Eagle stock soars here as retailer launches campaign with actress Sydney Sweeney. I'm a fan, Brendo.
Okay.
Yeah, just saying.
There you go. Who knew? UAVS, more drone action today as well. UAVS about to take out the highs here back above 350, as I mentioned. I think Joe has some upgrades and downgrades for us.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Thursday. Yes, we are starting to get into earnings season. Some fantastic numbers coming from Google. But on the upgrades and downgrades, guys, to start, we have ASML getting that upgrade. Spotify getting that upgrade by Oppenheimer with a price target of $800. And then we have Crown Castle getting that nod up to $125. Alphabet, some big moves in the post-market and currently trading higher in the pre-market here as well, too, guys. Getting that target up to $220 by Needham. Now on the downgrade side, we have Chubb lowering that price target by Piper Sandler, and then KeyCorp also getting that downgrade by Citigroup as well too, guys. Titan America getting the downgrade by BofA Securities, and Enovix getting the downgrade by JP Morgan and Company, guys.
ASML. Huh?
Well, yeah, ASML. It's been like multiple, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 days in a row. Eyeball it over there. It's been rough to the downside here for ASML. And, you know, ultimately, like, there's some concern clearly with them when it comes to being able to sell to China, and being a European company, they don't necessarily fall right in there with the US when they're able to make a deal. And you know, that's been weighing on the stock recently. It's getting better. Like, it's like 25 in their PE. Like, that starts to get closer to 20. And I know it got upgraded today. I mean, I'm probably not going to trade this stock, but this looks like it's going to be a value if it loses that 200 period any further and we get down around into the 600s on ASML. I don't know if I'd pull the trigger yet. Like, you're literally just underneath the 200 period moving average on ASML, and an upgrade's not really that big of a deal to me. But it's starting to get pretty cheap on ASML. It goes any further in the next couple of weeks, and I think that'll be worth picking up there. So good to have on the radar. I don't know if this is going to cause it to do much today. There's chip names that are going to have a much bigger run today that we want to be more bullish on because of what happened with Google's CapEx spend. ASML on an upgrade. I still think you'll wait a bit for this, but it's getting very interesting.
18% short float here, American Eagle Outfitters, obviously, as we talked about Sydney Sweeney. I mean, a good deal for her, a good deal for them. We've seen some of these names really rip, you know, on nothing. So right now, up 17.5% here. That's probably good enough to have a look. I mean, just breaking through $13 on 19% short float should be good. I mean, forget about the Sydney Sweeney deal. That was yesterday. We've already had this bump up off of $10 and continue to go higher and higher through here. And now you're right at this level of 13, looking to break through right here, right now. So I'm going to add $13 here for a break long on American Eagle Outfitters to the sticky note, which is going to be out in just a minute. Yeah, we did get a super chat here. We'll send it out over to Joe to see if he can have an answer for you here, David Clark. But yeah, if they're going to change the open interest and things like that, I guess a lot of traders look to see what is on open for the options. What, you know, when you're looking through the chain and things like that. So I don't know exactly what they've changed in all of this, but right now we're going to have to wait to see to match the U.S. market open. So I guess you're not going to release any of the open interest statistics or what's available there until the U.S. market is open. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to change everything, other than if you're, I'm not one to look at open interest. I never have. I know that Joe talks about that all the time, so I would say that there might be something there if he wants to look into that for us and maybe get back. We want to do thank you, Dave, for that super chat. I would just say, yeah, the game is always changing, man. I mean, pretty soon we're going to be going 24 hours or close enough to that on the market, right? And so we've already had OTC market talk about Moon and Blue Ocean, a completely new exchange as well, doing that. So the game keeps changing here, and that's the one thing that you have to remember as a trader. We are always changing, and you have to adapt with the current market environment, right? So we'll get a better answer on that. I'll probably ask ChatGPT or something like that to try to figure out what that is. But the protocol changing, I guess, and thank you, Dave, for bringing that up. More work to be done on that super chat.
Yeah, a little bit of audio. Just stand by here. We'll see if we can't get Neil's mic fixed up there. If you're looking at the overall market here, I was just keeping an eye on this UAVS. If you're looking at the overall market here, I mean, we were talking a little bit yesterday about the simple fact that volatility has compressed to a point where it's. I mean, the VIX was 15 yesterday, so I mean, it is what it is at this point. It's been, I think, 20 days now that we're pushing without a 1% day. So. Yeah. trying to catch ranges, trying to catch what is moving has become a little bit more challenging, but the overall market right now breaking back to the downside.
Yeah, not bad, Brendo, lately. Anyway, in terms of volatility, it's kind of been dropped off. You made a really good point off camera with respect to the earnings play yesterday. You didn't really see aggressive responses to some of these reports. I mean, there were obviously some like CMG and IBM that dropped markedly, now obviously taking the other approach up nicely. But with respect to the market, you really haven't seen that volatility. It's more a stair step up. I think we were above 6,400 this morning on the ES, but there was a period of time, I think almost a week and a half, where we kept talking about 6,000 as 6,300 as support, 6,350 as resistance. We're incrementally, Brendo, making our way above with that 6,406 overnight high.
ECB, did they have a rate decision today? I'll double check on that, but ECB President Lagarde speaking right now, just heads up, not going to move the market, but we are going to get a Bank of Canada rate decision coming up next week. We also get a GDP reading in the US and PCE coming up next week. So a bit of a pause until then, at least.
And to build on Europe, Brendo, Chinese negotiators are actually in Europe right now to negotiate with Europeans for a free trade deal or some sort of trade agreement between them. So we'll keep an eye out on that. That could have some effects over here.
Yeah, President Trump saying anywhere from 15 to 50, the baseline as far as tariffs go for anyone. And he actually called out, he didn't say who they were, but he called out a few countries that they don't get along with too well at this point, which could be on the higher end of that ranging scale. But a quick recap here of what you missed if you're with us at 8:30. Here's some Canadian retail sales data. Negative 1.1% comes in exactly in line with expectations. Year over year, 4.9%, a little bit of an uptick versus 4% expected. Chicago Fed National Activity Index downside versus a slight uptick. Initial jobless claims downside versus a higher print expected there. 225 comes in 217, 1.9 million. Continuing claims about the same was expected. Coming up a little bit later this morning, we'll get both the PMI composite and manufacturing flash PMI numbers at 9:45, then at 10. Housing data to come, guys. The Kansas City Fed Composite Index at 11 o'clock this morning. So nothing in the way, as Neil was mentioning, a couple of bill auctions later on this afternoon, nothing in the way of market moving, or shouldn't be anyways, economic data this morning.
It's true, but we do have for the first time, well, it's certainly not happened in a while or ever, as far as I know, the president visiting the Fed, which you know what's going on, putting potentially a little bit more pressure on the Fed. Not that it seems to matter, but what it might be doing is you've got a little bit of a spike. It's not a huge one, but we're back above 4.4 on the 10-year. And anytime that creeps toward that 4.5, it's gotten a little bit dicey for us. You're about halfway there from the 4.4 that we were sitting at earlier. But yeah, I'd be careful. If that continues to creep up toward that 4.5, there's only so much good Alphabet can do for us, and dragging everything up. If the yields, spike a little bit high on that 10-year, we're likely to see a little bit of a correction. So I'm keeping eyes on this for sure. I mean, usually on my trading view, we're looking at crypto, but you almost don't have to chart Bitcoin anymore. You just look up and it's at 118. You come back an hour later and it's at 118. So I'll be watching the 10-year today. That keeps on creeping. I might look for a few reversion short ideas if we get anywhere near that 4.5. The auction will matter a little bit later on, and certainly we'll see if anything. Probably nothing comes of that meeting at 4 o'clock, but it's spooking at least a little bit yields.
I mean, we talked about the dollar a little bit over the last little while. We talked about the VIX. I mean, the VIX is at these crazy lows right now that I think I was even talking about it yesterday, maybe potentially buying some sort of protection on here. And now, you're going to get like this $14, $15 mark goes all the way back February. Like, if you're just going to talk about what we're doing here, if this was a stock, we'd be thinking about buying this, right? I mean, the VIX is just a mathematical situation where if the market starts to get to the downside on any kind of a worry here, potentially, where's this European deal? Where's this Chinese deal? Where's this? So the three biggest trade partners, I mean, Europe is not necessarily a partner, more of a region, but, don't have deals yet. And I would just say that if you get a little nervous and you want to have some kind of protection, against your portfolio. The VIX might be something interesting down here in and around 15 bucks. I mean, it's been a good hold. Those are the lows back into January. This is what happens when we get sort of that worry and all hell breaks loose. I don't think the market's going to go down 20 or 30% like we already saw happen back in April. So that's not going to happen necessarily, but you could get a little bit of a bump back up here. But it looks like Google sort of holds fort there and makes sure that some of this chip plays and the AI story is still intact. So I don't really know what the next shoe to drop is going to be. So maybe VIX actually does go a little bit lower and we're able to get something at $12 or $13. But just want to bring this up to everybody because it's been a nice little move to the downside. It was only about a month ago here, June 25th, that we were at $20 on the VIX, right? And so now you're down to 15 again. Might be worth looking at this back in. Again, like I'm not sure what's really going to cause this to make huge moves to the downside. American Eagle Outfitters is making a little bit of a move down. And right now, just to check back in on Google, ooh, almost killed that fly there. Trying to go through day's high as well of 198. So we'll have to wait for these imbalances to come out. It's 9 o'clock right now. I assume we're going to be talking about Google and many more of these names. As by the way, LiDAR,
$4.
AI right now going higher there. I Inc.
Bye-bye.
A Inc. AI Inc. AI. AEYE is the name of this company, and there it goes right now, breaking through. I have it on the sticky note here today, but it's already gone right now. So back through $4 right now goes AI, and a quick look on UNH getting beat up still, but really holding back in this 280 area. So we're going to have to look at that as well. Could be a good breakdown around 280 off open, but you're going to have to watch out for this 278 as a potential buy zone. But again, these imbalances are out. Right now, you should have UNH on here because it's a New York name, but right now it doesn't look like anybody's too interested in it at all. VLN, whatever that is, QS, QuantumScape, we talked a little bit about that over the last couple of days. Wolf is on here as well.
That's moving a bit. It's up 20%.
Yeah, QS, yeah.
No, Wolf.
Wolf. QS is down, I think, right?
QS
5 or 6%. Yeah, so there goes Wolf again as another bid. So we've seen that name start to go upside as well. Watch out for 250 area for that break long. But yeah, so far so good, man. Uber suffering a little bit yesterday. It looks like it's getting a little bit of a bounce today, up 1% as well. As robo-taxi talk, we're going to get all of that going as we break our rundown down. Make sure you do scan the QR code, scan that one, but go to the link in description to get our watch list. It's full of everything that we're about to talk about right now.
63.96, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. So we're basically knocking on the door of that 6,400. In fact, we took it out overnight with 64.06 being the overnight high. The overnight low, 63.91. So we're tight in a very tight range over here. So if we lose 6,400, we're going to look to that 75-point area as opposed to the 50-point area of support. If we clear and hold 6,400 after the open, you know where we're looking, 6,450.
Day low is coming into play right now for Tesla. Let's get into it. First off, if you haven't done so, take a second, jump down to the description of this video. Top link will get you to that page you just saw. And then all you need is your email address. Sign up for the watch list, comes to your inbox free daily. Has everything you need to know in the pre-market. There's 310 coming into play right now on Tesla. Yeah, a bit of a flop. This is one of many just comments. I mean, this is a typical bull, just basically saying the cheaper Model Y is going to cannibalize the actual Model Y going forward. I mean, there's not much in the way of positivity from this report. Elon really heavily leaning on robotics and AI going forward, even warned of more quarters to come of automotive downside.
And Brendo, he was pressed by the analysts. They wanted more details about Optimus. They wanted more details about the Model 2. They didn't get it. They got vague statements.
They did say on that, though, they did say, I thought it was kind of interesting, new models are coming in 2025.
Yes,
additional models
already. Apparently, they're producing the Model 2, not in mass, not in big numbers, but they're producing it. We want to see it, though, obviously being produced for commercial uses. So let's talk about how they did. 40 pennies EPS adjusted, missing the 43 estimate on revenue of 22.5 billion. Again, missing the 22.75 billion expected by the street. Musk warned, as Brendo mentioned, that they could have a few rough quarters, but he did caveat that. He said maybe it does happen, maybe it doesn't happen. I was listening to the call, guys. Automotive revenue fell 16% year over year, down substantially from last year, where they printed 19.9 billion, this time 16.7. Regulatory credit revenue slid sharply, 439 million versus the 890 million they printed last year. Deliveries were also down 14% year over year, down to 384,000 units, missing internal expectations as well. And the political backlash here, obviously the end of the $7,500 EV tax credit will hurt margins as well as demand, so keep your eye out on that. And the cheaper model, as we talked about, Brendo, Tesla began first builds of a more affordable EV this past June with volume production for the second half of this year, says Elon. The long-rumored Model 2 could help regain shares lost to cheaper Chinese competitors, especially if they include a standard version of FSD. Musk reiterated his ambitions for the robotaxi rollout as well, Brendo, in 2025, aiming to, what he says, to cover half the U.S. population by the year end. If you combine all the big cities in the U.S., that's still not half the population, so I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Optimus humanoid robots, still part of the long-term narrative, but very little near-term commercial traction was offered.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's still massive upside to both of those angles. If you zoom out a little bit here, a lot of day left. Let's preface with that, but some support below us, guys, pretty far down, 290 maybe?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're past the point of needing to hear about what could happen with Tesla, and we just need to start seeing it. You know, and you can't talk it up anymore for the hype at this point. Otherwise, maybe you would have held on to some of the lows. They tried to, if you were watching in the aftermarket show, it was really trying to hold up. And eventually, you know, the numbers catch up with it here. You're talking about, was it 6 straight? Oh my goodness, the European numbers are bad. It's like 6 straight months of decline in market share over there, and some of it can be sentiment, but then the other part of it is like the Chinese models are cheap, and they keep growing. So at the end of the day, like Tesla, we need to start seeing some substance, and until then, I don't know if we have that parabolic Tesla run in it until we get some kind of a change. Look, I'm looking at the 200 period moving average at that 318. It was holding above the 50 like an absolute charm yesterday. So I want to look at that 200 as sort of the zone to be short under. It gives you like 18 to 20 as a range to go short, is what I threw down on the note. If we lose 309, look, if we start thinking about where the bounce could be, if we lose this 309 is a short term. Like that's that short little level there, but if you lose 300 as well, that 280 level could be a retest in a few days. I think you got to wait and see on this one. But for today, I'm shorting back into that 200 period on the daily. Disappointing for Tesla, disappointing on the call. There just wasn't a lot to sink your teeth into. Long enough term, fine. I absolutely believe in the robotics. I absolutely believe in self-drive, and I think it can be game-changing. Some of those numbers that he threw out there are a little ridiculous, but you know, that's part of the salesman. That's what Elon does, right? Like I think we've all been adjusted to this and understand sometimes he'll exaggerate.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with doing that either. I mean, just right here, Tesla on the weekly chart. This is where I don't want anyone to completely panic. I mean, we weren't that far away from all-time highs. Obviously, when you're up at 360, it's a little different than where we are down here at 311 or so. But this weekly chart, you know, the 200 period still here at 255. That's been, although we have dips and dives and all that kind of stuff, but it's been holding out pretty good down there near that level of 255 and change. So we'll wait to see if it gets down there. But I'm just looking at 280 or so here. That's 300. If you drip it down into 280, that's going to be a good level there for Tesla. But yeah, I don't think they're a car company anymore, right? I mean, they're going to lose, they're going to miss on all of that. And, you know, you're going to look at Tesla now as that full self-drive. You're going to look at it as that robo-taxi business. And I think that that's about right. I don't like to hear this talk about how we're starting a new model in 2025. It's already July of 2025, Randy. Shouldn't we already have heard about this model? Shouldn't we already see pictures? Shouldn't this already be in production? Like, what exactly is going on right now? We're getting into 2026 here, Randy.
Hasn't he promised us stuff before that we haven't really
that's
the
one thing.
I mean, I don't think the numbers yesterday were surprising to many. You got to remember how much they depended on the tax credit cash.
And that's coming off September 1st, I think.
And
right?
also, yeah, the revenues from the other companies, the ICE companies who are still paying out because, you know, they don't meet the credit criteria. So that's a problem.
You like the power business? Because like everywhere where I'm driving, Like I'm just seeing tons of superchargers all over the
Yes.
roads, and as they get more and more popular with EVs, they're adjusting to their plug and their form factor and everything like that. There has to be some sort of a value there. I don't think it's huge.
NACS
but
is not. No, I mean they came
barely
up with a standard and everybody else has adopted it. But in terms of the power business, the power wall, Tesla's giga storage, where they're doing grid scale storage, that's a revenue stream. Do they depend more on that in the future? I don't know. I mean, the car business being what it is, there's lots of competition now. This is not 10 years ago. It's not. There's people beating down the door with better products that are more updated, that are cheaper, more cost effective. So, the reality is here, yes, are there other revenue streams from Robotaxi and other venues where they can bring in cash to keep us afloat? I don't know. The negative car sales over time, I think, will be a continuing trend.
I look at it as maybe the car business just keeps on funding, even though it might be losing a little bit of money. It can fund some of these other ideas,
Maybe,
which eventually break out.
And do we get a Model 2, or do we get more semis on the road? And I think it's a smaller ongoing piece of the pie. Does Elon have a plan for additional revenue streams, post 2026? We'll see.
Well, it seems he
remember-
does.
Does he though? We've been promised a lot. I just
No,
said.
that's what I'm saying. We've been promised these things.
Yes.
We just haven't gotten any of them yet.
Right.
That's all.
So I don't know. It's not the rosiest story, but here we are.
All right. Yeah, look, I mean, I think Tesla's going to be something else other than this big, Model Ys or like what's sending us through the roof and all this. They have to adjust, and I think they will, right? I mean, Elon, you have to remember the last 8 months has been pretty nightmarish, really, for him, I guess, in the company. So, I mean, maybe nightmare is a little bit harsh, but it hasn't been a smooth ride.
Hectic.
Right there. Hectic is a good word, yeah. So I think that we can adjust and move on with, that story, and I think it'll get better before it gets worse. But again, potentially here, down 6%. We've seen sort of the pile-on happen when these moves, start. And yeah, if you came in today thinking that the stock would be up, you're not going to be happy. Down 7% here. We could go 10, and if we go 10%, you pile on to another 3% here, then you are down near that $300 mark, and then we'll have a look there. But yeah, I could see an initial pull down. And then wait for the bottom. I don't think it's worth catching this falling knife, man. I've sat in front of Tesla before, and you blink and it's $5 against you. So I think I would rather wait on that one.
If we see 300, even if there's a bounce, I feel like it'll break the level before it bounces. If it gets down there, like I think it would be, if it does get to 300, I'd be more inclined to play it as it let it break and then try and take it back through, as opposed to catching that falling knife. With Alphabet, here's to hoping we don't have to catch a falling knife.
Oh.
Real quick, first, Bloom Energy, BE, popping up here, just hit 31.50. On this note, their fuel cell technology going to be deployed at Oracle Cloud Infrastructure data centers in the U.S. So a decent move here, 27 up to 30, 50, 31 here for BE. Want to keep an eye on. Yeah, let's talk about Google. All comes down to the CapEx spend. Everything else, absolutely monstrous. As I mentioned, I couldn't even get over that YouTube number. It was just insane. They paid $1.6 billion for, anyone who didn't know, $1.6 billion for YouTube. It's now making them $40 billion.
Crazy.
A quarter.
Fantastic. Let's talk about these numbers, Brendo. By the way, Bloom Energy, one that Mitch gave us. Shout out, Mitch. All right, guys, revenue, $96.43 billion, beating the $94 expected by the street. EPS, $2.31, beating the $2.18 expected. Overall revenue grew 14% year over year, again, beating Wall Street's expectations of a little less than 11%. The net income, guys, the amount of money they took home, a little bit less than $30 billion, which was up 20% year over year. I mean, that's some nice take-home money there. Let's talk about Google Cloud, because everybody was waiting for this one. $13.62 billion, beating estimates of $13.11. That's up 32% year over year. So no longer is Azure the only one growing now at double digits. This one, or high double digits, this one as well. OpenAI will now use Google Cloud infrastructure for ChatGPT, obviously giving Alphabet a high-profile enterprise win there. And the company cited strong and growing demand for cloud as a reason to further ramp up investment, and further ramp up investment they did. We'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about their advertising revenue and YouTube as well. Search revenue, $54.19 billion. Total ad revenue, $71.34 billion. That's up 10.5% year over year. YouTube revenue beat expectations at 9.8. The street wanted 9.5, showing solid growth despite AI competition. But the company warned that Q3 ad revenue could be a little bit tougher here, Brendo, as it faces tougher comps because of the election advertising that obviously brought them in a lot of money. Let's talk about the CapEx now. Wow, 75 was what they guided earlier, billion that is. Now they're going to spend 85, well above the 58 that the street was expecting. Their finance chief said further CapEx increases are likely into 2026, and the spending reflects demand for AI talent, cloud infrastructure, and compute power. Last but not least, the AI overviews product now that when you go and search on Google, it gives you that top little AI kind of summary. That has 2 billion monthly active users. Gemini chatbot, Brendo, 450 monthly active users.
Impressive across the board. One thing I thought was really interesting that they did with that cloud number specifically. So if you go and you pay for the high-end, whatever it is, $250 a month Gemini product, they give you, I think it's 2 terabytes or something of cloud storage. So some of the revenue coming from getting that high-end Gemini account is going to get you into that cloud category. Everything I read is a positive analyst move this morning, guys, for Google.
Yeah, look, if they sell this one off today, I think we got to be a little concerned because everyone was concerned about the advertising, and when that was a strong point. The CapEx is going to be more related to the next name in there. But let's be real, Alphabet's been on a bit of a tear. And it's broken. What's so good about this is it broke this channel that we've been sitting in since the bottoms in April. The same channel just broke out. And the way I see it, pull back into whatever that resistance is. And it's not a resistance level in the way that there was a brick wall or anything. It's a resistance level on this channel high. And that's 194. So as long as this stock is above 194, I want to look longs. It's riding the volume weighted average price. Technically, the market is, since we sat down, it's been pulling back a little bit on some of the data that we got this morning. So I want to look for the pullback into 194 on Alphabet. I'll join, if it just breaks the pre-market high and starts going and there's no dip buy, then I always pivot to the volume weighted average price in that particular case. So that's the plan over here in Alphabet. I love what this means. I was spooked and said that if they didn't have the CapEx spend where it needed to be, I was going to sell some GE Vernova. I might still if it keeps on going higher, but certainly not today because that was a great number and it means good things for the name we'll talk about after this.
Yeah, so I just right here, same kind of thing, man. I have 198 long break here or a dip near 194. I mean, it's a surprise beat on search, and the AI narrative is still strong. So for everything that Sharif mentioned, for everything that Brendan's been mentioning, I think you got to go long here on Google, and I like it there, 198 break. So, you know, it's been coming down in. I mean, when we wrote down 198 break, we were in around 197.50. It's not moving too much here in the pre-market, but it still is kind of getting a little bit down. The 200 period is what we're going to look for. That's 195, so that could be its first stop. Whether or not we get down $2 from here, I'm not sure. The reason why we wrote down 194, very similar. That's where, again, just sort of where we ripped up into right there. There's not even that much to look at. I just picked 194, the 200 period moving average. And, you know, that little top right there is 192. That goes all the way back to February. What a nice move now, man, above the 200. But if you look at this stock, it's a little extended from its 200 period moving average. So it's definitely had that huge run up. Obviously, someone had known that search wasn't going to be as big of an issue as they thought. YouTube was an absolute monster. Obviously, as we stream on here every single day, we understand the power of what YouTube does. So, you know, I was just looking at the 200 period moving average when I wrote down 194, and right now that's more near 195. So I think we can get a little more aggressive on that. This has all-time highs written all over it, and that would be 207.05. So I wouldn't.
It's closer than you think.
This is going to sound crazy, but we could break through 207 today, and I would not be surprised if everybody comes out here all horned up for Google. I think it's a great name. There's a lot of traders that have been obviously underneath this name. It's one of the only names right now that is underneath the stock market's valuation. I talked about that yesterday and where we were on a PE, right? And so right here, if I just type in Google in here, I don't know if Google will give it to us or the other one will give it, but right there, the PE, 19s and 20s right now, when the stock market, the S&P 500 is at 22. So if you like the story in the market, you sort of should like the story here in Google, as there's many more levers to be pulled. So if you're buying the S&P 500, maybe you want to look at some Google. Under current market valuation, it's the only name in Mag 7 that's doing that. So there it is, man. We're gonna figure it out with Google, but I think it's a buy. And yesterday, as I was sitting here watching that report come out, I put a decent buy order down here at 180. It just didn't, obviously it didn't fill. I was like, if this is gonna keep going down here on those numbers, then I definitely want to get something in here, this breakout level of 180. We did not get filled. It didn't get anywhere close. So I was bidding 180.05 or 180.25s or something like that. Never came in, and it's not going to. So I think the next thing we're gonna have to do is probably buy 200s as it goes higher. Google. I would say my price target for Google, 240.
All right, a few more to get through here. AVGO going to benefit, or potentially going to benefit the most maybe from this CapEx spend from Google. It gets the huge pop after the close last night, along with Google shares back down here this morning.
Yeah, and as we mentioned in the Google report, Brendo, they're bumping up their CapEx from 75 to 85 billion, and obviously Broadcom, their biggest chip provider, will benefit from that, which jumped about 3% after hours. Broadcom's Alphabet's longest-standing AI chip partner, supplying custom processors that power Google's AI systems. History kind of repeats, because this happened last time. After Google reported its Q4 earnings, then they guided higher for CapEx spend. Broadcom rocketed, happened again yesterday. The larger CapEx commitment likely translates into stronger order flows for Broadcom and other key suppliers in their AI data center stack, Brendo.
Not a heck of a lot of volume behind this today. Might be one to keep in your back pocket, though, guys.
But I know, look, this is the bigger mover because they're the bigger client, but I'll still be looking at NVIDIA and AMD for the trade. That being said, on a weekly for Broadcom, it's a little tricky up here when you look at the weekly. Like, there hasn't been much in the way of pullback. Like, Broadcom on a weekly chart has not had a dip or not even much consolidation. You have a couple of consolidative weeks, and then we've just been flying around here on Broadcom. It's that steady stare upside, similar to Microsoft. You had a couple of days when it got to the prior 52-week high. So I don't know how much I want to chase it. And I even see it sliding down a little bit after that big gap up. It was the bigger gap. I'm looking over at NVIDIA, which is holding a little bit better. Like, NVIDIA's holding where it spiked to, which I like. And I like the prior high at 171. Like, my zone to buy is the morning high into the prior day high. I know it moved after market. I'm not really paying attention to that, those levels anyways. So I'm dipping into the 71 and the 70 levels on NVIDIA. And AMD's kind of in the back pocket, but it's looking a little weaker as well. Like, it's been much like Broadcom, it's trending slightly to the downside, whereas I just see NVIDIA holding the line. That's why I'll be over at that name.
Yeah, for me, look, man, I mean, NVIDIA was a big, huge trade yesterday. We were long at 168, so we'll look to see if we can get it again today. What about a 173 break there on NVIDIA, trying to get through those levels from yesterday, the pre-market high? Yeah, 171 dip by, any possibilities there as well? I mean, yesterday, like I said, we were long at 168, and it was a monster trade. So we could see if that will come through again. We're just a couple minutes away now from NVIDIA and the imbalances that come out. So we'll have to wait to see. But, I mean, everything's healthy in the environment. Really like it. There's the move higher here. The 52-week high and all-time high for NVIDIA is incoming, that's for sure. 174.25. I mean, just a matter of time now before that comes through. But nice move. If we get anything down in here into 171 is right where we were, right into here. So that's yesterday's close. So I think if you're going to play the break, great. I think that's available, actually ready to do it. Or you play that dip buy into yesterday's closing price where, you know, we've only gotten good news since then. So yeah, I really like NVIDIA right here. Broadcom, again, off to the races, man. I mean, you know, if anybody bought this with Nancy Pelosi and company, you've been really well rewarded. Broadcom continues to make new highs, and looks like right now it's going to take out its 52-week high as well in and around that 295 area. So I would say these are all working, man. It's just a matter of, I don't trade Broadcom as much as NVIDIA, and why would I go away from yesterday's huge stock. So I'm just going to wait for NVIDIA, and I think this break of 173 probably worth taking. I don't want to have too much FOMO, though, or too much excitement actually into the open. I still like AEO breaking through 13. That's on the watch list. That's on my sticky note as well right there. I don't know if that's going to happen. That's still a ways away. And the other one, of course, is Google. We just talked about it, breaking 198. So there's going to be some opportunities here this morning to play breakout trades. Let's just see if they work out for us. Google and NVIDIA, I really like the stories here, and I think they both continue to go.
It'll say, like, we're just talking about cars and gas, but it'll say, like, you have 40 kilometers left.
Oh, boy.
I'll just be like, I don't believe you.
Let me test it.
Yeah. CMG, IBM, go back, we were talking about it 8:30 to 9 o'clock this morning, nothing terribly exciting. CMG maybe a little bit more so, down to 46 here, both, though, disappointing here.
Yeah, so CMG cut their 2025 guys, same-store sales to flat. That was down from the prior low single digits they were guiding there. It marks the second consecutive quarter of downward revisions due to declining foot traffic. Here's how they did on earnings. 33 pennies adjusted EPS on revenue of $3.06 billion. The EPS was in line. The revenue was a miss. So top line miss, bottom line beat. Same-store sales, as I mentioned earlier, down 4% despite the 2.9% drop that the analysts were looking for. June and July showed early signs of recovery, so there might be some silver lining here. CEO said comms turned positive in June thanks to new promotions and the launch of the Adobo Ranch Dip. Have no idea, but it sounds delicious.
Sounds awesome, yeah. Day lows, meanwhile, here for IBM, actually accelerating right now through 262, guys.
IBM's report wasn't bad. I think sometimes this just happens and it needs to correct a little bit. So I'm looking at, if it goes 10% down, it'll be at 254. That's right on this support area here, that last bounce that we had in May 23rd. So we get down there and this stock goes SSR. I'm looking buy on IBM. We kind of already went over Chipotle. I don't know if I want to double down, but I don't think we showed the imbalances. Very quiet here on the imbalances this morning. Like you've got, like Chipotle's a small sell of 300,000. QuantumScape, they reported they're to the downside, small sell of 260,000. Open, 300,000 to buy. That one slowing down after a few days of good volatility there as people are going to other squeeze names. It seems like Open might be a little bit done. I'll let you go, but then, yeah, Palantir's a name that I actually threw up on my list for a trade instead, because this stock has been it's back in that pattern of just buy the dip. And the dip at the open has had some big reversions. I'm looking at the one, like where it broke out from in the afternoon yesterday was about 151 and a half. I'm looking for, if it does the dip at the open, that's the area I'm looking to buy on PLTR, as it's stone's throw to its all-time high. And I always prefer to be long into the high as opposed to taking the breakout of the high on Palantir. It just breaks the high too often. So you want to be in before it doesn't.
Yeah, I have that trade here, 155 breaking the high of Palantir going long. So I just think yesterday's momentum, gave $4 or5 straight to the upside. Obviously, on any dip buy opportunities, you want to be there for Palantir. But thanks for asking, Shadow. I just put the link in the chat there. There's 154.70. I mean, maybe that's a better break. I'm going to wait to see if we do break 155. Its 52-week high is 155.70 something. So, yeah, right into there. If we can break through that. Giddy up right now for Palantir. Wow, what a monster stock that has been. All right, with only a couple minutes left, what am I looking for? I'm looking for an NVIDIA break. We talked about that at 173. We're going on that if that happens. We're also going on, we don't have Tesla break. We have, that's NVIDIA. The other one we had was Google. Looks like we might break even before the open here. So unfortunately, as that goes, I would rather this, like if I could just push this forward 2 minutes, that'd be great, because I don't want anything to break rate yet. 198 for Google may break and fake on this one. So I actually probably lower my shares a little bit on that. I'm going to wait to see. I'm very, very strong with Google. I mean, I want that name to start to get going, and I think it does. And I think we see $200 today. It's just a matter of how that all happens. I don't know. And then the other one there, and what I'm saying about that is that it's this is now 11 or 12 straight up days now for Google. And it's so far extended from its 200 period moving average. I could see it pulling back a little bit. American Eagle Outfitter with the Sydney Sweetie deal, 19% short float. Definitely like that one, as runners have been happening for no reason at all. Now we kind of get a reason. It's not a strong one. It's just the market has been going on those kind of stories. And then I wrote down LiDAR here at around $3. That's sort of where VWAP was when we wrote it down. Yesterday, we tried the same kind of a play with DNUT there yesterday off of a 475. It broke and went to 430 yesterday for that name. So, you know, definitely a possibility for, I mean, now you're back down in. This could go also at some point. But, you know, you saw that move yesterday in Krispy Kreme as it had that huge move up. And then yesterday, just off the open, just kept falling all the way back in, right? And so that could happen today with LIDR.
Oh, and don't forget UNH. UNH responding to DOJ investigation.
Really? Okay.
It's actually holding this 280 level. So the bounce off the 280 has been pretty good. Now, this was news that dropped this morning, so it's not like it'll be on the watch list, but that's a flat bottom break if it retakes that 280. Just one last look before we get the opening bell. Nothing popped up on the NASDAQ on the imbalances, nothing over 1 million shares. Chipotle slightly grew and broke the low of the day, but it's right back into the upside. So as we get into the second last trading day of the week, Chipotle trying to bounce after a bit of a quadrunk on its earnings, and I see Nvidia is actually checking a little bit higher there. Might have had a small buy imbalance or something, a little bit of a tick up there. The bell brought to you by Beta Pro. Shout out to them. Let's ring it, Joe. The party is started.
Let's do this. Yeah, what's up, John M? Yeah, Sydney Sweeney is a pretty good catalyst. We'll have to wait to see. All right, so 173 here. Here comes NVIDIA right off the open. We're just going to watch this. This might be the one that winds up breaking, but here comes Google as well. Looks like Google might go first. Watch out for 198 is what we're looking at. And then, of course, on everybody's mind that we didn't really cover too much here just straight off the open is, yeah, Tesla. Okay, yeah. Right now making that move down. So like I said, there could be a pile on right now on Tesla. It looks like that is what they're trying to do. But up and down now $2 there for Tesla. Just touched 306. You just saw it go to 308.50, trying to get a little bit higher. Looks like Google's going to go, man. We got to get on this one. This is our name. Palantir still 154. Looks like we're going to get punched into Google right now through 198. I just hope I crossed up enough. I only crossed up to 198.08, so we might miss this. But right now, Google just dancing around. NVIDIA, same thing. We're all kind of hovering around these key levels.
NVIDIA is just sideways.
Yeah, despite the NASDAQ.
When you were gone, there were a wealth of breakout trades where I had to cross double. I was missing them left, right, and center. I missed the circle breakout, crossing four. I crossed almost $0.50 on a circle breakout last week and did not get the fill because it went straight like $1. Oh, speaking of circle.
Here comes NVIDIA, too.
Speaking of circle. 202.50 on Circle was an absolute brick wall. If this breaks through that price, I think it can absolutely fly. As a matter of fact, I think I want to have an order out for that one.
The whole market's tanking here.
NVIDIA is really coming back into the downside. I want 171 if we can pick that one up. And it looks like we have a chance that we're going to get it. So nothing is broke. There's no breakout trades. Chipotle just broke the low and did not even give you
I'm going to try it.
Any kind of a area to get into. Google is tanking toward that 194 as well. So 194, I'm going to get my order out there. I want to get this one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm waiting to go on this as well as NVIDIA makes a move down. We already have NVIDIA. Good trade so far on that one as we picked up that on the lows. But the lows might not be low enough just quite yet. Yeah, market getting hit right here quite nicely. Google did make that move down. We wrote down 194. Looks like we bounced off 195. We said that we would try to take it against that 50-period moving average. So we should have probably taken some. We'll take some more right into here. NVIDIA is going to be a big winner, Neil, right here. So a nice move now for NVIDIA. Good trade on this one, man. Now 70 cents in the money on NVDA. Let's see if that wants to climb a little bit higher. And then we did punch into Google. So yeah, we'll just wait to see what happens right here. 195.75 right here for Google. We want to get a little bit lower if we can. I don't know if we're going to be able to, but right now there goes Google as well. So we're going to go back-to-back jacks one more time here for us. So nice move higher, man. There goes NVIDIA. It's your early dollar club right there. You guys wanted $2 clubs right now. We've got back-to-back dollars right now as we'll floss it off on both NVIDIA and on Google.
Yeah, great look. Neither one came down to my prices, but I did get, I got short into CMG. I'll get there in just a second. Palantir, we want to dip by in Palantir. It's nowhere near that 151, but it just wicked the 153 level. If it can close the bar above 153, then I'll take that one to the long side. Chipotle broke the low of the day, and I want to see it get down to 45 even. If it gets to 44.50, that's the 52-week low, and that's where I would look for some kind of an SSR bounce. But as long as it's under the volume-weighted average price, I do want to be short in Chipotle. I just want to get my stop. Just in case it breaks VWAP, if the market gets a bounce there, I could easily see this one start to go. I do have my order out still on NVIDIA and Alphabet, so those will come in if they do. And Tesla is headed, Tesla's at 303. So if we get that break of 300, I'm going to look long if it breaks 300 and then fail breaks it. So breaks 300 and then comes back up. But this is the level. It'll be 10% down if it gets to $300 there on Tesla. So we'll see if it gets there. It already bounced off of 301 almost exactly. Let's go to the desk. Sharif's got something for us.
Bloom Energy breaking out here into regional highs, $32. This thing's up 18% to start the day with a headline here with Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Data Center. So they're going to be using their fuel cell technology. Bloom Energy, boys, at the high.
We took some more Google right here. We'll see what winds up happening. It went all the way back up into 197, by the way. Thanks for that Bloom Energy little report. But there it is, man. We reloaded, and right now we're huge. We've done real well on all of this today. Oh, boy, Neil, it's another one going on right now. As there goes a nice little reload there on Google. Let's see how high we can fly now and get going. There goes NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA finally breaks 173. So this is disaster potentially written all over it as we get that fake and break and then fake, as we go the other way around. But let's see if we can get going now through that 173. We take that fill. It's in there now, and now we have to deal with it. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. What was a good day, let's not let it get ruined or anything right now. Get some more outs here as we break above that 173. Here we go, man. This is a monster, hopefully, for us now, as Google and NVIDIA both trying to go. These are the only two positions I have. They're the number 1 and 2 trades on the note that for myself today, so we're in them right now. It's day's goal. It's 9:36. This is how we're doing it live every day at Trader TV Live. Take the strong names long, and that's what we did right here. Let's see how high NVIDIA can fly. Oh boy, we're making a special day already, but it doesn't mean that it's going to continue. We don't know where these names are going to go. LIDAR right there, halted. LIDR, halt right there, right off the open. Big move going through 480. We'll see the tap right now, 460. We'll see where that's going. But oh boy, it's Google going the other way right now, back into 195. NVIDIA's the one that's making them sing.
Yeah, I noticed that because I just got the dip on Alphabet. Palantir barely broke the volume-weighted average price. It regained that 153 and was able to break the volume-weighted average price, but it's still looking a little bit weak here, and I do want to pop over to show you guys what's going on in the market. Wicked the top, overnight highs, and then right back into the downside. So let's be a little bit careful here. We are drawing back. I think you want to take profit wherever it lies. Hey, that did not break VWAP on Chipotle. But Alphabet's the real thing that's dropping into that. Yeah. I think we're going to get that 194. I popped in at 95. And it looks like this wants a date with that 94. I am looking to reload on Palantir if it holds that 173, but Google's the one really, Alphabet's the one that's really dropping in here into that 194 level. We're back to Sharif, more news. Don't hear him.
With the company announcing they've initiated a search for their new CEO for outgoing Tom Siebel. So down markedly here, 6%, C3 AI.
Okay, we're going to have to look at that in a minute. I'm going to wait here. We did buy some 194s. I mean, this is what we put down here for us on Google. So we did do some double buys. We're still long at 195, reverse dollar club right now on that. But here it comes right back up. Yeah, this is going to be a good one. Let's go, Google. If we can do this right now, oh boy, we're having a decent day one more time here. But it's not like anything's moving yet. The market is not going up. So if this market ever does turn itself around, maybe we will have some nice upside right here. But take advantage of that little move right there back upside. So that's where we're long at. We're long at 194.95 right now. We just got some out there at 80s. Let's see where we can go. It's really right now for me, it's all about the NVIDIA show. Look at that dip buy we had there on NVIDIA, 171.75. Let's go, man. If this market can get going, there it is. We're right back up now again to our first daily goal. But, you know, we need this stock to go a little bit higher. We're not trying to make goals. We're trying to make money. So let's go to the upside again right now. like this is part of it, right? If you lose, you hope to be down, you know, one of your goals basically, and when you win, you try to be up it. So right now we're going to be long on Google and long on Nvidia, as Google had a good report yesterday, but look what's happening. It's downside right there. So like I said, we were a little bit too far away, I felt like, from the 50-period moving average, and no surprise on a sell side here for Google. It's coming back in pretty decently. I'm going to wait, man, now for maybe 193 or so for that dip buy opportunity. That's a little low, though. Like, that's the 50-period moving average here on the 5-minute chart. I don't know, man. If I take, like, maybe 192 might be the spot. We may...
It just went 95.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm long huge here, man. I mean, this is a monster day. It's just looking to see where the downside is. I think, especially when you're trading more shares, you got to be cautious on where that downside is, right? So, yeah, there it goes, man. Good job on 195.
Yeah, but 94 is my out regardless on this bad boy. But I'll tell you, Palantir, that just headed right back in. It held 50, almost at 93. It held 53 the first time. The second time, there was absolutely no bounce. So now we back off and wait for the real, like the bigger level is down around 151.5. So we get down there on Palantir, and then we'll go for it. Look, obviously, you're seeing the chips fly around. AMD is up 161 on Advanced Money Destroyer, or I guess we can't call it that on days that it's up. Some people like to call it the doubler. But it's not going to double today, no questions asked. We just lost the volume weighted average, regained the volume weighted average price on Chipotle. So if it breaks and holds above that, I want to be out. It's SSR, which means short sell restriction. When this catches a bid, it can really fly. Google, we're just at 195, right back into 194. So clearly this is the level, but we cannot seem to hold past 195. And under 94, I think there's a sizable gap into 191 that we have to pay attention to. And I don't want to sleep on Tesla. Tesla's retesting down toward 300, everybody. It bounced off 301, 399 cents it bounced off of. So already holding that 300 level, did not get 10% down. 99% sure it didn't. It would have to break 300 to go 10% down. So yeah, we're not going to go SSR in this without us seeing that big monster level at 300. I was going to play a break, but given that it held the first time, I'll look to see if it can hold again. I'll try to stay zoomed in so we can see this level as Tesla coming in. With the rest of the market, we're about to head down to the lows.
Yeah, that's the problem. These pre-market lows in and around this 740 area. What we're looking at is 23.3 right now, getting lower. Again, I mean, we scalped out some Google. Like I said, we have no idea where this day is going to go for us. If we do break below this 193, that's going to be a problem. There goes 194, Neil's out. I'm going to wait for a little bit longer, but yeah, it is trying to bleed here for sure, downside. I'm still buying some of this. I mean, I still like the stock. 193.20s or so is where I'm waiting to see if we do get a severe dip down. We were only going to 193.70 right there, but we held, so we're going to wait to see now what happens. Again, I like the catalyst with the earnings call. The only problem is I don't know what the street wants to do, and right now it doesn't look like they want to buy it. I mean, we were almost up 4% here at 198, a nice move down, but this is why I didn't sell. Nice bounce off there, off of 194. Let's just wait for it. I don't have any other great ideas right now. Nvidia making the move back in, potentially into VWAP there. That could be a nice little dip buy opportunity as well for Nvidia, but until this market really tries to get going here, might not be worth much. So we're going to wait, let this market settle down, especially if we can get back up. Here goes Google right now. That was a good one, man. Let's see if we can just hold on just a little bit for this. Like to see it back into 195. We're now back to Greensville, obviously, on this trade here. We'll put something out. Okay, there he goes, 80s, 90s, 70s. Good little move upside right now for Google, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go. It keeps on stopping up near these levels. So let's take another piece out right there at 194.70. Good out right there for Google.
Absolutely, and bouncing off, as you said, bouncing off the volume weighted average price was NVIDIA. But hey, if there's something you guys aren't seeing us cover that you'd like, hey, get in there, make sure you type $sign in that symbol. It could be Amazon, it could be the Qs, it could be Palantir, it could be Wolf, I have no idea, whatever it might be. Just make sure you type $sign in the chat. You have to be a subscriber to be in the chat, so hit the sub first. Then type in those symbols. I don't even know what EOSE is. I see DNUT, Oklo, BBAI just popped in there. So SBET, Circle, Uber, LiDAR, Hood, they're throwing them all in there. LiDAR up top there with Tesla. We'll refresh that in a bit and double check to see what the big names are, but some good ones in there. Let us know what you guys are watching as we'll go back over to Sharif and hopefully this market bounce continues.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully, guys, cheering for that market to go up. U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick saying if the U.S. does not get control of TikTok and sold to an appropriate party, it will go dark. In addition, Donald Trump saying that everyone says he's going to destroy Elon's companies by taking away the large-scale subsidies he receives from the U.S. government. He says this is not so. He wants Elon's companies to do well and thrive like never before, as well as other companies, guys. So some comments there about the earnings report from Donald Trump.
Right. Yeah, thanks for that. We can check out DJT. I'm going to try to get some more Google out here in the 70s if we can, but I don't know, man. Oh, we got it. So, okay. Green day for us today. We've only traded two names today, Google and NVIDIA, and they've both been pretty good. DJT not doing a whole heck of a lot. Let's check out our American Eagle Outfitters right here. As we got Sydney Sweeney news, and I'm going to cancel that right there because we might make moves lower right there on that one. We do not take out that high. All right, let's go, man. Really excited for everything here. We could have an absolutely monster day on our hands, especially if these markets want to go and if Google wants to participate as well. Now back through 195. Let's go. Let's see if we can get this going upside right now again for this name. I mean, I'm just excited because of where this has come from. We've already been up here at 198. May we take a bottom? I mean, I'm hoping it's not going to be I'm hoping it is the bottom, but I'm hoping that we don't look at it again and we can just keep on going upside, but it's not taking off from these lows. It keeps on stopping. So we'll take out some more right there on Google. Big trade alert for Google. We just got to wait for it. It does get into our 194 level, which is what we wrote down. So we're going to buy 194s when it comes into that. So that's what we did. It's NVIDIA right now that's been disappointing as that continues to go long, short there. I know you were just long NVIDIA as well, as this does not seem to want to go.
I just covered both. I'll show you why on Alphabet. I'm still going to take the 94. I'll get out when it breaks underneath 94. If I'm going long in front and it breaks, I'm going to jump out, and then I'm jumping right back in when it bottoming tails. That's fine. But it just lost 195, one green candle, and immediately loses the 95 in the prior bar. If you're trending up, I want that prior bar to hold. NVIDIA is a different story because it didn't go anywhere near the 171 that I wanted, like not even remotely close. So I want to play it on VWAP on the way back. If it instantly doesn't hold, then I'm gonna jump out and wait for it to hold again. So Google did it, and we're able to get back in. I'm still looking for a re-entry into Palantir as well. But it was a good bounce, but then it failed the pre-market low, and that's what's happening on all these bounce plays. I'm not seeing any sustainability with them so far. You were able to catch them off the lows, and if we don't break 195 Google, I'll wait for 94. If we don't hold VWAP on NVIDIA, I'll wait for 171. The thing that's distinctly different might just be Tesla. Tesla is sustaining its move off of 301, so I guess it didn't want to get to 300 after all. Got a little too bearish on Tesla, and admittedly was unwilling to be long until we actually saw 300 instead of just going long in front of it. That clearly was a bit of a mistake. Good level, but sometimes you have to play out in front of the level. Willing to do it on Google, but I was not willing to do it on Tesla, unfortunately.
Oh boy. All right, I think we might have this now. I'm waiting for higher. I mean, well, we got to get something. Actually, now that I look at where this 50-period moving average is, I'm going to put something out at this 50-period, or at the 200-period moving average. It fell into our area. We took it, right? So again, let's just go over what's been happening. I think it's NVIDIA is going to be the problem for us right now. We are green. Oh, there it goes. Yes, there it goes, man. That's the trade of the day right there, Google. And again, if you guys are looking for it, I want to thank Shadow in the chat and everybody there in the chat that was asking me for the sticky note, because there it is right there. 194 dip buy opportunity is a take. So there it goes right there, capturing that one. It'll be a big trade there for Google. The problem is the NVIDIA. NVIDIA, we wrote down 171 dip or 173 break. It's the 173 break that got us in trouble. The 171 dip buy has been completely fine. It's the fact that we're completely reversing right now this move on NVIDIA, as it's the Look, man, I would be not severely red, but we'd be red if we don't have this Google trade on, but we do. We only have 2 trades right now. We're going to have to watch that, but it's NVIDIA that I'm going to have to think about and what we want to do with it, because it is trying to bounce, and it's doing a good job. It's just, where do I get out if we're wrong? That's kind of what I'm dealing with here, because I still like the long, but it is getting close to some breaking spots here again. So we're still going to be at our one-time goal here, but at the same time, more action coming. Let's check out LiDAR. Now reopens on that that halt, goes to 480, brings it back in. We do like VWAP areas of around $3. So if that comes in, that's not VWAP anymore. It's 340. That could be a trade for us as well. And then, of course, as we talk about more earnings plays, man, there's Tesla. Rewind the tape. It was like $300, could be that dip spot, and it looks like that is what it was. Nice recovery there for Tesla. And we mentioned the market being at lows. Yeah. Not anymore, as there we go, right back up to highs. So we say congratulations to everybody that has those diamond hands or that just believed in some of the longs. I mean, even the trades that I have on board right now, it's not like they're crazy long or anything. There's going to be much better ones, including maybe Robinhood and one that you're looking at. But for right now, this is what happens when you trade earnings, man. Sometimes they go, sometimes they don't, despite what the market's trying to do. I guess the market's on the back of Tesla right now.
It's on the back of Tesla, but if you want to get 3x daily leverage ETFs to play in the market and you're in Canada, well, then savvy Canadian traders have been boosting their exposure, and they can tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro's 3x daily leverage ETFs. They've got built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish, bearish, or something in between, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And nary holding up the market and certainly doing a good job of it or helping it has got to be Amazon right now. Not a red candle in sight for Amazon. So what's interesting is you're actually getting a bit of a pullback in Google as the market's getting back into those highs. It just tagged 194.30s, and I was sitting about 20s. I might step up just a little bit. It's holding some higher lows, and I do like it. NVIDIA still won't hold VWAP for me, but we're going back to Sharif.
AAPL, Neil, American Airlines short sale restricted as it drops below 10% momentarily, down 9.25 right now. Reported earnings, kind of a tougher look. We covered it in the morning. I'm not going to go through it right now, but keep your eye on AAPL, 9.25 in the red.
Yuck.
195. All right, I was just trying to figure out here because we are starting to fall down. I mean, including this NVIDIA trade, as it looks like it wants to get lower pretty fast right now. Here it goes. There, here it goes. So we're going to get out of 75% of this trade as it breaks through right now these lows of 172.40. This was sort of the day's low. I mean, the day's low is all the way down here, but sort of just into here. You know, we don't need to be here if it's not going to act properly. We said the market had ripped up there, and I was like, but the names I have aren't ripping. And we were wondering what it was, and it looks like it's going to be Amazon. So we'll lose a little bit here on NVIDIA. I don't know, it looks like we will. The stop is breaking through 30. Okay, here it goes. Is breaking through 30. So we're pretty much there right now as we are at the lows. Google also coming back in as well. But we didn't hold on to this one, which is thankfully as much. We're out of that. We're about to have about a third left. It's more the NVIDIA trade that we sort of resting on right now. But yeah, Palantir was going to be a good look. 153 and change. Looks like it wants to go higher. Watch out for 155 break now on Palantir. It's the other names that aren't really working out right here. It's Google, it's NVIDIA for myself. And I guess, is Tesla finally starting to turn around a little bit? Nah,
no,
not really.
it's still going.
Yeah, see, so you picked the wrong ones again. Like the one that has the weak report there looks like it wants to battle from the bottom. The other one's making new lows as we speak. Some of these names right here, including NVIDIA.
Yeah, the mistake for me was not really wanting to. I thought Tesla would be weak enough that you'd actually break that low before it did what it's doing right now. But that's the thing. Like sometimes if the levels are really good, it's not going to get there. But Google again, it just bounced a couple of times. So there was, as we're going to Sharif and all that, there was a bounce back into 194, like 60 or 70s. So that last reload gave you some profit, but then we just took out the low again. So I've jumped out of Alphabet one more time. Unfortunately, the buying was at 194 for me, and that was the only spot. But now you're losing that bid. There's nothing until you get to like 190 to 91. I'm going to wait it out. Either we regain 194, break the downtrend. There's another way we could get into this, which would be simply break the downtrend on Alphabet. There you go. So I can always wait for it to break a downtrend, or it gets to 191. Palantir looks like it's going to be relatively solid. NVIDIA is not really at a price that I like, but Palantir broke its downtrend and held the volume-weighted average price and is making some higher lows. I'd rather be long into the highs on Palantir as opposed to taking the breakout. And I believe the high is about 155.60 160 or 70.
It's 155, 70.
70 on the all-time high. So if it gets to that price, I want to already be long somewhere. VWAP might be the first place that we're able to get it. And a lot of names that people are looking at. We saw when we went through a lot of BBAI and a lot of open. BBAI stair-stepping to the upside. There was no catalyst specifically on it today, and there certainly wasn't a catalyst on open. And if open gets to $3, I would do with it what we did the last time. It was at $3, which is sell. $3 is resistance on open. Free locates here for us at Real Trading on this stock. But if it goes another 10, 15%, I do want to look for the fade. Short.
Yeah, let's check out some other names that had reported here. We had IBM report as well. Wow, IBM down 10% today. Not a good report at all. I was looking, I don't have that many shares of IBM, but I'm thinking about picking some up right now. As we get pretty close, man, here's IBM on the daily coming into the 200 period. Moving average right now goes IBM, so yikes on that one. Okay, so now we're starting to drop out as the market comes in. So we actually get out of that 75% of our trade on NVIDIA as it does break through 172.40s. That was that low right there. We were able to get out of a little bit right there, but we cannot slap a win on this trade as it was good early, obviously, as we took that trade all the way to the up. We didn't get in trouble there because we could have got out, but there was really no carry forward on that 173 break long. So here we go, man. Google right back into 193 right now as this name, this is the chance. We came right into the 200 period moving average, the 50 period on the 5-minute chart for Google. It's fading out as well. So it looks like here, what was not a great report, I guess, for Google, all said and done.
I thought it was a good report.
So did I. Up 1.5%. The market says no thank you on that one as Google continues to make the moves lower here on earnings. Nice play for Google to have gone short.
I might buy one of these, Google or IBM at lunch. I'm just not sure which.
Yeah, okay. Well, let us know what you do because right now, here goes Google making moves, breaking through 80s now. We're going to have to get out. So there it goes. We got out at 75% of all of these trades. I still like to hold them just in case, but nice move there for Google. Downside. What's up, Sharif?
NVAX, Sean, to the tune of 7% and change over here, 7.25% on this headline. The H5N1 vaccine candidate shows immunogenicity in preclinical study, guys. 845 high, just a little off the highs.
Okay.
So just one note, IBM did get 10% down.
Oh, it did.
So it is now short sell restricted. It's still making some fresh lows, so it doesn't really set up for the bounce play just yet. I do have eyes on the trend, but sometimes I like to look at it on a 1-minute chart a little bit better. It's kind of the same thing. So, I mean, a 1-minute chart is going to give you this break here, which it might be doing, and then 3 minutes more or less going to be the same line. The low is 253.75. So if it can break this trend holding 254, it's also support on the daily. I'm going to look for the patented go long into the volume weighted average price stop at the low of the day. On IBM. Either that happens or we get pre-market low. It's not going to happen on NVIDIA. Google, I'm still going to wait. It's trying to hold that 193, but with that not bouncing, it feels like the next trade is going to be a shot at this IBM. And Fibonacci Red Devil, BBI 8 breakout, that's what it was trending toward when I pulled it up. But my eyeballs are on the same names. I'm basically looking at earnings names sans Palantir. That's pretty much it. And BBI, I didn't really see a catalyst for it. Not that it needs one necessarily.
Man, we could get green on Google again here right now. I mean, it just bounced off that 193. We're trying to stay strong off that 193, but that really does suck because we got out and then I just bought it back once I realized that maybe that was the bottom. I can't stop doing that. I don't know. You got to set your stops because if it continues to go lower there, then you're up shit's creek. Because if you don't stop out, then let's go. At least we got it back, man. At least we got it back right there for Google. So we punched in our biggest position there on the way back up as we noticed it was holding because I liked the level. But we are starting to get some out here right now. We don't want to look this gift horse in the mouth. We were dead to rights there on Google, and then we just pumped it back up through that 193. So right there, again, just notice that, hey, sometimes we get washed out there, and it looks like that is what just happened. There was not a big volume spike, so I'm not 100% certain that this is the capitulated bottom. It's not at all. I mean, there's no signs of capitulation. I just was thinking that, hey, if 193 was going to hold, we were looking at that level, and it came back in, we got out so that we can say, okay, we're not completely getting rinsed here. But once it blasted back through, we were able to take the long one more time on that one. So yeah, so far so good there on the Google reload, but it just got into the 70s and 80s there, and that's where we were able to empty out. We still have about half or so, maybe a little bit more than that. Maybe let's call 60% of this position left. We just stopped right there at 193.70s. So looks like now the pressure is back on. They let it go back up. Now the sellers are back in on Google. So just be patient, man. And you break that low, we now have to get out officially. We don't want to see it retake the low. We either have it or we don't, man. That's 192.75. If it breaks, if it breaks that, then we're going to get out. So I'm going to put another offer here into the 30s and then into the 50s again. Maybe we get them, maybe we don't, but we're going to have to start to get out because that move does not seem to be extending through there on Google. I don't know if President Trump, people mentioning that he mentioned Big Bear AI. I mean, we know he watches the show.
He did?
I have no idea, but we know he watches the show. We know he follows me on Twitter. So, we're going to have to wait to watch out what happens here on Big Bear AI, breaking through $8, 802 right now for Big Bear AI. So just be careful on that one. We'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there. But yeah, man, NASDAQ still holding out pretty good. So is the ES. So the NASDAQ and everything is fine here today. It's just these earnings names.
It's the earnings names that are bleeding. And by the way, IBM made another low. So I was looking for it to break that trend and hold 54. It just blasted through it just now. So I moved off. I'm not going to be in it. I have to wait for it to actually break the trend. NVIDIA sort of did here. It did a bottoming tail into the pre-market low. I wanted to wait for a test of the pre-market low, and then it broke the prior bar candle. So stop on that name. And IBM, it doesn't really matter what you think of the report. At the end of the day, the stock is absolutely dropping. I'm not going to catch this. I'm not catching the falling knife. It's going to have to show me either a huge volume candle bottoming tail or the break of that trend. I may like the long down here on a daily chart, but that doesn't mean you have to go into a day trade on it. So it has to set up and start looking a heck of a lot better for me. We don't mean to not cover Tesla. That is absolutely not the intention. Just not in it. And Tesla, of all of these earnings names, somehow is bouncing the best. Down 8%, I get that, but somehow bouncing the best. Miracle if it holds on to the volume-weighted average price here with the market pressing to the lows. But that's exactly what we're seeing. Tesla, strong bounce off 300. That was definitely a swing and miss. I was looking to short a pop in Tesla, thinking the fanboys would get us a pop that we could fade. And Palantir just bounced off VWAP, and I missed it by a couple of pennies here.
Oh, no.
So Palantir is holding the volume-weighted average price, which means I'll just move it. You have to remember, when you put orders out in front of the volume-weighted average price and the stock is trending up, VWAP's just going to move up on you. So oftentimes you will miss it if you don't adjust your order. Let's go to the desk with Sharif.
Are you guys looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in real capital. And the best part is you choose your own path. You can go the instant funded route, the challenge route, or even choose a pro account and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, guys, they paid out over $10 million and earned over 1,000 5-star reviews from real traders just like you. So use that discount code TTV to save on any account, scan that QR code, or head on over to toponefutures.com and start trading towards your next payout, guys. Big moves today for Amazon, guys. Up here, 2.4%, the best looking name in the Mag 7 right now, into that 234 level. No real news on Amazon, but apparently Amazon Prime is going to release a video here detailing the rivalry between Sam Altman and Elon Musk. That should be interesting. I also want to bring your attention to Uber, breaking out aggressively here, 4% at the highs, 93.61, another good performing name. And Netflix, guys, over 15% now off the top. Netflix continues to sell off. Multiple negative days now for NFLX. Keep a lookout for that.
I want to reread the IBM report because every now and then you get the feeling that I feel like maybe I missed something there. And I know I like Alphabet's report. I'm starting to ask myself if I need to read IBM's again just to see why it might be getting beat up as much as it is. And you can be patient. I think ultimately with a stock like that, you can be patient. It'll give you a good dividend, but I don't know if I want to rush back into it. Look, I do own some IBM shares already. It's just, yeah, I thought it was a good report. Palantir bouncing off VWAP, or at least attempting to bounce off the volume-weighted average price. There isn't a heck of a lot in terms of strength, but hey, the NASDAQ has held the low. Knock on wood. So if that's going to happen, the ES is actually holding the highs while the NASDAQ is trying to bounce off the low. So there is some strength in this market. Hopefully Palantir continues to hold the volume-weighted average price. I'm offering out in front of 80s or above 80s, I should say. One thing that would be cause for concern here is Amazon is breaking its uptrend. This was the strong Mag 7 name, and if it's losing the trend, I do not love that. It's been holding us up, certainly, with the NASDAQ doing a very good job of it. If this continues all the way down to VWAP, I think you could break those lows. And another name, a name that was actually up the most in sympathy to Google was Broadcom, and Broadcom is at lows of the day. Broadcom is threatening to go red here, and remember that big CapEx spend benefits them the most from Alphabet, and it's threatening to go red. So there's a couple of signs that are making this look a little bit weak, and I agree, Lewis. Amazon certainly catching some sympathy because the cloud numbers were great for Google.
Yeah.
No question about that.
Yeah, that's a good call there on Amazon. We should have maybe looked at some of those secondary plays, but that's why we kind of looked at NVIDIA there. But you just mentioned Broadcom and what they're doing.
Yucky.
I'm still going to try to hold out that Google wants to work, but we have been chasing this
Even Palantir
falling knife here all morning. So it necessarily hasn't worked out, but here it goes, maybe now. I hate saying that, like maybe this, maybe that. I mean, I'd rather be more certain in these trades. But for right now, it just looks like we want to just get lower. And I don't know. I thought it was good. Waiting for that buyer to come in, and I just don't want to miss it. So there is a little bit of FOMO of trying to stay long on this name, but at the same time, like taking cuts, right? Which eventually, these cuts just continue to hurt. All right, Coinbase here. Let's just talk a little bit about what's been happening on some of these other sides of the coin. Right now, down almost flat now for Coinbase, but did have a nice move back into 394 there. Good hold level for sure for Coinbase. Bitcoin's been fine, man. 118.5. I mean, it doesn't, every time I look down here, it seems to be at the same area as 118.5, 117.5, things like that. So, okay, now we're starting to go a little bit here on Google, which is nice. But yeah, Coinbase right now, 397. We'll see if it can get back upside right now for that play. And again, some of the other names that are hitting on my scanner, obviously now Google's trying to go back up, so that's trying to hit a little bit there as well. DraftKings was up to $44. That was a good trade for us recently. Did we get longer down there on NVIDIA? Yes, we did. That's why that's starting to be in the money a little bit for us here as well. Let's get some more out as we're sort of making some back now, obviously, as it was a little bit of a rough ride. What's up to DMX right there, as we'll go a little bit higher right now. Rest in peace, actually, DMX, I guess. The legend continues right there. But okay, there we go, man. Nice move back up there for NVIDIA as we continue to go higher, and Google as well. Oops, that's not Google. Nice little recovery right there for Google, back upside. Let's take some more out at 25s, get some more out as we make that back. Man, we just made back a decent amount, but we still think that Google has a chance to go. Look, every single time we're in this, in and out, lost right there, lost right there. The last two dip buy opportunities have not worked out. So on these pump ups, we need to keep on doing what we're doing. Get out on these moves higher and hope. And again, there's that stupid word again. Hope that the market does try to recover. LiDAR, Neil.
Uber. Oh, go ahead.
75. No, I was just going to say, like, this name halted and now back in. But yeah, Tesla and Uber might be plays as well.
Uber is up $3, and one of the leaders on my personal quote board. It is the leader, but then my quote board isn't reflective of the entirety of the market. Shout out to $90 on Uber. The next time Uber is at $90, I lost my 15-minute chart. Set an alert for that thing. It's bounced very clean off that level several times. Seeing it hold a nice bull flag as well. Just quickly, I'll opt to get, every time we lose the volume-weighted average price, I'm out on Palantir and then waiting for the low, but then it immediately regains it. So I jumped right back into the trade. Apparently, Kohl's is going again. This was the meme stock a couple of sessions ago, but this is this is nothing. Oh, that's right, my 15's gone. This is nothing compared to what it did a couple of sessions ago. Like, this stock was at $21. There's resistance in the 14.5 to 15 area. So a good little bounce here on Kohl's. Just watch out for that 14.15. The way that it got sold off the other day, was, you know what, to be honest, outside of that GameStop day where they didn't let people execute, I don't remember seeing quite a drop at the open on any stock that fast. It was insane how quickly that was falling when it finally lost a bit. So just be careful with that one if it starts to break the trend. So just back into Palantir, Tesla might be headed back to that 300. I think we'll get a second chance.
Oh, really?
We'll find out if we actually want it, but that's a level. It'll be 10% down if it gets there. It's the kind of level that I'm just going to play win, lose, or draw. Like, how many times do you get a chance at an SSR bounce on Tesla at an even $300 level? It already happened once and was perfectly clean if you took the mean reversion. I can't possibly like it the second time as much as I would have liked it the first, but it doesn't mean I still won't take it.
We're trying to do something similar here. I'm still looking at the same names, of course, as we go. Getting some more out of NVIDIA, hopefully, and yes, that is true. We were able to get some out of NVIDIA. We'll have to wait to see if it does want to go back upside, which would be Google is the next story that we have to look at. IBIT and Bitcoin not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. Let's check out on some of the banks. As you know, we talked about maybe buying some VIX and some protection here. It doesn't look like we need it right now as the market remains where it is right here. JP Morgan, 297, that's a good little level there. Robinhood today as well, up to 101, actually pulling back a little bit, Robinhood there. Watch out for 100 on Robinhood. We had some good stories yesterday with Boeing, of course, as wow, 234 for Boeing. I didn't actually realize it was that high up. Okay, Google just lost, by the way, again, down through 192. So it looks like for right now, Google is finished. I mean, we tried to get through 193 there. It does not go, and it just makes the move lower, lower, lower. So yeah, man, not anything good happening right now in Google land, nor NVIDIA land, really. NVIDIA will roughly be flat on. We will be slightly down on it, it looks like. But there's a nice pullback in one more time here for NVIDIA. We'll try to buy some of these dips as this doesn't make too much sense as it's been pretty aggressive here to the downside. I'm not hearing anything in my ear as far as news or anything like that. We are now out of catalysts for the day. As we look here, what's going to be coming the rest of this day. We'll go over here and just see we're already through some of these numbers. So jobless claims not there anymore. New home sales at 10. We've already had that. So yeah, right now we just wait to see if we can get some sort of a push higher here. We did buy some of that NVIDIA dip as Google. We have a small piece, man. We got out at 75% on that push. Remember, we were able to get out on the top side as we had said. And then we got out basically for flat right there. And we hold a little piece to see where that bottom is. But still downside, man. I mean, all of these names continue to fall lower here as, yeah, I don't know. Let's do a check maybe if we can on this little thing here that Fabian built, just to see what names. Okay, we do have a super chat. We'll get that in a second. Whoopsies. Right there, I just minimized Fabian's wonderful work. There it is right here. Let's see what you guys want to talk about. So right now, it looks like by far Tesla right there. What's up, chat, man? Get into the chat. Hit it, hit like, hit subscribe, hit all that stuff right now. Be part of our community and let us know what you want us to do here. It looks like Tesla Open Door is going to be a good one. Amazon, Kohl's with KSS, that's a big one. Google and Big Bear AI looks to be the talk of the town right now. So we'll get over all of those as we just continue to watch some of these names fall down, especially this Google, man. 191 now for Google. Wow. My 180 won't get filled today, but nor will that 210 area, which was the high, 208 or so was the high there for Google.
Yeah, I said I was going to wait for 190. We might be actually
there.
We might actually be getting there. It's been disappointing for those longs. Oh, where'd the super chat? Let me find it right here. We do have a super chat. I want to shout out. Oh, we got Mershai earlier. Thank you very much. John M, member for 35 months. And Sydney Sweeney is a very strong catalyst. And then Rod Rimex.
Rod Rimex?
Rod Rimex. I don't know.
Rod Rimex?
There's no capital there, so hopefully we got that right. 16% today buying calls.
Boom.
That'll work.
Yeah, it'll take 60%.
That'll work. I'll tell you what I don't like. Look at the lit grab that they just pulled. I say they. When I say they, I'm just like loosely talking about like the market here. Algos, like that kind of thing. That just happened on Palantir under the volume weighted average price. Big time liquidity grab. It broke VWAP, went all the way down to 150, 280, and then instantly back to volume weighted average price. Ooh, and they just sold it again. This time I bought in front of the 153 and we'll play it back into the volume weighted average price. I think we just got to go into scalp mode on these names. I do want to check back in on Circle and some of these smaller cap I'll get back to open in a quick little second, but some of these smaller cap names, because LiDAR is holding I'm calling it LiDAR because it's LIDR, everybody.
Right.
I don't want, if you get confused, it's LIDR, it's an easy way to call it. It just bounced clean off the volume weighted average price. It halted up and then pulls back. If this can resume the upward trend, there is a tremendous, if it can hold the upward trend above this $4 level, there's a tremendous amount of upside sort of past this 4 to get into $5. That being said, this stock doesn't spend much time above $4. It's almost like a one-day thing every time it's been around here. So just be careful. I think it's more of a momentum play than anything else for today at that particular price. So Palantir bought the dip. It cannot seem to get back into VWAP, but I'm just going to keep going for the prior bar low. Take my pot shots at it, and if it continues to hold relative strength, like the market just went red, and this isn't breaking the low. So I feel like at least it's not going and breaking this bottom as the market goes lower, which is a good sign. But at some point, I've said this before, at some point, if you keep falling, even the names that are holding up are going to lose. Well, Palantir for now down 1%, but holding its low of the day. And Tesla still, it was like 10 minutes ago, I was like, yeah, Tesla's headed to 300. It's still very slowly headed to $300 after missing on the top, missing on the bottom, Elon being all pessimistic. Right back into 300. I don't know about get it, Elon there, Sharif. Get us some actual results, Elon, and then we can get back to being Tesla bulls. Although technically I didn't sell any shares. So I sold my swing, but I didn't sell any of my long.
You had a swing in Tesla, huh?
What was that, 222.22?
Oh, that. Oh,
that.
Okay, yeah, that was.
Yeah, but that was different. Like that was
months ago.
Yeah, that was sort of months ago. But in my long term, I've done nothing with Tesla.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I don't plan on selling too much of these shares. That is for sure. Shout out to Chef Joe, right there, forever long. As we watch out for some of these trades.
Forever young.
Yeah, forever young. Yeah, that would be nice. Would rather have the fountain of youth than the fountain of wealth. That is for sure. Okay, so yeah, just watching out here. We are trying to buy a little bit more of these dips. Now, whether or not that is a good move or not, I don't know. But NVIDIA coming back in one more time here. We're going to wait to see if we do get some actionable trades here off of NVIDIA. I mean, look, I wish we could talk about it a little bit more. I'm just too wrapped up in everything that we're doing right now. All right, so here's the hot list. Brought to you by, of course, eSignal right now, Soxtel SPY, AMD. I guess they want us to have a quick little look at their AMD, so that's something that for sure we can have a look at. Google, Open Door. Oh yeah, that was one that we had on our look right now, so let's have a quick look then at Open Door and give you guys a nice little peek at this Open the Door right now for this stock. So 264, 265, up 15%. You guys have wanted us to look at it, so we'll do that right now. Lots of volume, man, 133 million shares. This is one of those Chamos SPACs that really hadn't gone anywhere. We got those good numbers from housing. We got that capital gains story last week as well about the housing market. And, you know, that really started creating some Open Door excitement right there. But yeah, I don't know if this is going to continue or not, as I feel like there's just so much froth right now in this whole market, and I think Open Door contributes to that, just like KSS and Kohl's, right? And so as we get a lot of these bump ups here, you got to make sure that the story is not broken. And I think Kohl's makes a little bit of sense. Kohl's had some buyout rumors in the last little while, not last little while, but a couple years. So we know that the business there in the retail could be looking for a Walgreens. WBA got bought out as well. So there are some actionable trades in the space, that's for sure. So maybe there is something here with Kohl's, and as that looks to break out again through 1350, that could be a hell of a trade here today for anybody interested. The other name that we were looking at earlier was Sydney Sweeney trade, which was right down here with AEO, and of course American Eagle Outfitters there announcing a deal with her, and I don't know what exactly entitles, probably just a modeling contract or something right there, but it looks like it does fall back in off of that $13 mark. And no matter what you think about different levels, here's 13 right here. This is what we wrote down on the sticky note today, was that if it's going to break through 13, not only do you have catalyst as we thought, but you also have a nice level. So we're going to have to wait for American Eagle Outfitters, and hopefully that gets going off of some of those bases as well. NVIDIA's trying, man. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot though, but we did buy this 171. We're long right here at 171.80s, so we're still out 30 cents, which isn't great. Google continues to go lower as well, now breaking through 191. That's crazy. Like I had thought that 198 was in play today. I think a lot of us did, and it's just falling back in the complete opposite way. So,
I thought dip and rip 194 into.
yeah.
Well, I think I thought there would be a lot of resistance at 200, so I'd be skeptical on day one that it would break it, because I think we get disappointing ranges on a lot of these bigger names on the first day of earnings.
Yeah, first day sucks.
But no, I'm surprised. I'm surprised by Alphabet, and I do think I want to pick some shares up. I get some cash sitting on some. I sold my the only Google I sold, I put into Meta, which I'm happy with. But I remember when I did it, like a few days after, I was like, well, I probably could have sold something else instead. Palantir, I promise you, there was a bit of a seller at 154 a second ago, and when that happened, it made another lower high. I had instantly put a trail in the second I saw that come in there, and I put it right down if it broke 153.90 to get out. Palantir is on one, and given what the market is doing, I can't see any way it's not testing that high. Next available dip, we're going to try and get into Palantir again, and Alphabet's finally breaking trend, and it just, there it is. It's trying to break the trend line.
Oh,
so
no.
if it doesn't get to 190, I've been waiting for it to break this downtrend. 1, 2, 3 connections on the 3-minute chart for Alphabet, and we'll see. I mean, this would be the first time it looks pretty bullish. There's no great volume candle at that low, though. Like, it's weird. A lot of times when you're falling like this, when it's making that bottom, you'll get a big volume, like red volume candle, and then you'll break the trend. You're not even getting that here, which is typical of a capitulation bottom. So it's not feeling like a capitulation bottom, but it certainly is breaking the trend. I'm going to nibble in as it breaks the trend line, and if it closes above, then I can add. That's something I was doing. I missed, and getting in as it's breaking the trend line without the close, because of something that was happening on Palantir last week. Every time I'd go for that, if you didn't take it as it's breaking through, sometimes it would just be gone $1. And so you'd get nothing on the trend break. And then if it closes, I can add to it here if it closes this bar, and we'll see if we can get to the volume weighted average price, which is where I want to play this too. This trend is almost too ridiculous to think that we're going all the way to the top.
All right, so I was going to go longer on Google again if we can break above 192.50. That's our average price right now. It has battled back nicely. So has Nvidia right now. I mean, that's starting to bump up a little bit. We were trying to be as patient as we can. All of a sudden, this day is fine. We're still going to be red on the day here, but we are going to try to wait to see if there is some momentum to get back into the upside right now on some of these plays. I mean, I'm okay buying. I was going to say I'm buying into strength now for Google. It's a little bit of a different strategy. Instead of trying to catch the falling knives, we do buy a little bit there. We pushed along just a little bit there. Now, we break through 192.50. We did take a little bit more. We'd like to play the momentum back there. Now to the upside as the buyers have reemerged here now with Google. So yes, sir. Yes, Neil. Yes, finally, man. There it is. Yes, that's a good trade there. We don't normally average up into the trades, but we find the momentum. Here goes Google. Let's make this happy, happy, joy. As there goes Nvidia right now back up to the upside as well, starting to go now as we just played a little bit outside of our comfort zone there. But, like I said, the market is forever changing, and you just can't sit there and be complacent with what you're doing, man. You got to change up your styles sometimes, and there it is. We did play the momentum. We were very, very patient. Instead of catching these falling knives continuously over and over and over again, we waited for a little bit of strength, and now let's start to execute more and more outs here on Google as we play that momentum back there to the upside. So hopefully we can get a play now where we can make that move back into VWAP 193, not 194, but a good little dip buy opportunity right there at 191. I wasn't going to do it, but we played that momentum through, and now we take a little bit of profit on that play and make some back here. That's a fact. Jack, says Mike P. Ryder, as we were talking about that a while ago as well. All right, I think we're waiting for Sharif. So we're going to head over to the desk, see what Sharif is up to.
My favorite segment of the day, guys. Small cap recap. Here's LIDR, the biggest mover in the market right now, 238%, putting in a lot of lower highs off that 480 top, but still maintaining its price above the volume weighted average price. Keep your eye out on that. And KSS, oh boy, here we go again with Kohl's up about 10%. Even Jim Cramer taking to Twitter saying, watch out, they're back. Time to cover for the Kohl's short sellers, I should say. SUGP as well, breaking above that dollar area into $1.19, but losing that dollar quick as you like. Be on the lookout for that, up 33%. IXHL started moving after the market yesterday, continuing the strength in the pre-market today with a $1.49 high. That's looking out to take the $0.50. And then Faraday Futures, FFAI, back on the scene. I was trading this one late last week, maintaining its price, boys, above the volume weighted average price, 3 2/3 high of day.
Hey, Faraday back in play as well. I do want to check back in on open in a quick little second, but that first dollar just pulled back in on Google. But look, to me, it's broken the trend, and that's a pretty hefty up candle. I want to try to buy back into the 192. At this point, stop moves. Once it gets 93, stop moves to like this prior bar high. So just underneath 191.68 is going to be the out for me on Alphabet. So I'll be buying back out in front of it if we can get it and playing into 194. Why not VWAP? Because my level today on Google was 194 and 190. So if I like it for support, I like it for resistance on a reversion back to the upside. So that's the play, at least what I'm going to be looking at here. Tesla's headed back into the south side, but I said I wanted to look at open door. It's almost at $3. $3 was the go zone 2 days ago. For anyone that was trading a couple of days ago, you're going to remember what happened. Well, maybe if you were trading open door, you'd remember at the $3 level. It was a huge bounce on that 4 short, and then when it lost it in the afternoon, it was afternoon resistance. So $3, the even dollars are just levels on open. I'm going to be looking for that short as it comes in. Any break of trend or a fail break at 3 even, and I want to look to hit the short over there.
Okay, guys. Trade the Pool right now. With Trade the Pool swing programs, you can access up to $40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. You can hold positions overnight, hold over the weekend, and enjoy limited risk thanks to one-time evaluation fee, no monthly payments, no hidden costs. Take Vicente there, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. Congratulations, Vicente. He's already locked in over $23,000 in profits. His top performer, NMAX. Wow, good job, Vicente there. You shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,700. Trade the Pool is a swing trader for the tools, capital, and everything to thrive as a prop trader. Scan the QR code today to enjoy your 10% off. And there's that QR code right there. And again, just some different individual names there. What up to Vicente and company right there as he makes a nice trade. All right, so we've got some nice trades happening right here as well as NVIDIA making its way back upside. We're going to skim, not scam, some out of NVIDIA right now as we go upside. We have Randy coming. He's going to be bringing us some coffees pretty soon, so that's going to be good. And there goes Google again. Yes, sir. It is now into that dollar club range, nicely cooking now to the upside as we bought that strength right there, and now we watch it go back up to the upside as we pretty much make everything back right there. I don't know about you today, but I'm going to be red so far here, waiting for these names to get back to the upside and just really just sort of suffering a little bit of those downside plays, but happy to hold on to Google here moving forward.
Yeah, 1 for 3 with Palantir being flat because Palantir's about to break that. Palantir's going to break 155. I don't know if they have your order out there.
I don't.
So 1 for 3, but at the end of the day, nothing was as good for me as open was because open was my best stock yesterday. Google needed to hold that 194 because I was more aggressive at my level at 194 than anywhere else. But it's fine. It's going to get back up. I shouldn't speak in certainty. It's headed back up to the 194 level. I am still covering it out in front because this is the big level for me. And just going back over to Palantir and Grunfeld, we will look at QuantumScape. There's a lot of earnings names that are not getting traded. You literally cannot trade all of them. But Palantir about to go, that can't be right. Palantir just hit the high that it's not green. Oh, because it closed exactly at the highs? Okay, so Palantir closed exactly at the high, so technically it's not green yet on Palantir. When I see this, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the aftermarket. So Palantir, almost green. There's been no dip at all since it held at 153. It did a nasty liquidity grab, by the way. It just feels like this one's off to the races. 155.7 is the all-time high. I still want to be long before that. I'll wait for a pullback into 154. If there was resistance there early, I'll look for support because VWAP is now a full percentage away on Palantir. It's absolutely fine. There's no question about its relative strength. And yes, QuantumScape, usually, I would have lost that bet. I thought QuantumScape was going to be the biggest percentage mover yesterday, just because it's short flowed and the nature of the beast here. If you had told me that QuantumScape would move less than IBM percentage-wise, I would have lost money or be eating like a pineapple pizza or something nonsense like that. But I did say it's not going to be flat, so I don't have to worry about that one. It's flying to the upside. It's a squeeze play. It was down on earnings, even though they technically beat. It actually lost less money than expected, so it was down, and it is now squeezing to the upside. If you do break 14, things get very hairy for the shorts, as that's the big resistance level of the last couple of days. So it's still inside move for QS here, so I wouldn't get too caught up with it, trying to go for it. It's still well under the expected move. It was expected to move like 15%. It went down 6 and is now up 3. So very much inside of a chop range. A break of 14 would look a little bit more interesting there. So Alphabet's trying to go. Opens almost at 3, everybody. And Palantir, I'm moving my dip buy. Now we got to look for the 154 instead of the volume weighted average price.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a pullback there in Google, like we had just said there. We're starting to get some out there at the 50-period moving average. We don't have to wait around for this name to go. We've already taken some hits on this, so just be able to scam. Why keep saying scam? Skim out of some of these would be a good one. EWJ. Yesterday we had that big deal with Japan. Again, the greatest deal of all time, and today's still up again. EWJ. So it's trying to hold out for some of these levels. We looked at Toyota Motors yesterday. That was a play that had come in to the upside one more time there. Looks like I was just trying to watch out for NVIDIA because maybe we are starting to pull back a little bit here as the NASDAQ does not want to get anywhere really near VWAP or the 50-period moving average. Again, right there, the S&P 500 does hit record highs. The Dow yesterday as well. Market volume above the 20-period moving average yesterday of over 19 billion. So I think that's a lot of that is due to stocks like Opendoor and some of these other names that obviously are just pumping through big pieces of volume every single day. So we're going to have to watch out for some of these names continuously going. I mean, there's Opendoor. A lot of you are trading Opendoor, so know everything about this name. But $3 looks like it wants to break. Look at that straight line upside right now on Open. So congratulations anybody that's on this name as it continues to work out for everybody there. It looks like there's a buyer chasing this name up. There goes Opendoor right now. Another name we talked about, KSS. Kohl's starting to go as well. That's straight up. So these meme stocks, although yesterday we didn't necessarily trade them that well with Donut and BBAI, but they are trying to go a little bit today. Big Bear AI falls off of that $8 mark again there yesterday. VIX probably making a little bit of a move around today. We can have a quick look. It looks like it's down 2% here today for the VIX. Down 2% right there. So we can, we can have a quick little look. We want to close that little Forex window. But there it goes here. If we look at let's look at a 5-minute chart here for the VIX. So yeah, starting to move lower here as the market seems to want to go higher. So it's all making sense there with the VIX, and again, down 2.5%. So with this market just floating around, I think there might be some good value at some point here to pick up said VIX at some of these levels, just because of the strength that we've been seeing in the overall market lately. Good time to maybe hedge into some strength there or some weakness in the VIX and try to get that back again right there. The trade deals, we still wait for EU and for China. But despite all of that, we can see what's happening with the S&P 500. Yeah, and Canada. Yeah, the largest trade partner. Yeah, we got to make sure that we do have Canada mentioned in there as well. So we'll see if they can get something going there. But there's the SPY, and here's what we're talking about right now. Still green, still at all-time highs. So yeah, lots of economic drivers today, but again, mainly waiting on Trump. He tends to speak around noon hour. So
That's
we do
how you
have our
roll.
midday show. The boys will be covering everything Trump-related, obviously. On
The
that.
visit too, as well, right? Like this, it's unprecedented. This visit to the Fed and what it could possibly mean. It's just
Right.
It's just more of the shakeup of, I don't know. Other people would use the term intimidation, but obviously the president's voicing his disagreement with the path that they're taking. I don't know. Was he going to go for a tour? Is he actually going to talk to them? Like who? That's the thing that gets me. We don't really know what's going to happen at 4 o'clock. Which, with that uncertainty, is it going to be a press conference? I have no idea. He's just visiting the Fed, and I don't know any details. Yeah. But no president's even gone there before because it's supposed to be separate. But anyways, we'll find out. And we haven't talked about earnings after the bell. I'm going to look at one of those names in just a second, but I got to point out the second I can draw you another trend line from the bottom on Alphabet, but suffice to say it broke it and then lost the prior bar, so that trailed me out, but it's right back in. I'm inclined to not wait for the low. If it reestablishes 93s, then I'll jump in here and jump back into the long on Alphabet. But for now, I did trail out of it. Palantir broke 155 very briefly. It's back. It actually didn't really fall very far. I'm still waiting for 154.
Oh, it did break 155.
It broke 155, but then instantly came right back in. If it can hold above, I don't want to be taking the all-time high break. It's just a random number, 155.70. So if it ends up closing above 155 and taking that high again, the second time through, I might take the second break. But I'm still looking for the dip buy into the prior high. Like my bid's out there in front of 154, but if it breaks a second time, that way I can still be long going into the all-time high as opposed to taking that breakout trade. Open, are you gonna go to 3? Maybe not. Maybe this does not want to go to $3 before turning. That's already a trend break on open. All right, I'm gonna I always put the stop in first, and I will never stop doing that because it saved me on Kohl's. I don't know, so Kohl's at the open, it was up a bajillion % and went to when the instant up halt, it's going to at the open, and we like that trade? So I went to go long on the up halt, but I put my stop first in case it didn't halt.
Right, that's a good move.
It didn't halt.
Right, and then you
I got a 4-cent hit on Kohl's, and it dropped like $7 instantly.
Yuck.
It was the greatest fill ever. I was like, I cannot believe that I didn't even get slipped there because it dropped like a rock. But that's why you have a stop order when you're going into a stock like this. So I already have my stop. Open is broken trend, but it's like 91 is the high. So if it breaks 92, I'm out. We'll look for the volume weighted average price. Ooh, I had more shares, I thought, at 87 because I don't like going all the way down to 85. But I did not get filled there.
Yeah, I do.
So I'm just going to leave the orders in at 85. Palantir starting to pull back, and we might get that dip buy.
Alibaba, nice move there as well here. So that's a good one, man, up to 123. We'll have to wait to see what happens with Alibaba, of course, and that was rest his soul. But was it Charlie Munger really did like this name, so we'll have to wait to see when and if that comes into play there for us. But Alibaba, nice move up there to 123 and change, still trying to go. Google not, again, back into 192.50, so that was that punch level that we had there, and we had done pretty good getting out of it as we played momentum back there to the upside. We'll have to wait to see if it wants to go. You're already on Palantir. We like that play. I did like the 155 break, but I'd taken too many breaks, so we did not take that one, although it is pulling back in nicely right now, so we'll have to wait for that. I think we should have just punched. I mean, I know you just talked about open door and everything like that. This $3 break, could be something again there on open doors. So I think that that's something to look out for and think positively about, because we could get that right there on open doors. So that would be a good little break level for sure. But yeah, all right, let's go back over, I think, to Neil, and we'll talk about one of our sponsors.
Let's talk about eSignal, everybody. First month is still free. So whether you want to pull up a hot list and see what's moving, Soxel, AMD, Amazon are at the top of mind right now. Google's right there as well. Or maybe you want to test out some new strategies like Bollinger Bands or moving average crosses, whatever it is. It's an easy to use and reliable platform, and you can try it out for the first month free with eSignal. You can trade directly through multiple brokers. You have API access, so you can automate your trades. You can look at the level 2. I happen to have Broadcom up here, man. That even pulled back as well. Been a nasty one for some of these longs. I just have my trade rate up so you can see what's moving the fastest. Tesla up here, the Qs. ETH. We'll take a look at ETH at some point because that's an SBET both popping up the list. We know Bitcoin isn't moving much, but hey, that's why you want something which is going to give you those hot lists. So shout out to eSignal. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. 1 month free. Really? Yeah. Can you go wrong with that kind of a price? You don't like it, you don't have to stick with it. And it's entitlement based, so you can add the entitlements that you want. Look at the markets you want and nothing more, nothing less. I love that kind of an a la carte platform, so you're not paying for a bunch of crap you don't need, right? So shout out to eSignal there, and I have to check. It's not often that we see ETH popping up on that list. So, oh yeah. See, this is why you want a hot list. Bitcoin doing, it's not like it's not moving, it's kind of moving, but breaking out the highs on volume is ETH as we speak. Don't know why, but it's happening, everybody. So there you go. Live, it was nowhere near on that hot list. It popped up. You see it breaking out those highs. Clearly, if I had, instead of finishing talking about eSignal, if you had just gone right over when I saw that pop in, you could have had at least a few shekels out there taking the break of the high. I'm not going to chase it. But I can tell you, open, I did get that fill up at 87. So I'm going to play this into the volume weighted average price.
We're doing something here.
It is a super, super strong name, obviously. So any pullbacks are always to the volume weighted average price in this particular case.
All right, we're starting to go, man. We do have a new position alert right now. We have Amazon. Amazon was a name that we were looking at. It does fall back in. We're going to take the long here against the 200 period moving average. Let's wait to see if it goes, man. I mean, the market really needs to get going here. I mean, Nvidia's just had a nice move. Let's take some more out at 42 if we're lucky enough to get it. We just got a 48 and realized that it just bounced again off VWAP and the 200 period. So we are getting out. We just got, we didn't get that 42. We got 2 fills out here, one at 45, one at 50s or so, right back into VWAP. So we'll take some out at 33s. Can we get some 33s here or not? Right there for NVIDIA. There it goes. Did we get that? No, we did not. For NVIDIA. So let's see if it wants to continue to go as the market's trying to break through right now, VWAP. So, what's been a good day here for many of the names. We can look over at Home Depot and some of these housing names as well. 376 and change now for Home Depot. So this one not moving around. The volume's not quite there right here for HD. The big play that we liked before was Broadcom. So AVGO right here, 285 and change. There goes Broadcom. Again, move down, right? We all thought that off of that move yesterday in the CapEx play for Google, that Broadcom, because we know that they're in a lot of deals there with Google, helping them sort of fabricate, manufacture some of those chips. More money coming into the place, but looks like AVGO wants to go to the other way as well. But that SBET, as we just heard in our ear, of course, continues to go. And this is that Ethereum trust play. So there goes 27.35, 27 and change. Right now, breaking higher goes SBET. BMNR, what's up to Tom Lee and everybody else over there as well, as we watch out for this. BMNR trying to go upside here as well. So yeah, a little bit of a violent day here for Ethereum and whatnot. It doesn't look like we have much going on in Bitcoin, but it looks like we're trying to actually, I take that back, 119 right now for BTC, looking like it wants to go. I got to reopen up another chart as I've lost one over here.
I'm going to refresh. I always find with my Binance charts, I have to refresh it on Bitcoin. Because sometimes I'll just leave it open, so I always have the price, and then I'll go back to it and realize we're at 118 again because I didn't refresh it after multiple days. But very quickly, that SBET, I don't know if you pointed out, but this actually has some room. Remember, make sure you're following what's going on with ETH if you happen to be looking at SBET, because you wouldn't want ETH to pull back heavily and then you're not banking some profit. So I would make sure you keep that for sure. Just one quick note on Open, because I wanted to say something about the chips. Open just bounced off 75, so the trend break, it happened at the high, playing back into the volume weighted average price. Remember, this is a squeeze name against the grain, so I have my targets out. If it breaks 75, I move my stop from the high of the day to at least this 85 area, the break-even spot where it broke the trend. But it needs to break down first to make that change. And I did want to point out in chipland, well,
like that.
So you see that bounce that you're getting in the market? You know the bounce that you're getting in NVIDIA right now? This is the bounce that you're getting in Intel. They report tonight. They're down 2%. There is something to be said about when it's been really, really bad. Could it possibly get any worse? They're golden crossing this if it even holds here like 1 or 2 more days. This is a pivotal moment for Intel. That being said, every report's been bad. One kernel of strength, and I think this thing could get up to 28, 29 bucks. But it hasn't happened yet. If they disappoint, you're waiting for 18, 19 like you always have been. But looking for excuses for this to have bottomed out, it's having trouble breaking off the low even as we speak. And Rivian Millionaire in the chat. What up, Rivian Millionaire? We appreciate all our viewers, but long-time viewer, we love you. Block back at $80. Good news, yeah, Block's back at $80. Bad news, yuck. Look at the pullback on this thing. This was a buy program basically at the open. Maybe it was just like a buy and bounce or something. And then right back to resistance at 80. So at the open, it just went parabolic, it looks like. And then faded 81, and then right back into 80, and it can't seem to break away from 80. Added to the S&P 500, it's flat. The good news is it's really holding on to the gap since the news that it was going to be added. So there hasn't been a sell the news event, but it's just consolidating in here. I want to see it break out of this consolidation before I do anything. I traded off the 80 level yesterday. I'm not that inclined to do it again, but it's doing much better than, say, Datadog did after they were added. And a lot of times you'll see this. We saw it with Uber way back when, but certainly over here when Datadog got its nod into the S&P, gapped up, lost support, and then filled in the gap before bouncing again. I don't think you're out of the woods yet with Block for that sell the news because it's just going sideways.
All right. I'm just trying to do the same stuff as we've been doing here. I mean, the reason why we're going long on Amazon is we had that huge cloud number from Google. We had AWS going back up to the upside. As we know, they've been successful. You've seen Microsoft as well. And then there's the pullback in for Amazon right off the 200 period moving average. And I actually should be long down here at 230.50 instead of 230.80 where we are long at. But we don't even have a good price, man. So while we came back up into 231 and change, we got some out in the 10s and whatnot. But this could definitely make that move down even more here off Amazon, especially if the market does fail. So this is going to be the last sort of straw for me. If we do come back into 230 and change, we will take that right now. So on AMZN, we're going to average in to this trade if we're lucky enough to get that. We're going to let NVIDIA try to chill out a little bit as well. I mean, look, man, I'm trying to do the same thing as all of us. We can have a quick look at some of these crypto names moving around here today as we had a huge move up, and I was actually debating selling some Solana there, got north of 200, now at 187. We had XRP up near that 350 level, I believe, is how high we went up. Yeah, we got as high right there as 355 for XRP, so that was a play there. She could have got out. Now you're down about 10% from there, down to 320, so down 30 cents, that's 10%. Dogecoin as well, that's actually held out pretty good. I believe the high for Doge was around 27 or so-ish. Yeah, 27 and change. So everything pulling back about that 10%. As you can see, we've already talked about Ethereum right now. That's still up that 8% over the last 7 days. You know, really matching Solana. Dogecoin still outperforming. Cardano flat over the last 7 days. They got into $1, I believe, or so for Cardano. No, not that high there. 88, I think. Was the high. So yeah, they're all pulling back 10% there. So as some of these crypto names continue to pull back in, you know, I don't know enough about any of these other coins, but maybe some of you guys do. Put in the chat there what coin you guys like. If there's anything down here that, you know, may tickle your fancy in those areas, because really I'm just in all of the big ones. I still do have Ethereum. I'm still in Ethereum. I don't have the coin. I have ETHH here in Canada. So
Canada.
I bought that as soon as
first
that was
ETF,
listed. Yeah, first ETF, and Ethereum's still down from when that ETF got listed. This is what's been happening in the market overall today. Not much weakness, man, except for this guy right there, Tesla. Right now, Tesla going downside pretty nicely right down 8.4%. But if you're looking broad market, man, Berkshire. You guys know that we like some Berkshire, so shout out to everybody that's been buying that on dips. We like that play there as well. Amazon, Walmart, both upside. Costco down, which is kind of interesting there as well. McDonald's down today as we had weakness in Chipotle, CMG. Of course, Apple flat. You know I'm trying to dip by some Apple as well. Google up 1.3%, but it doesn't feel like that, does it? As Google's been only downside, it seems like, all day, and including right now, as there goes Google again, turning around. So we're not going to average into this, man. If this breaks 191, that's the low of the day. I think we can hold it all the way back there. It's not going to kill my net one way or the other, but what's been really helping it out, and we're going to go green right there. It's going to be pretty much your number one P&L name here, show wide, is going to be NVIDIA, because we've been holding out hope that this name wants to go back to the upside, and there goes NVDA right now. So a nice shot there for NVIDIA, moving higher for us here today. My number one P&L name, obviously, is going to be NVIDIA. Well, Amazon, actually, right now. But, okay, we do have an interview to get to.
We do.
So Brendan's ready to rock and roll.
Ready.
It's going to be a good one. Let's go over to the desk and find out what's up with our interview of the day.
Back in the crypto spectrum once again, Sunny Ray is president of Matador Technologies. MATA is the ticker on the TSX Venture Exchange here in Toronto. Recent listing. Sunny, first of all, welcome. It's great to have you here. Why don't we start with a little bit of an overview of the company itself and a little bit of a backstory here. Wonderful to have you.
Yeah, it's nice to be here. Thanks for having me. So Matador isn't just a company, it's more a movement. Think of us as a MicroStrategy of Canada. We are not just holding Bitcoin as a treasury asset, but we're also building on top of it. And we believe that Bitcoin is the hardest money the world has ever invented. And as a result, we're going all in on it.
You, the company, recently raised $100 million in convertible note facility through ATW Partners. Why, I guess, why now is the right time for the funding round? And where do you see this going to?
Yeah, so with ATW, we're really excited about that partnership. You know, we don't just see them as a source of capital or investor. We see them as a strategic alliance partner. What this does is it really aligns the two groups in a way such that we can achieve our goal of getting to 1,000 BTC by next year. And we stated recently that we'd like to get to 6,000 BTC by 2027. And what this opportunity does, it really opens up the doors for us to be able to achieve that goal in short order.
Yeah, give us a little more detail, I guess, when it comes to the partnership itself. I mean, you talked a little bit about the company's plan of getting to such a lofty amount. What does ATW specifically, provide in that?
Yeah, so we chose this convertible note mainly because it's smart money. It aligns with our growth and our overall mission of accumulating Bitcoin on the balance sheet.
Right.
And it does it in a way that is minimally dilutive to our shareholders and also allows us to really increase our Bitcoin per share, which is one of our key metrics.
Right. When it comes to this world that we're living in now, where this has become so popular and so heavily talked about, what can investors really take from the company's message, and what do you say to the investors themselves to tell that story and give them reason to jump on board too?
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been in the Bitcoin space for nearly 12 years. I started India's first Bitcoin exchange. I had an opportunity to work for companies like Kraken, and I've really had a chance to see the Bitcoin price go from $10 to it's $150,000 today, and my resolve for this industry has never been higher. And yeah. I think what we're seeing now is we're seeing not just nation states adopt, Bitcoin, like we've seen in El Salvador, what we're seeing happen in the US. We're not just seeing Fidelities and the BlackRocks of the world adopting Bitcoin, but now we're starting to see public companies en masse realizing that Bitcoin is really the future of money.
Yeah.
And so when you look at us, we are big fans of what MicroStrategy is doing, what Metaplanet in Japan is doing. In fact, one of our main backers is David Bailey, Donald Trump's Bitcoin guy.
Sure.
And we believe that we have the right team to kind of not just attain the goals of accumulating Bitcoin, but what makes us unique is that we also believe in building on top of Bitcoin.
Right.
So we're building real-world assets on top of Bitcoin.
So much focus was placed on what happened in Washington over the past couple of weeks with some of these bills getting through. What does it mean, from the industry standpoint? What does it mean in your perspective? Finally seeing this regulatory infrastructure and this regulatory stance being put into place.
Oh, it's a dream come true. I mean, 12, 13 years ago, we were the ones getting uninvited from family dinner parties.
Yeah.
People would laugh at us. But today, to see again the top institutions in the world adopting Bitcoin in mass gives us a tremendous amount of confidence that we're on the right path.
Yeah, I was having a conversation with someone this week actually, and he kept bringing up the point of the simple fact that when it was 50,000, when it was 60,000, people were saying this is crazy. It's never going to go higher. It's doubled since then. Why doesn't it double from where it is today? Even how do you make that argument or against that argument at this point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't feel the need to sell it as much anymore. I feel like it's on people to explain to me why they think it won't succeed. In fact, I think the fact that Bitcoin's come so far is amazing, but we really believe we're in the first inning right now. We think that Bitcoin's just getting warmed up.
Yeah, so I mean, the company has lofty goals here. You mentioned a couple, 6,000 Bitcoin by 2027, aiming to become a top 20 corporate holder globally.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to leave investors with as we continue here?
Yeah, another, I think, very unique thing about our business is that about 10 months ago, we also recognized that there's a clear and present opportunity in the Indian market. So last year, I believe the top performing stock in the world was Metaplanet.
Right.
So we're taking a page out of their book, and we've recently seeded a company called HODL Systems in India, which Matador owns 24.9% of. And we believe that will also be a tremendous market.
It's growing for sure. I mean, we've had months on this show where India jumps up to our third largest audience. So you're speaking to a lot of them right now.
Okay.
So you're in the right spot.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go. A little bit more details on the deal here for Matador. Check them out, guys. MATA, the ticker, TSX Venture Exchange, MATAF. For our friends south of the border on the OTC market. Sunny Ray, president of Matador Technologies. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Very much to Sunny there.
There you go.
We're all on.
Professional.
Yeah, explain to me why we're not breaking out. You can say, we've been talking about it for the day trade when we're looking at Bitcoin versus ETH, and a lot of times that's what happens when Bitcoin makes a big, massive rally is you get the alts going and Bitcoin goes sideways. But last I checked, when you look at the daily, on Bitcoin, I'm not a charter market technician, but we know consolidation.
Sorry. That was me.
We know consolidation when we see it and a potential breakout looming. What I love about this is there hasn't been a retest of the prior breakout high. It's just holding a higher, and that's always a bit of a good sign. Coming back to the market, I got out of Palantir, but one thing that we didn't really discuss is, look, Tesla obviously missing everywhere on their earnings. Rivian down on sympathy just broke through some pretty decent support here. Rivian catching some strays here potentially from that Tesla report as it's down 3.5% in its own right. Tesla down 9%, obviously, but they're the ones that reported earnings. So not a very good look here for Rivian at all. But I did want to show Palantir. There was no particular catalyst for Palantir. That said, sometimes Palantir liquidity grabs and then just goes up for a couple of days. So would liquidity grab the bottom? It did just resist 155. So on a 15-minute chart, look at this. It's just resisting the 155. I think continue to buy the dips and something that's holding the trend to the upside pretty much since about 10 o'clock and that opening range was set. The other thing that's going on, everybody, is you've got OKLO, breaking highs. The thing you got to consider about that, all of that CapEx spend for Alphabet was like the nuclear names, the power names, right? So now Oklo not necessarily directly related. The bigger boys are going to move on that, but squeezing up 13%. Alphabet's a rising tide, and the capital spend of the big hyperscalers, and we'll get a few more of them with Microsoft and Amazon later. That spend is going to help these stocks, and it's going to make the shorts start to quake. And that's what's happening on Oklo. And you saw that. We saw it yesterday. GV had good earnings and they broke higher. But Oklo 52-week highs as it continues to go. This is a play that works especially when we got the numbers that we got a big surprise on CapEx spend with Alphabet. It was like 85 versus they were expecting 70. They had 75 previously. So big move. Oklo is squeezing to the upside. I could have held on to Open Door. I had this one to the short side, but I moved my stop to break even. I'm now out of that one. A mean reversion play. With those squeeze plays, I don't want to sit there thinking that every time you've got the top, when it came right back in, held the prior high, I'm jumping out at break even. I'll look for another opportunity there. It could easily be done for the day, but I'd want to see it either fail under VWAP or wait for another test of that big and crucial $3 area.
All right, just looking around, we can upgrade our season seats for the hockey here.
Ooh.
Well, we already have we have 2 seats that aren't the greatest and 4 seats that are, so we're thinking about doing that one. But yeah, shout out Matador there. Great interview. Thanks, Brendo, for all of that. But let's go. Let's go right now. So NVIDIA, big time positivity right now happening for your boy here on NVIDIA as it continues to climb higher right there. Now taking down 173. There it goes, man. 171.50. This is now $1.50 in the money. We're good to go on that one. And the newest position. Let's go, man. It's Amazon. We talked about this one. We like this trade. Get me out at 9. I'm waiting at 19s. I don't know. We can't get filled there, but that's me sitting there. Out there we go. We get it. Nice move up there for 19s now as we dip by in to Amazon. And as the market now finally gets going, it'll be actually a pretty good day after all. You know, we'll wind up losing there on Google, which is fine. But at the end of the day, 2 for 3. Up on NVIDIA, down on Google, and obviously Amazon continues to be king right there for me as well. So pretty good day overall. I want to say to everybody, thank you so much for coming by and hitting the like and hitting the subscribe button for us over and over again. You guys do it every day, and it means a lot as we go through renovations right here. We want to thank you all for putting up with sometimes our mics are a little bit off or whatever, but there it is right there, 957. Let's see if we can get this to 1,200 real quick, man. Over 7,500 of you watching right now. And, you know, we know it's summertime and it can be a little bit slow for that, but hit the like, hit the subscribe, and thank you to everybody. Oh boy, Neil, now we're really starting to go, man. This is turning out to be what a day here as there goes Amazon again. Wow, you never know. Like, we didn't have Amazon on our radar here today. We should have because of the cloud, and there it goes. But nicely traded there as it comes right back now to the upside. So go NVIDIA, go Google, go Amazon. Right now in total, 250 in the money. So these 3 positions, I know Neil's flat, but we're 250 in the money right now. We'll be, like I said, we'll be slightly red because of Google today, but overall, pretty good day. And I hope that you guys are able to take some trades with us there, as it's been a pretty good one over here with only 45 seconds left. Good day overall, man. I'd say pick up some VIX if you're worried about anything.
Yeah, I'm thinking about picking up some Google myself. I just want to quickly go to this IPO that's halted. It's a very, 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 very small IPO, $6 million. I know people are like, hey, LHAI is halted again. It's halted 3 times since opening up, and it's done less than 500,000 shares. So just understand liquidity is the reason it's halting, and liquidity is non-existent. I'm not touching this thing. The tap is currently $13, so it's indicating it's going to open higher one more time in there. So you've got to be... If you have a strategy that works for this, fair enough, but I can't remember an IPO that halted 3 times and still hadn't even done 1 million shares in volume, but that's because it was literally 6 million at issue at $4. It's a triple up. No one ever went broke taking profit. That's all I got to say with that bad boy. Just be careful. Be careful out there. Those stocks can be crazy. What is going, and we talked about this with Bitcoin, ETH continues to rally. That's at highs and just continuing to go. I'm a little bit surprised that with ETH going, Circle is down 5%, but the anchored VWAP from the low, not the recent low, but from the actual bottom, is about 190 on Circle. So with ETH going, this is about to test the anchored VWAP all the way from the first day of trade on Circle at 190. I'm going to look for a bounce off that 190 level, so long as we still have some momentum going out there in ETH. It is 11 o'clock, everybody, so we'll be back at 2. We got to throw you on over. We got Joey options, we got Sharif, and IPA. Ooh, it's going to be a warm day today. Wouldn't be a bad day to get an IPA. So let's go over to Joey options and the professor, Sharif. Go get them, boys.
Paint sheets.
Like when Donald's staring at us there at the screen.
Yeah, Donnie.
Boom. Oh, assassino. Well, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That is your boy Joey Options, and no, we did not.
Oh shit. Oh
plan.
dang. Oh dang.
You got. Whoa.
I got reds on. I got reds on.
All right,
I got reds on. No, I got reds on. Yeah. We're all right, man.
I think we could be like the same outfit, just different pants.
Yeah.
But
Shout out
everything's
Fashion Nova. Maybe we'll get a Fashion Nova.
You're about that Fashion Nova life?
I'm about yeah. What do you mean? Come on.
I'm more about that Shein life.
Oh,
but,
all right.
I pretend that because I've actually never bought anything from there, Joey. So
from Shein? Mm-hmm. I don't think. No, I definitely haven't. I definitely haven't either.
No.
It's
bro o'clock. Someone hit the fail there. I don't know who it was. Shout out to Jay Haas, Cisco, Alberto, Fibonacci, the fifth. Salutations right back at you. The OG Darwin dancing up a storm. Shout out to Rhino Day and Liddy Bands 7. Bravo on the great name. Shout out to Sid. Shout out to Alan Bomb. Bomb Noir. Calm down. You're killing me with ETH. Kirk D, Echo Max, Stephen and ATN. Sorry. Gorev, the OG. We got Roberto Trader without stress. I like that. Mr. Ducats as well. Shout out to Shrush, Mike, P. My guy. Shout out to Rustam, dropping cash already quick as you like in the super chat. Thank you very much for the $2. ORSHBIYA and open. I got one of those. I got open. We'll get to them in a hot second, but we've got 3 trades on right now, Joey. We're printing up a storm right now on my friend, very good friend, at least so far it is, IXHL. Where are we at? We're long 41s. We just cleared 46. I got a couple of entries on this bad boy, so we're going to keep an eye out on this one, but it's SOGG that's in a lot of trouble right now. It's going to have to hold that 10 penny area. We added into this one. Let's go ahead and throw the out there super quick for SOGG. It's going to have to hold this area. It is losing it and losing it fast. It's at the 10 EMA, and we already got stopped out. So we'll take a quick L there on my not good friend SOGG, but we'll keep an eye out on that. And I'm in IPA as well. That's the one Neil was referring to there in the on the end of the morning show. I will not be drinking any IPAs today.
Oh.
I won't.
Why would? Oh, okay.
Number one, I don't drink as much anymore, obviously. I did admit to you guys I had 1 glass of wine on the weekend, so that was the first time that we've had a drink since New Year's, but I'm not a beer guy.
Not a beer guy, eh? That's crazy.
It just bloats you, bro.
Yeah, but
it's an excess.
Dude, you know what I'll tell you what, hold on now. I'll tell you right now, there is nothing better than ripping some hockey, being exhausted, and then just having the crispiness of an ice cold, fresh out the keg, beer ski, and it just everything is all good. Everything is all good after. You're just like, oh, I feel perfect. This is exactly what I need. Ultimate refreshment. Never mind refreshment.
What else
this is what we're talking about. We shorted a little Tesla here this morning, guys. Screen. Yeah, so there it is. We were short Tesla. We add a little bit more, take some off, and then we did get stopped out, but there it goes. Just absolutely cruising for a bruising right there, guys. But shout out to my guy, Money Mitch. Swing alert, swing alert. Here we are. Shout out my guy, ETHA. Yeah, we started grabbing into this one yesterday. My VIX calls, taking it on the chin right there. But everything else, cooking up a storm. But swing alert is what we got going on. And I'm going to build really heavy into this Ethereum position. I'm ready to rock and roll. Genius Act, I love it. So yeah, you just got to go with the flow. And I think if something extremely positive in all seriousness and something like that comes around, I think we're going through a massive change with just the likes of AI and all this stablecoin talk. And there's a way that we can take advantage of it, us as traders, swing traders, intraday trader, whatever you may be. It's just taking advantage of these economic changes that we're going through. And I think Ethereum is going to be at the forefront of this. And we've explained a little bit about that earlier. But yeah, anyways, Tesla, it was all right. I took a little scalp on Google. I did get stopped out on the first trade there. So Google, we took a long, and then we get stopped out. But then I took another little scalp the tape flipped on me, so I just got out of the trade right away. And thankfully I did, because I was long here, and if I just held that, that would have been, we would have been having a bad time. And when you're supposed to pizza and you're French frying, you typically have a bad time, all right? So, yeah, he's from South Park.
Okay,
so, yeah. They're going,
I was like,
they're doing ski lessons. It's like, all right, French fry and then pizza. So when you're supposed to pizza and you're French frying, you're typically having a bad time, because you're not stopping at the end of the day.
Gotcha.
But that's what we got going on for the session, guys. I'm looking for some more potential trades. Oh, I also, if you want to call me Joey Ball Dropper, you can do that as well too, because I messed this one up here on Bitcoin as I entered, went to add right here, and I took it all out, and I'm like, oh, I can't chase it anymore. So yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake, but go Ethereum, go baby. Let's see what else we got cooking up.
All right, guys, we're involved here in IXHL, so I got stopped out of, as I mentioned, SOWG. That one's looks like it's going to lose $1, but IXHL is on the warpath to the high side. It's taken out all my exits so far. Let's go ahead and layer orders. Let me see the sharage situation so we don't take out too much too quickly. Let's go ahead and wait at the $0.50, and I'm also going to post at every 2-penny increment. Let's see if we can get, boom, blow through that $0.50. This feels like a flat top break waiting to happen, much like this one here on IPA, also taking out my orders to the high side. Don't have as many shares though. Full disclosure on IPA, but I will post at 28. So what I mean by flat top break, guys, is when we keep getting into that same area, that same price level, and you always are met with selling and it rejects that area only to make a drop back down. What's key in that case is to look, the drop back down, is it higher than the previous drop back down area? So we call those areas troughs, or like, drops in the price action. So here's what I see: area trough, and another area trough, all the while maintaining that same stubborn price level of $1.49, $1.50 to the high side. So you have higher lows, but not necessarily higher highs. It's that same flat top. So that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a lot of chop and churn, a penny or two away from that $1.50. Right now we're chopping and churning at $1.48. What do we got on? A $1.41. And I still have an order to dip trade. We'll see if that one ends up triggering. So IXHL up 46%, looking real good over here. Arthur, ATHR. I'm just going to call this Arthur. This is a bit more spready. We got 12 pennies, 10 pennies now currently on the spread. It's at a nice area right now. This $9 area, there's a triple area of support. You got VWAP, the 10 EMA, and the whole dollar level all pointing to a support area. Alas, it's already breached it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take small share size, and I'm going to give this to below 880s. All right, I want to give this one a try. All right, so we're going to give this one the old community college try, and we're going to wait at 875 for out there, and we're going to give it some room. So where do we get it? We got in Joey at 13s. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't even want to be in 13s. I'm not going to lie to you. My mom gets upset when I say that, because she's born on the 13th. Ooh, she takes it with great offense, Joseph.
Yeah,
like everything revolves around her. Kind of like Ram Ram. You know what I mean? Like, so what?
Man,
I gotta take shots at you, girl. You're sitting here in front of me. You're in my way, right? You're in my line of sight. I gotta take shots at Ram Ram. No, we're playing, of course, Ram Ram the OG.
You know what? Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what I need? You see, you got the He-Man, the power thing.
Yeah, Joey. Sorry, I gotta interrupt. No. Sorry,
go ahead.
Boom! Oh my goodness! Go IXHL go! I can't even say the ticker, bro. This thing is on the warpath right now, guys. Look at this breakout right now, Joey. We are doing it freaking live on IXHL. Let's not take out too much too quickly. We want to leave a piece for the dream. Big breakout, Joseph. Can you guess which ticker? IXHL.
IXHL.
Hey, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's all right. It's irrelevant anyways. We'll just continuously move forward because I have to talk with production about that one. But either way, either way is fine. That's the one.
What happened?
That's the scene from Superbad. It's like when Seth is like, yeah, either way is fine. Yeah. I need that one so I can hit it. So it's either I win the trade or I lose it. Either way is fine. Right? So that's right. Shout out to all my Superbad fans out there. But yeah, guys, I'm super big cooling right now because Ether. I was looking at this. This is what happens when you just don't take trades when you're supposed to, and especially when it's like, Joe, you're swinging it. Why aren't you intraday trading this thing? It's like, yeah, well, I don't know, man. Sometimes I gotta think to myself, like, self, why do you do things like that? Stealing that one from Katina, man. But anyways, yeah. So Ethereum just on the warpath right now, as Sharif said earlier. And then also Bitcoin as well too. We fumbled that bag, so that's okay. So we'll keep an eye on this. Any form of a pullback, we'll look for the continuation of the trend. What are you laughing at?
Idiots in the chat. Go ahead.
What they think?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Go ahead.
Either way is fine. All right. So there it is, guys. ETHA it's only put in a couple red. Okay, actually, now I'll eat that word quick. But since we've breached the volume weighted average price and some of these key pre-market highs, we have one red candle, right? So this thing's absolutely buzzing right now. We'll pull up on the daily to see what we got cooking. And I was just adding into this strength right here. So I think if we have the ability to breach this is going to be our next target around 31. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Zach Buller, thank you. Thoughts for the $2 super chat. Excuse me, thoughts on BMNR. Yeah, let's take a look at that.
Oh, baby.
Would you look at that there? BM.
That's down your alley because they've been Bitcoin. Adding ETH like crazy.
Yeah. This is my guy Tom Lee, isn't it? Yeah. So I think it is. So yeah, fact check me, Chad. Is this Tom Lee's thing that he's got going on with BitMine? So 4250, it's looking really good. I mean, Bitcoin's moving higher, Ethereum's moving higher. Some really good stuff right there, Sharif.
All right, guys. We're doing it live again on ATHR. So we did it on IXHL. Now we're doing it on ATHR in at that predictable area. I told you there was a triple overlap of volume weighted average price, 10 EMA and whole $9 level. So we punched in. I got 13, sadly. Obviously, I don't want 13s, but I was able to scalp up to 45. My next level that I'm looking to take profits at, 69. We all know. All right, so we're doing it live there. We're also doing it live on IPA. This is not a banger or anything on IPA, but it's a stair step up. IPA, a lot slower of a mover than some of its counterparts here with a 228 high. In fact, I am actually waiting at 228 on IPA, and then I'm going to wait at 229 as well. So let's see if IPA can weasel its way up. 68's dangerous. I will never do that. I shouldn't say never, but I would prefer not to wait at 68, as you probably already know. All right, so with respect to ATHR, since we only have one out left here, I've moved my stop down to the breach of 910. So I put my out at 909, so now the algos know where I'm sitting, and they're going to stop me out now. That's kind of conceited and delusional. So we'll see if we can get that 969 print. If this can take out $10 as well, because it had a lot of trouble with $10. And by take out $10, I mean decisively close above that $10 area, not a wick or two above it. In fact, it's already been above $10 with a 10.15 high. So I'm cognizant of the fact that there is a seller of note at $10, keeping Arthur, ATHR, below that level. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on now. We got 3 trades on. They're doing okay. I just wet the beak here in the mid-50s as well on IXHL, just to de-risk. We still have shares on this one, but I'd like to print 66s, and then you know where we're going to sit there after that. So we'll go ahead and post there and see what comes of that, Joey. I've got other ones as well. I want to mention that I'm keeping my eye on Faraday futures. It just also pulled into the volume weighted average price. It's found support there multiple times today. It's not exactly exploding to the high side, but it's found once, twice. Obi, he is the one thrice, 4, 5 times, and now this is the 6th. We are losing it, though, it looks like on Faraday right now, unless we get a bid real quick at the volume weighted average price. Be on the lookout for that. There's open door. This one's been running like crazy as of late. A couple of red days lately, though. This is a Wall Street Bets name. It's caught the attention of Wall Street, though. They're talking about it on CNBC, and people have been getting blown out on this one to the short side, as well as KSS. Even Jim Cramer taking to Twitter this morning, or X, saying KSS is back, cover your shorts. He knows what happened in 21. He's not going to make that mistake again. So we'll see what we get today, Joey, but involved in a couple of names right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hit your thing for me there?
Which one? Oh, absolutely. You don't have to ask me.
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
It's pretty. It's so pretty. Yeah, that's Ethereum right there, guys. It's pretty, man. Some nice stuff. But this is a big-time volume spike right here, so I'm curious if this is going to be stopping. What happened?
Look at that name.
Sharif's hairy knuckle? Are they?
Are they, though?
They're not that hairy.
Are they, though?
I mean, you got a little hair right there.
Yeah, I'm a human.
Yeah.
I'm a male. I have testosterone.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Like, what's happening?
Mine aren't that hairy, but that's all right.
Remember, my knuckles hairy? You know what they say about guys.
I never heard that one there, but
I've never heard it either. I just made it up now.
All right. Hey, yo. Huh? Get that Soldier Boy one, huh? Anyways, guys, Ethereum looking pretty good, but starting to kind of cool off. Now, this is a big-time volume spike right there to see what we got going on. I'm not even going to look at the chat right now because I want to hyper-focus on maybe getting involved in a pullback here on Bitcoin that we're experiencing. So any form of turning around, I'm going to look to get involved into it once again, and I won't try to Joey Paperhands, Devin Haney, that one there. So we'll see what we got going on. Patience is the name of the game. The thing is, though, on Tesla, it's like you gotta. So why was I taking this short? Well, this inverted hammer right above the volume weighted average price, we play at the break and then we add. But this pullback right here is what really stopped me out. But you have to get involved once again. And I know I say this all the time, but it's just like seriously, just take it and don't be a little. And don't do that. I'll never do that. Yeah, I'll never do that again. I promise. But But yeah. So that's what we got going on. Netflix, same thing here, but it's a little bit too expensive for me here. You can see that we have an inverted hammer, and Treep's like, hey, Joe, look at the daily on this. And I'm like, wow, this is insane, right? Considering the move that it's been on since the April lows. But that's a big time pullback that we're experiencing, 12%. So I'm thinking that eventually Microsoft is going to do something along those lines as well, but this trend is holding up really steady. We went over this in the chat, and a lot of people and all the veterans, all the savvy vets in the chat were also like, yeah, Joe, I don't think that's sustainable. So watch out for this to snap to the downside, because I would suspect that you might see some price action similar to what Netflix is.
Like that headline, support levels, Joey, is important as we know, but so is supporting that show. Hit the like button, smash that like button, please. Here, I'll tell you myself.
The market moves like the waves, always rolling. So stay in the game. Like, subscribe, and let's go.
Change the stash.
What's Lou Ferrigno? That was the old Hulk, right?
Yeah.
Kind of looked like him a little bit.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate that, my guy.
Because I remember he did an appearance on the show King of Queens. Remember that show? King of Queens, yeah.
He's isn't he Arnold's buddy? Aren't they buddies?
Probably just crushing ways.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like they're same generation.
Yeah, but yeah, guys, Bitcoin's starting to slowly cool off again, and just more about precision. So you'll see me in less trades, but more precise, and looking for somewhat of a bigger move, and you add a little bit more size as well too. But yeah, I'm just sitting on the hands right now, waiting for that precise opportunity.
Well said, Joey. People are saying Megal is moving. It's a former convict, been locked up before. Let's have a look at MEGL quickly here. I don't have it on the side chart, so we're loading it up on this bad boy. What's the volume, though, on Megal? 215,000 shares we've traded on the day. That's super light. The volume was already there. Not the volume, but the price action, excuse me, really got going at 9:30, but the volume just picked up. But we're super light. This 5-minute candle has about 100,000 shares. So look, it's not bad. I'm not saying no to it, but I'm certainly keeping my eye on it. But it's definitely a little light on volume right now. If it starts getting more market participation, we'll certainly be involved in it. I'll leave it up on the top screen over here. Now, IPA, it's coming back into that 10 EMA. Oh, do I add here? I've got my add at 16s, but that was where the previous area of the 10 EMA was, so that don't think that's valid anymore. 216, let's go ahead and cancel that. So now do I add here? That's kind of the question of asking myself. I don't know, man. We're still putting higher highs and higher lows. I'm gonna add. And then if we lose 20, I can give it to like 17s or 18s. If we lose it decisively, I'll get out. So I still have the same price by getting in here because I got in initially at 22 anyway. So yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and post at some of these levels, and if we get it, we get it. And then if we don't, we don't. I'll stop out below 17, so let's go ahead and throw that in there right now, Joey. What do we got in terms of share size? There we go. So we're good to go there. And come what may. Yeah. All right, let's go back quickly here to IXHL. It's still above the $0.50. It's also pulled in to that previous area of resistance. Remember we talked about the flat top breakout on IXHL? I kept telling you area high with higher lows. And it did. It manifested. It went all the way to 63s. The best print we have is 62s, but it's coming back down into that breakout area. That breakout area is just a couple of pennies below the $0.50. So do we add here? Do we have more juice? Well, if you're looking at where the moving averages are and where some of these other indicators are, yeah, it does look like quite good here. So in fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add into this position. I'm not going to add a lot, but I want to get into the habit of adding where it's warranted. to add. So there we go. We'll add into that. And anything below 45s, I'm out. Simple as that. So we'll go ahead and wait down here for the out on IXHL, and we'll post. Where are we long now? So where we get in? We got 52s there, so let's go ahead and post. Let's post at some of these levels, see if we can wet the beak super quick, if we get a nice little spike up. But it's this one now. ATHR, Arthur, displeasing me. It's slowed down in terms of volume. The volume profile on this one is declining down into the right, and it's straddling VWAP. I'm a few pennies in the money. I'm stopping out here. I'll take the profits and run. This has got how many candles lower high? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the 8th of a lower high. If it wants to set up, it can set up. Otherwise, I'm not gonna dance with this one, with the lower highs. All right, we're back to IXHL. Just got a print to the high side after the ad. Going unfilled though at 56. There's a seller of note here at 55. So let's see if we can get another beak wetter a little bit higher there. Good. Here's 56. Boom, Joey, boom. All right, we just took everything out there on the ad. Very happy with the ad into that one. Let's go ahead now, post a little bit higher. We're gonna wait at 59s, and then we're gonna wait at 61s. So IXHL looking real good. Let's see if we can get some more juice to the high side.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. So, sorry.
is that?
Yeah, that's nano-nuclear right there, Sharif. Someone pointed that one out. So, NNE boys. Oh, I just seen it. I missed your name. Old Dog 67. Yeah, really great call out. I had to take a look at that one. But yeah, nano-nuclear going on a big time move and starting to squeeze. So that's looking really, really good. Do you want to chase it up here? Absolutely not, in my opinion. Can it continue to go? Maybe, possibly. Look at the volume really starting to kick in, and that's most definitely going to give us more confidence within that trade. Keeping an eye on that volume by time profile. So really good call out there by Old Dog 67. Shout out to you. I'm curious to what year you were born on that one there. 67, it sounds like, but good year, good year. 67 Stingray, I think that's one of my favorite Tory Lanez songs there. So shout out to that album there. Yeah. But Bitcoin, Rivian Millionaire saying it's time to get involved. I think so. Let's wait for this pullback. If we can get this pre-market structure to hold, then I think that's going to be a good time to get involved. And we see any form of price action starting to turn around. So there it is right there, 67.51. So a couple more pennies on that. Ethereum still holding up pretty strong. So we, excuse me, we really, really like that one. We'll keep an eye on that to look to build. And I told you guys I'm looking to add another couple hundred shares, maybe 200-300. We'll see what's going on and what's crack-a-lacking with that. But yeah, geez, I'm really starting to show my age sometimes with some of the things I say, Sharif. It's crazy, man.
You're crazy.
Yeah,
you are crazy, bro. This guy's, what is he talking
Come
about,
on, man. I mean,
what are you talking about,
anyways,
bro?
it's all good, man.
I don't even know, bro. That makes me feel so bad about myself right now.
Honestly, if I see you on the street, I'd be like, that guy's like 34.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Some guys came up with.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save this part of the conversation for later, but with respect to the other part I want to talk about right now. So a couple of guys come up to me at the gym. They're like, oh, how long you been working out, this, that, and that. My go-to response always is, how old do you think I am? I think that tips my hand in one direction because they all guess 40.
Oh,
so
do they?
I'm not tooting my own horn over here, right? Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's what they've been saying.
Beautiful stuff. But yeah, nano-nuclear looking really, really good there. Tesla starting to hold up a possible double bottom here. You can see this. Let's zoom in and see what we got cooking up over here. So 301 holding up pretty good. Let's take a look at the options chain real quick to see if there's anything of open interest at that specific level. Options chain, and then we're gonna pull up TSLA just in case anybody. Hey, let me know if you guys are in California and you've gone to Elon's burger joint. Let me know how it is. How's that electric sauce and everything along those lines? I'm curious. Might have to take a little drive down there to hit that restaurant. That's very interesting. But on this week's expiration cycle put side, 34,000 at 300. There it is, guys. Potential put wall. Look for a potential bounce there. And if it breaks and heads lower, be aware there. That's for sure. There it is. That's why we look at the options chain. 34,000 at that 300 strike price. And there was a super chat this morning about the CBOE and the OCC. Yeah, so essentially what they're going to do is they're just going to try to make sure that the open interest update is in sync with the open, all right? So sometimes it's a little bit laggard. We know that volume resets every day, but open interest will stay throughout the lifespan of the contract, either decrease, increase, but it doesn't reset every morning. But one thing that they're looking to do is just make sure that as soon as the open it comes, it's automatically updated. So that's a really big positive look there for the options market.
All right, guys, got a quick couple of ads over, sorry, not ads, scalps over here on the move up here for IPA after the ad. So we added back at 22, took out 23s and 24s and 25s. Now waiting at 26. I don't think I have anything posted at 27, so I will wait there, Joey. So I'm going to keep my eye out on this one here on IPA. Did you want to cover something?
Yeah, IonQ. Yeah. Okay, so this is
no way.
Yeah, man, I know. No way is right. You can't be in everything. That's what sometimes it sucks to suck. And I mean, for me, I took some MU. And I literally was trying to swing some MU, got stopped out the next day for like a $400 loss. So I'm like, it is what it is. But there it is, a nice flat top right here on IonQ, and it's really starting to move. I want to take a look at QBTS because D-Wave is another name. So there it is. It's now breached this resistance level, put in a new almost, is this all-time high? Not quite yet maybe, or is it? 13 it's looking like there, Sharif. Yes, what am I looking at here though?
I don't know.
No, okay, yeah, so we're way past that. Anyways, we're in 20s. So yeah, there it is. You get this break, and then now you're holding it. You get the retest of that level, and now you're starting to climb higher. But this hammer candle right here, this is a big time missed opportunity on my behalf. So yeah, I got to get more thorough on some of this stuff here. It's so hard to just monitor multiple trades like Google. We didn't take any more shares on this, even though I am swinging at the break. But this is essentially the same thesis on what I'm trying to establish on Google. So you see the 181 break here on Google. You can now climb up to 197 roughly. But then now here on QBTS, I'm looking at the same thing, right? So you have the previous high, you break through that flat top, and then now you're just holding above those levels. So I think that's going to be a good swing opportunity for QBTS, Sharif.
All right, guys, we're doing it live here on IPA. We just took out everything except one print after the ad. I'm happy with how this one has been trading. And I say that because it's respecting moving averages. Obviously, it pleases me. It doesn't really mean that the stock is trading correctly. The stock trades correctly by doing whatever it wants to do. I'm just saying, off the levels that I perceive it to be, should be finding support, it is. And here's kind of what I'm seeing on my side chart, so you can kind of follow along with my nonsense over here. IPA just has been awfully respectful. You can see of that green line there. That green line is the 10 exponential moving average. Always on my charts can be the 5-minute chart. And you've had no closing prints below that 10 EMA. That doesn't mean it won't come. It will come. It's just about being ready for it and trying to ride the trend while it's intact. So we're at the high of the day right now, $2.28. It's exactly where I went the beak last. I'm waiting at 29s. I still have more outs. It's tightened up the spread. The spread was wide as 3 and 4 pennies. It's now at 1 penny. There's 29s now on the ask. It's not printing me. It's got a cross as we get into a new high day. It's $2.29 on IPA. Good look on this one. Keep your eye out on it. I haven't done any farther out TA to kind of see where to expect resistance, at least maybe on the daily, the 4-hour. I'll do that in a minute. I'm not really in a rush to do that at the moment. So I'll keep my eye here on IPA as well as IXHL. By the way, on IXHL, we don't have much left, and I've moved up my stop to $1.45. So we will risk a few pennies here. I don't want to take it out too quickly. It's at the 10 EMA. It's at the 50 penny level. It's also at the previous area of technical resistance. I'm talking about that $1.48 area where it found many rejections, at least on the way to the high of the day of $1.57. So I don't want to take it out prematurely. If it hasn't given up the level, it hasn't given up the level. So I'm keeping my eye on that. But look at IPA go into the high of the day again, Joseph. It takes out all my orders. We're long right now. Oh no.
Oh, what happened?
We exhausted the shares.
Oh no.
No. Okay, so that's an oversight by me. But anyway, we take the print there into 30. So IPA, good look. I'm going to be adding on this one if it allows me to. In fact, I should be adding. No, I don't have to be adding here. But not a bad look. Look, I'll add at the $0.25 if it pulls back in. I'll sit at the $0.25 with a resting order to see if we can weasel in some more. All right, a couple of super chats here. Shout out to Eric Juarez. $1.99. Thank you very much, my friend. Thoughts on Hood under 100? That is more along the lines of your boy Joey Options. Joey, you want to look at Hood?
What do I think about Hood? Yeah, I mean,
under a hundo.
Yeah. But that's the thing here, right, guys? We got to start thinking. As much fun in games as this move that Hood has been on as of late, let's zoom out, go to the daily. Look at this signal. I talked about this the other day, right? So there it is. You get to that high of 112. That's just complete exhaustion. So just keep that in mind, right? The volume supporting it as well, too. That's a little bit of a stopping volume print right there. And then that indecision right at those extreme highs. There's some amazing trades to be based off of this stuff.
Okay.
Right, guys? So just thoughts of it under 100, sure, by all means. But I think we're going to continue to rock and roll in this name eventually. I don't know how deep this pullback's going to be. If we want to look at it from 113 where we're currently sitting at, what is that, approximately a 12-13% PV right there. So, I mean, yeah, what are you trying to do about it? Like, what do you mean, what are my thoughts? Like, what is your game plan? And we can establish something on there. Do I like Hood under 100? Sure. Slowly start to allocate some shares. If you're looking to put 10K into it or whatever, start off with 2,500 or 1,500. Put 15%, sells a little bit more into the 90s, but grab another 20, 15%. And that's exactly what you want to do. And that's how I go about my swing trading as well, too. I say, okay, say I'm looking to risk $1,000 on this trade, $500, whatever it may be. Slowly start grabbing things. It's what I did with Ethereum, right? It's like, okay, start with the 100, grab 50 here, grab 50 there, and then when it really starts to work out, I'm gonna go boom, 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 grab another 100, grab another 50 or whatever it may be. So that's what we got going on. Hood should be delisted for those nasty spreads. I don't think is the spread that nasty on Robinhood? Let's take a look. I'm in some Bitcoin here. I'm gonna add a little bit more because I started pretty small, and I think we have the opportunity to hold the volume weighted average price and then maybe continue this trade. But let's get involved in some Hood and see what this spread is looking like. What do you mean? It's like 2 cents. It's not that nasty.
Do they delist companies for having wide spreads? Wasn't under the impression they did.
I didn't know. But I think he's just saying delist
just joking?
it. Yeah. I think
fair.
he's being sarcastic. I don't know. Why would you want to delist this thing, man? It's been on an absolute monster. Like, look at this run from the April lows. It's over 260% from the trough to the peak there, 282 to be exact. So a really good look. Bitcoin's starting to come back in a little bit here on me. I'm going to put some more shares in, Tree.
All right, Joseph. I added to IXHL. Okay, so this one's holding the 10, so I did add again, but almost at the same price. So we have the same price, but I did add some shares there. I'm looking for another move up. It's been really respected. And EMA respecting the $0.50 and putting in higher lows as well as higher highs. But there is a seller here and has been a seller at 54s or 55s that we can't seem to shake, at least not with the current volume that's coming in right now. I've moved up my stop to account for the new shares that I added. I'm looking for this to hold trend. Otherwise, I'm out. Simple as that. I'm riding the trend off the 10 EMA, and if it's going to find selling, aggressive selling, I'm gone. Okay. Now I put in a dip trade here on my friend IPA at the $0.25. It didn't give it to me though. It made it's still got a higher high in the current 5-minute candle. The current 5-minute candle has a low of 28s, and currently we're showing 30s. I'm waiting at 25. So it's 25 is a little bit ahead of the 10 EMA right now. So I'm unsure whether I should be adding at this level here on IPA. It's not exactly a rocket ship to the high side. So this one's one of those ones that's stair-stepping up. So I think I'm going to insist that I get it off technical area support. And for me, that's going to be the 10 EMA that it's been respecting basically all morning. So I won't punch into IPA here. I'll continue to wait. What's going on over there, bro?
I just put on a lot of shares here by accident.
Do you want to take it off?
No. We'll see if it works, man.
Okay.
I just put literally triple the amount that I wanted to, so we'll see.
Let me cover a super.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vaughn Clark, thank you, Vaughn Clark, very much, my man, for the $5 super chat. APLD, let's go. All right, my man, let's have a look at APLD. Applied Digital. All right, how are we doing here? Let's start with the daily just so we can kind of figure out where we're at. Don't embarrass me. There we go. So we were in a range, $4 essentially, or sorry, not 4, 3 to the low side. Most of the time we reject off 10, 11. We have been above it lately, certainly above it right now. So a couple of down days, but look at these bottoming tail candles from yesterday and Monday, and today's a green day. It kind of feels like we're putting in higher lows, ready for a curl up here. Now let's look at the intraday chart. Nice looker. Okay, so you got support at the 10 EMA, and you've had that support since you broke out from this range at 10:30. According to some people, that's when the dumb money starts and the smart money comes in. I don't happen to be one of those people, but above that range we go, above 11. 11.05, and now we got a high day of 11.32. Support at the 10 EMA on the 5 has been pretty much a given, again, since that 10:30 break of the range. I would be basing my trade either on the 10 EMA, VWAP, or the top end of this range. I'd say 11 to 11.05, I'd be a buyer on APLD, but not much range, to be quite honest with you guys, with basically a 10.80 low, which was a quick wick. Really, it's more like 10.90. That's been the low, and 11.37 to the high side. So not exactly big range on APLD, but up nonetheless. Joey.
Yeah, Gucci 2 times, man. All right, yeah, so let's see what we got going on. You can see that we added into this one here. Yeah, I don't awfully do this one 2 times. Say it 2 times. So there it is. If it snaps VWAP, I have to get out of this just because I made a big time mistake right here. So yeah, added too many shares, and it looks like it's going to. You can see the weakness in the tape as well too. So yeah, sucks to suck sometimes. But that's all right. We'll figure something else out. Maybe this market is going to turn around, and the shorts are really going to start to come into play. And there it is. Momentarily, I'm going to get stopped out unless we get some VWAP defenders. So yeah.
Look what your boy Josh Brown just posted. That's not me making it up.
No
He
way.
literally posted that, and then look what he posted after that.
Yeah, that's
all right.
crazy.
So for everybody who was coming at me today in the chat for showing my appreciation to Sydney Sweeney, this is what your boy JB, Josh Brown, just posted from Ritholtz Wealth Management. And then when you scroll, yes, of course, it is a chart of AXP, American Eagle Outfit. Is it AXP or American Eagle Outfitters? So yes, they have a headline today. They are teaming up with Sydney Sweeney, I guess, to do modeling or advertising or whatever they're going to do there. So shout out to JB. He's got the right idea. All right, guys, I'm real close to here to canceling my or flattening out my trade on whatchamacallit, IXHL. It feels like it's going to lose a $0.50. There it is. It dips back down into the 20. If it loses 145, I'm out. So if it finds support here, fantastic. I won't be adding. But if it loses 145, I'm out. We're still going to be really positive on this one, but I don't want to give up too much. I've seen support at the 20 before. There's a double bottom at 10.55 and 11 that found support at the 20. Do we find support over here at the 20? Let's see. Yeah, well, we're at the 20 right now. Let's give this one the old college try. So I'm gonna pack my patience here, Joey. Yep. We got 51s on now. Let's see if this one loses a bit. It does feel like it will lose the bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
all right. Yeah. So there it is, guys. IonQ just going in beast mode, up about 2.5% there on the session, and still continuing to grind higher. So there it is. IonQ. You want to find some signs of strength? There it is, IonQ. All right. So we might be in. I don't want to speak too soon, but if we get this hammer print closed like that and we hold this low, then I think we might be able to get somewhat of a rebound here. It sucks that it kind of went on this move earlier and then it really literally just gave back the majority of it. So yeah, we'll be patient. But again, if it holds under the volume weighted average price, we got to do what we got to do, and that's just get out of the trade there. So that one's not working out as planned necessarily. The bulk of my position is right here, but let's go. You can see the strength right there in the tape. Speaking of that, let's kind of get our quote highlights up for any form of imbalance. Some strength there. We got to go a little bit more size because that's too polluted. We'll go 4,000, and then you can see a little bit more clearly of what's going on. So a ladder on both sides, which is fair enough, but the tape, we need this to come in our favor as well, too. This can be misleading. That's where you get your iceberg orders, etc., but this will never lie to you. So always keep an eye out on the tape because those are real-time transactions, and this you can get some spoofing going on here. You can't spoof the tape. So, yeah, that's what we got cooking up. Ethereum holding up the volume-weighted average price relatively well. And the thing is, though, notice how Ethereum's volume-weighted average price is tracing the price action a lot tighter than what we are experiencing here in IBIT. So what, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes of selling right now, and the VWAP did not kind of follow it on the way up there. So keep an eye out on that. We're looking for that defense. What's QBTS up to? Heading towards those highs, so that's not looking too bad. The quantum space relatively hot. That's something that we would like to see. Google has rejected VWAP, really, really weak opening drive. And if you were watching this name after the bell last night, we pop all the way up to 195.62. And just before I'm heading to the gym, I see this, and I'm like, do I add more to this position? And then we did not, but eventually it breaks that 5-minute high, and then you get that nice slow grind higher, and then now it's kind of respecting and holding these levels too. So that's something positive. We're essentially right at where we closed yesterday. So yeah, take that for a positive, no question.
All right, guys, let's see what IXHL does here. It's trying to pop back up through the $0.50. There's a seller of note at 49s right now. Bottoming tail candle into the 20, but we still have a lower high. Got a couple of prints on this one, but that seller at 49, super stubborn, adding to their position as the time elapses here. So it's not like we're taking off size on the level 2. It feels like we're adding to it. So I've accounted for this. We still have lower highs. So even though I saw support initially at the 20, this is what I'm talking about here. This was a 20 EMA on the 5. We're not getting it right away over here. Okay, so we just got the print at 49s. Let's see if we can get the print at 50s. We took out some shareage there, but look at that shareage come back in on ARB and ARCX again. Big shares. Oh, look at BAT and BATZ. So now we have about 1,000 lots just that came in moments ago that were not there. That's in addition to what we're probably not seeing behind the scenes there at the as an iceberg order. So I'll keep my eye out on that. Oh, I just missed my entry into IPA. This is no longer valid. So 26. I'm going to go ahead and wait a little bit higher here on IPA. Let's go ahead and wait at 28.
Oh, wow.
See if
So
we can get
one
that.
second,
Go ahead,
Treat,
Joey.
there?
Yeah.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead,
Neil,
brother.
for pointing this one out there, brother. AMD breakout. Nicely. He punches through that previous high of the day. You get that hold of that specific level. Now you're trading right back to 163.25 there. So really good call out there by Neil.
Get it,
and
Neil.
you can see breaking through that pivot. That is massive. How far are we off of those all-time highs? Bang, 27%. So possibly still a discount there. But also, never mind AMD. We got Bitcoin. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, that's working out really nice for us there. Held VWAP up to a T, and that's exactly what we want to see. Going for the previous high test or a new failed low, so a failed high, which would put us at a lower high. But exactly what picture perfect, volume increasing, VWAP hold. Let's see if this grind can be continued because yeah, we were up nicely on that one, a couple of cents for the amount of shares that we took. So yeah, really good look there, Shree.
Grinding. All right, I'm still watching here IXHL. A couple of more prints there into 49, but that 50 print still goes unprinted, and we've added size now to the offer here on ARB and ARCX, almost 400 lots now as opposed to 500. Sadly, though, went unprinted as a result of the spread here on IPA. It did cross into 27s on my dip trade attempt. I tried to get 28s there. It did go into 27s, but the spread did not allow it. So yeah, we don't get printed. Now here we go. So IXHL coming back down into my entry into 46s. I need to be careful here. So prior bar low is 44, so that's where we're out. Loses 44, that's another low, and that's where I'll flatten out. I'll just use my flatten key. So I'll be looking for 44s on this side of the equation, not this one. So it looks like we will get it. We've got 44s on the bid. Do we get it on the ask now? So I'm packing my patience over here. Let's see if we don't have to risk that much, right? We'll risk 2 pennies on the remaining amount. But yeah, IXHL, it is losing the bid. The volume weighted average price is still at $1.40, which is why I still have my dip trade at VWAP. But I won't dip trade I won't DCA into an oblivion. I'll stop out, and then if it's warranted, I'll get back in at that level. So for now, there is buying here at 45s, but it feels like it will lose that bid as the selling comes in fast and furious right now on IXHL to the downside. Doesn't seem like it's able to catch a bid here. So we'll pack my patience and keep my eye on that, Joey. Who's talking to you?
Fabian.
Oh, that's why I was like, what's he listening to over there?
All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on. So maybe I got to refresh this one here. We're going to refresh it. What do we got going on for today? All right, guys, make sure you get those votes in. $, and then what you want to see. So I'm going to go.
Oh.
I did it. All right, I did it. ETHA, guys, vote ETHA with me.
Eh?
Put it up there. Let's see if we can get ETHA on the leaderboard. That would be fantastic. Only 49 subs on Tesla, but ETHA, thank you, Neil. What a guy there, team player. Let's see if we can get that to pop up on here. Fabian, do we have ETHA? We like this one, continuing to climb. Rigetti, no, I said ETHA. We want to see that up on the leaderboard. We'll get those votes in. I don't see it just yet, but a good look here, and we'll continue to monitor what we got.
People are saying Hulk Hogan died, man.
No.
Yeah. Give me a second here. I have to confirm this.
No.
If this is BS or not.
Yeah, a lot of people are saying it. R.I.P. Hogan.
Hulk. No way, bro.
Yeah, man.
Hold on. Huh? Yeah, he died. The Sun reported. Here it is. Wrestling legend Hulk Hogan dead at 71 after suffering cardiac arrest at Florida home. That's really sad.
Oh, no.
It's very bad there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was in good shape, man.
He was in good shape, but yeah, I
That
mean,
breaks my heart, man. That's kind of sad there. So, yeah, thank you for pointing that out, chat. There, obviously, you know.
yeah, Aussie. What was it, Aussie yesterday?
Yeah, Tuesday.
Tuesday, and then the
I didn't know
Hulkster
too much
today.
about Aussie though, being honest with you, but that's really sad about that.
Yeah, yeah, it is. A couple of my friends are really big wrestling fans and stuff like that, so they're going to be chiming in on the group chat about that one. But
Yeah, it sucks, man.
you know what, guys? I'm going to do this. All right, check this out. Oh, sorry. Everybody do this. Boom.
That's really
$sign Hulk. Shout out Hulk Hogan there. So we'll just do that. Trader TV Live paying his due diligence to Hulk Hogan there. Yeah, sad stuff, man.
Yeah,
Sad
man.
stuff. Were you a big Hogan fan?
Yeah, I was. I remember WrestleMania 6 was in Toronto.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that was him versus Ultimate Warrior. It was called the Ultimate Challenge. And that was like, I can't tell you how many times I rented that on VHS and watched that back over and over. Yeah, I couldn't go. It was ridiculously expensive at the time, right? Oh, man, that's...
What's going on with the thing here? We're getting too many $sign Hulks.
We're going to get Hulk. We're going to have to talk about Hulk Hogan on the rundown, guy. It's not going to glitch. Guys, throw it in. Yeah, whatever it is.
I know. $sign Hulk, man. Wow, yeah.
Sucks,
Shout out to the
dude.
love, man. Maybe...
Listen to Stallone talk about his years of body abuse, and the time has come to pay the check, says Mark Susi. Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to take any happiness in that. I don't think that's the time or place to be like, look, you deserved it. You know. Nah, man.
Very few deserve it. Obviously, if you've done some very, very bad things, but I don't think the Hulkster was.
He's talking about steroids.
Yeah,
I'm assuming.
Right?
Yeah,
Obviously, with cardiac. But I mean, 71 though is not horrible. Still pretty young, but 71.
And to be honest with you, like remember, think about a lot of the wrestling guys from the 70s and 80s. I mean, a lot of them aren't around because, well, they weren't living the healthiest lifestyle. The guys now, it's a lot different. Everybody's got a nutritionist. Everybody's on the up and up with the training. But those guys were just like lifting heavy and, doing
a lot of
partying,
a lot of gear.
and partying like crazy, drinking, drugs.
I mean, he lived a good life, right? So
he did.
Yeah, cardiac arrest.
Oh, I got it, Mark. You were talking about Stallone talking about himself. Misunderstood you. Thank you for clarifying that.
There you go. All right, yeah. So that's what we got going on, man. Rest in peace, Mr. Hogan himself, the Hulkster. Bitcoin slightly working out for us. So yeah, shout out to them, man.
Yeah, man. Shout out. Okay. So we're still involved in this trade, guys. It still hasn't broken through for whatever reason. I've given it the stop there. The stop's in place. If it doesn't bounce up off here, then we'll just be out. I'll still be positive on it though on IXHL because we're going to keep a tight stop with this one. Now I've got into IPA. Finally, we've got a dip trade into the 10 EMA. If it loses the 10 EMA, though, it'll be the first time on the day it loses the 10 EMA, so then I'll just get out. So we're going to risk very little over here. Here we go. It already feels like it might be dropping, so let's go into the and throw in a stop here on IPA, and we'll go just like that. Perfect. So our stop is in place. Let's see what this one wants to do. It's already dropping here, so it is losing the 10 EMA. It does feel like IPA. So now the small cap gappers are now starting to pull back. So now I need to be alive to that because this was my problem yesterday where I kept trying to insist that they were going to bounce off that level only for them not to bounce off. So I'm not going to do what I did yesterday. I promise you that. If this one ends up breaking, we'll get stopped out. But IXHL about to get stopped out here, Joey. I'm going to keep my eye on this one. Shout out to Big Spile.
Yeah, shout out Big Spile. Thank you for that $5 super chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you did there, Kyle. But yeah, shout out to Mr. Hogan. Yeah, we don't want to. You know what, guys? The thing is, you got to understand in a lot of cultures. I know with some cultures you have, I believe it's like a period of mourning. But on my side, we like to celebrate the life that the individuals lived, all right? Just think about all the good times that they had. He lived a fantastic life, fantastic career, helped rebirth essentially the WWE. Obviously, Vince McMahon knows that for sure, so he'll be probably giving him some big-time shout-outs as well. So, yeah, celebrate the life, don't mourn the death. And yeah, to each their own, obviously, but that's how we like to look at it in my neck of the woods. just because it's like, all right, it's the cycle, right? It's unfortunate. Everybody here is going to go through the same path. They say there's only a couple certain things in this world, and that is death and taxes. So, yeah.
Both of them suck.
Yeah, but hey, man, hey.
Do you like either? I don't like either.
Listen,
and in Canada, we get plenty of one.
We get plenty of that.
Plenty of
hey,
one.
man, you don't like that free healthcare? Then come on, man. You don't have to pay that tax.
Come on. Don't come at me with that free healthcare stuff, dog.
Extremely sarcastic on that one there. But no, don't worry. They just piss away our money here in Canada, essentially. So the amount
Joseph, I won't have you talking bad about the government, bro.
Sorry, buddy.
They're excellent, well-managed. They work very, very hard. Everything is on the up and up, and we have no business questioning where the money's being spent.
I heard they learned their practices from SVB and FTX.
Well, here you go. Where is that SVB risk department hat that we had around here? I want that back.
It then got transferred to the Canadian Parliament, and that's who we got running the show right now. But in all seriousness, guys, Bitcoin, let's see if we can break this level. You can see that we're struggling at the 67.70 level, more of a slow grind. So I'm going to be prepared to sit through a little bit more of a pullback. 67.90 is going to be my primary target. So let's see if we can get there and we get these aggressive moves on the bid.
Yes, it is, Brian. It is being laid on thick. Very. I'm not being serious. No, Look, I want to caveat what I just said there and basically say what I think about the current government in Canada. I'm talking about the federal government. I didn't vote for Mark Carney, but I think a hell of a lot of him. He's executed in a way that really took me by surprise. I think this guy was a chameleon. I think he absolutely ran, basically saying he was going to run under one platform, or people perceived he was going to run under one specific type of platform, and he is governing under a completely different one. All business, all the time, focused on the economy, focused on the Canadian build-out, and more pleased I could not be. So I just want to make that very clear. I'm not taking shots at the current government. In fact, I think he's doing quite well. Didn't vote for him, but think he's doing really quite well here. That's good. IXHL, Joey. So let's see if this one wants to catch a bid. Finally, defending a little bit over here at the, what's it called? The 20 exponential. Still unprinted, though, on the high side. We're in the money, though, so we didn't get stopped out, nor do we get our VWAP ad. But I'm cognizant of now using the 10 EMA on the 5 as resistance. So let's be on the lookout for that. But I also want to mention to you guys, Arthur looks like it's back in the good books over here to the tune of 50%, reclaiming the volume weighted average price. So it was a bit of a sell-off there. In fact, we had lower lows and lower highs from 10:45 all the way until 11:30. So 45 minutes of lower lows and lower highs. And now, oh, wow, we get a topping tail candle in 950. I hope that didn't, what the hell? What kind of spread was that? What the helly? So that went from 950 all the way down to 920. Okay, I don't think I want any part of that smoke. That's prohibitively wide for a small cap gapper. I'll steer clear of that, but I'll keep my eye out on it unless maybe it settles down a little bit over there. NRGV says Urban Trader. Let's check out NRGV. I see this one, not bad one. Straddling VWAP, though, not really doing a whole hell of a lot. I'll keep my eye on it. Shout out to Leanna. I agree with you as well. I look at Leanna and I guess see eye to eye on Mr. Carney. Sharif, so you mean Carney proved you may have been a little biased rather than a chameleon? Just kidding. No, because he ran on a completely different platform than the one he's governing under right now. He didn't govern it. He didn't run in this fashion. Otherwise, I would have been, hey. No, I'm pleasantly surprised, Eduardo. So I'll just leave it at that. Jag, Carney is the best conservative prime minister conservatives could have asked for. Fiscally conservative is always good. That's the joke. That's the running gag, right? That, you know, I don't want to say he duped people to voting for him. He didn't dupe anybody. But he's running, he's not governing from the left. He's just not, okay? And that's my little two cents on that. Joseph, you got anything on your side?
Yeah. We took some off there, guys, on RBIT. 33% to be exact. So you can see that my average has now dropped down to where I have the bulk of the position. So FIFO, first in, first out on that one. This is my first one. I said, all right, you start there. and then we take a little bit more off, and then we thank God for that accidental ad. There was another opportunity right here that we need to take advantage of, but that's okay. We'll sit with the position that we got going on.
Okay.
And see if we can aim for that high of the day. I think this trade's working. We got to allow it to continue to do so. AMD is starting to put in some topping tail signals, so keep an eye out on that. We have that engulfing volume print right here, right? Big time move, and then now we might close as an inverted on AMD. Where's your risk profile? Slightly above that, and maybe you can take that move to the downside. So there it is. Go Rev, take that one out. Los Polios, possibly a good signal as well too, right there. So, but I'm already in some Bitcoin, so I don't want to get too gung-ho crazy. But I do like that trade, actually, to be honest with you. So maybe I might get involved in a little bit of size on that front. With that being said, yeah, I'm going to take a little bit. Why not, right? Because that's what you have to do. Traders got to trade. As my guy Katina Man likes to say, we'll go small size. Small. And if we get stopped out, what do we got to give this here, though? Only, okay, 70 cents. Why not, right? Okay, so yeah, we're short some AMD off of those signals. Let's see if this market wants to slowly curl around. Bitcoin's starting to pull back. We're going to sit through this because I don't think we're done just yet on that. So continue to hold slightly OTM on the AMD trade now. Right off those highs, risk profile. Going to give this 1 or 2 attempts because I think that could be a potentially solid thesis. Isolated volume signature and this print at the extreme highs when the market's not necessarily doing anything crazy. So there it is, AMD slowly working for us. And then there it is on Bitcoin. Pullback here, maybe a potential ad opportunity, but we want to zoom out and stop kind of micromanaging this one. We'll go to the 3-minute time frame. Nice consolidation right here. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. But let's go AMD to the south side. Let's go Bitcoin to the north side.
Apparently, there's a ticker called Hulk that's moving, says the Chilean Nightmare, Fabian. So I'm trying to find it over here. What's the exchange? OTC.
Oh, it's the OTC.
Neil, if I want to put OTC, is it Amex? It's what? BK? PK, thank you. So let's find out. Here we go. I don't see it either, Fabian. Okay, we'll have to pull that one up in a bit, but yeah. It's interesting. I'll keep my eye out on that, but I can't find it on our system at the moment, to be honest. IXHL coming right back down into my entry again. I don't know what to do with this one. It's just putting in lower lows and lower highs. It's got no bid at the moment. It's just so close to VWAP, though. Let me have a look over here to see where my stop is on IXHL. IPA, I got to cancel that one as well. Okay, so there we go, IPA, and then I don't have a stop there. I thought I put one in at 43. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do with this one, Joey. I'm thinking about flattening out here on IX. I don't want to give too much back, and we're only a penny out of the money right now, but it's not putting in any higher highs. I'm thinking maybe I should just wait until this one gets back above 50. Yeah, let's flatten out. We'll lose a penny on that one. So that's it. I'm in SOWG again as it's back above the volume weighted average price. I've given this one a super tight stop below 14. So it's going to have to continue the higher highs and higher lows. Otherwise, if it loses VWAP, we'll get out of this one. Hulk has a volume of 2, says Luthic. I couldn't even find it. So I'm not really sure if we're on the same ticker, brother. But I will continue to keep an eye out for that one if we can find it. Otherwise, I've got nothing on right now. What are you guys looking at? There's really nothing to my liking at the moment. I'm just having a look at my scanner up top to see if there's any new small cap gappers weaseling their way onto the scene. What's this XFOR? Light volume, but looks pretty good. Let's have a look at XFOR. XFOR. Here it is. Okay, not a bad looker here. What's the volume on this one? 2 million shares on a dollar name. Not bad, but not great. What do we do with this one? Well, right away, I can just tell you, my go-to move would be a 10 EMA retracement or even front-running it because it doesn't seem to be touching it all that much, maybe a wick or 2 off the 10 EMA. So that's how I'd be looking for XFOR, up 26 1/3, 25 1/3% now. So good strength on this one. Be on the lookout. This probably has replaced FFAI, which has lost VWAP. So we'll put XFOR on the side chart and we'll look to weasel into that if that is warranted. Jameson saying MCVT. Let's have a look at that one as well. Brother, this is not doing anything. This is, it's got 781,000 shares of volume, and there's barely any trading there. Could you look at BBAI, says Brown Lightning. It's about to break 8. Sure, let's have a look at Big Bear. Yeah, kind of consolidative today. A little above 8, a little bit below 8. The midpoint there being yesterday's closing print at 793. So yeah, I wouldn't have a trade on Big Bear other than maybe some higher lows, because that's what you're seeing here. The implied balance open at 930, and then you have your 11 o'clock drop, which was higher, and now you have the current drop into about 7 4/5. Not a bad look on BBAI, but definitely a tougher one to trade. I would say I would try to take it off that bottom trend line there. Otherwise, you got to double top a little above 8. Let me know how that goes, Jameson. Shout out to you. Let's go back over here.
Nice.
Go ahead, Joey.
Yeah. All right, guys. So Bitcoin really starting to work out for us here. We're going to take a little bit more off the top. Nothing substantial. Like literally, I'm going to take 2% off just to lock in some profits and just continue this grind higher. But yeah, soothing nature. Shout out to that. We did put in a new high, but I want to hold the bulk of this for 67.90, and AMD slowly starting to work out for us as well too. So go AMD, go Bitcoin. Hopefully this isn't a big time rejection candle, but 67.80, take a little bit off there, a couple percentage points. Primary target 67.90. We'll leave a little bit for the dream just in case it does want to make that previous high of the day run, and we're going to be involved in this one. But now AMD is starting to pull back in there. Sorry to interrupt you, Sri.
Oh, it's fine. I'm just sending a message to my parents. Hulk Hogan.
I thought you were going to say Bitcoin. I thought you were going to say, Mom, Bitcoin.
No. We only do that when it's legitimate,
When
Joey.
it's legitimate, okay.
Yeah.
That's
So, you know, I'm should we talk about the story again?
Yeah,
Tried to get my mom, my old man. I started with my old man. Like, punch into some Bitcoin. 5% of the account. No. Well, actually, that's not fair. He's like, let me think about it.
Okay.
That's his move right away. He never says no. He never likes to
that's
take.
the typical parent answer.
Yeah. Especially him too, right? Yeah. And so then, you know, I knew it would have to go through my mom if I really wanted to.
That's great. You got to go through the right procedure.
Exactly. And so then, you know, it's like, oh, what does this thing do? I don't know, blah, blah, blah. It seems high risk. We're retired, this, that, and the other. I'm like, fine. 5% too much? Throw in 1%. No. So it displeased me. So now every time Bitcoin makes a new all-time high, they get a message immediately letting them know where they're missing out at. And from now on, I'm going to include the percentage up since I advised them.
Getting real
Bitcoin.
petty now.
Oh yeah, super petty. All right, one person who's never really petty, as long as I've known him, and it's been about 3 or 4 years now, Neil Roberts and his lesson of the day.
Oh, Sharif, it is so cool. If I tried that with my mom's, you know what? No. Absolutely not. West Indian, no. It just couldn't happen. But your lesson of the day today brought to you by Top One Futures. If you're looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, SPY, or even Bitcoin, get it, Joy Options. Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in capital. Pick your path. Instant funded, challenge, or pro account, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. In the last 90 days alone, they've paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 plus 5-star reviews from real traders. Use the discount code TTV to save on any account. Scan the QR code or head to top1futures.com and start trading toward your next payout. Earnings season is a good time to get payouts because we get extra volatility, everybody. But with great volatility comes great responsibility. And oftentimes it's so easy to read the report or just look at the numbers or just get really excited by what seems like an overwhelmingly positive story or negative story one way or another and come in with a bias. And oftentimes you might even have that bias confirmed by what the market does with the stock. In Alphabet's case, initially selling and then gapping higher. So you're thinking strength, beat across the board, strong growth, advertising wasn't a concern, all that good stuff. The thing about earnings and the thing about price action is it doesn't have to make sense. I'm reminded of a trader that was on the floor years ago who, as the stock was tanking and he was getting shut down, just simply saying, did anybody read this report? Come on, this is a great company. And it wasn't even it was just some random Canadian company. But the whole time on the way down, he was just yelling as if everybody else had it wrong. It doesn't matter. I think the best you can do is if you think that buyers should be stepping in somewhere because the stock had a good report, then wait for reasons to buy. I don't mind. You can have a bias on an earnings day. And as a matter of fact, I find sometimes it simplifies things. But it does require that you're really particular about the way that you trade it. Because from the moment that Alphabet lost the bid, it has been trending down. It's underneath the volume weighted average price. It's rejecting the volume weighted average price. Anybody that watches the show knows that if I was short bias on this stock, I probably would have missed this trade because it didn't pop up. VWAP, of course. But if you're going to be long, you've got to pick your spots. I had one level I liked that wasn't 190, that was 194. So I transacted there for bounces. When that got lost, right here, or even here when it stopped out the first time, I waited for what? A trend break. Break the downtrend, and then I'll start working long on the downtrend. There's a trend break. It then pulls off the volume weighted average price and breaks another short-term trend. So take another trend break. I wait for a reason. Why? Because my bias is against what is happening in the stock. That just means you have to be even more particular with your trades. I talked about sniping last week, but the reality is if your bias is going against the actual trend, then you need to be finding very, very specific entries. If it's with the trend, oh man, go for it. Like you're all over the place. Like you're buying dips and you're buying breakouts and all that good stuff. But when that's not the case, you gotta wait. You thought IBM had a good quarter? Great bounce off the lows. Well, what could you have done with IBM? I missed it. I'll have to fail on myself. One level on the daily, right there, just underneath 254. That's it. What happens? You get a trend break at that 254 and it goes higher straight away from there. You get one shot at a trade like that, obviously, but if you have a level of patience, understanding that if you thought it was a good report, it was down, and then it was trending down, you can't will it to go up, but if buyers see value, then join buyers. Because what you think in this particular case, if it's priced, is that the big boys are going to want to buy it up, that the money and the cash that's sitting on the sidelines is going to take advantage of it. Well, they're not dumb. And they're going to let it fall as much as they can to get themselves a good price. That's just how it works. So while everyone else is getting stopped out, reading the report saying it should have been good, we all got to be buying the dip, a patient trader waits for their opportunity to snipe. And it's okay to be wrong. You know, you can absolutely be wrong about this at certain levels. And then just wait and strike again. You're absolutely never, as a trader, going to get directional bias correct every single day on the market or get your interpretation of the report right every single time. We're not fortune tellers. Nobody is. And anybody that tells you they are or that I get it right in earnings season on 9 out of 10 of, get the heck out of here with that nonsense. That's not what it's about here. What you're really in the business of doing is playing into momentum most of the time. And if the momentum is against your personal bias, then you wait for a signal that it's going with it. And as I said, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to find a short in Google today, Alphabet today, or IBM. I just wasn't looking that way. But you could be green if you waited for specific places to transact or specific signals. That's sort of the thing. It's really easy to say, I like this stock and I like it long. It's a lot harder when that notion and that trend is wrong to still manage to make money, or at a minimum, not lose a lot of it. And during earnings season, especially in that first half an hour to an hour since from the bell, if the trend is against you, it's earnings season. It can get really nasty for you before it gets better. So you have to be extra diligent, and that's what we're going to try to make sure we do for you. There is your lesson of the day, and ease up on Mom, Sharif. Come on now. She already missed out on Bitcoin. Why you got to do her like that?
She didn't listen to me, Neil. That's why.
She didn't listen.
I love my mom, Dukes, man. But she got to pay the price. Guys, XFO. No, Joey, I got to go. This is on the warpath right now. XFOR is flying to the high side. There's the break above 2. Big moves here for XFOR. I've got nothing on. I'm keeping my eye for possible support at the $2 level. I'm looking at the 5-second chart above over here. Let's see if this one's going. But look at SOWG go. I was red on this one. We're going to get positive. It just took out all my orders, and we got share size on this one as well. So SOWG. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. SOWG taking out levels. Let's wet the beak here as well. Here we go to the high side. Good look for this one. Big breakout to the high side. Let's keep an eye out on both. Now I got to go back into XFOR because this one has some potential here. I'm going to punch here at 2. It's going to have to hold 198. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm going to give it 2 pennies below the low. Where do we have? We got 03s, Joey. Okay, so let's wet the beak at 05s, 07s, and layer some orders into the highs over here on XFOR. Let's see if we can get something on both of these bad boys. But look at SOWG go. Big moves up, Joseph, into the high side. We have shares on here, so let's see if we can take out some more. What do you got?
Pull up the 1 minute.
Boom.
Pull up the 1 minute.
That's a 5. Yeah.
No, yeah, pull up the 1.
Give me a sec. Let me just throw in some more. This guy.
Let's go. Pull it up, man.
All right, the 1?
Yeah, the 1. There you go. You can see the real artistic beauty.
It looks the same, kind of, right? Oh, my goodness.
Okay.
Look at this thing, zig and zag.
A good time, not necessarily a long time, guys. All right, shout out to Sharif's trade on that one. But here we go on that AMD trade. You can see that we short here, and boom, boom, boom. We take a little bit to the downside on that. So, yeah, nice little short there on AMD. You know, Gorev's in that as well, too. So, yeah, shout out to him. And then here it is. We're in this. This is where averages FIFO, first in, first out. We take this one here, and then sure enough, we piece a lot. I took the majority of it off, so I'm only sitting on about 20-30% of the remaining position, looking for that high of the day break. So hopefully we can withstand this pullback, and there could be another good add opportunity. One thing to note is that just check out the volume too, as we're continuously selling, cooling off, right? So that's a positive sign. So we'll continue to monitor that. You can see this, we step right back in, baby. That's how you can tell it's pretty relatively strong. So I do like this for a potential add at the lower end of this range, which we're currently trading at right now. So maybe why not we just add a little bit more, because that's been working out for us throughout the duration of this session. But I think we're going to hold the last bit of AMD until that VWAP target. I believe that's the next destination for that one. Let's take a look at what was I going to pull up? There it is. So let's take a look at the top performing sectors here and see what we got cooking up. So the financials up about 0.5%. So we'll go to the win, play, show. Commercial services another 0.5%. So the top 3 are just hovering around that 4/10, or just a little bit more than 0.5% there. And then the bottom 3 are the healthcare down about 1/3, materials down about 1.2, consumer discretionary 1.7% there. So that's what we got cooking up on the top. And the worst performing sectors, Bitcoin not holding up how we want, but we are getting some defense at some key support levels there, Sharif.
All right, guys, XFOR will stop out. We'll take 3 penny loss there. I don't know why I had to get out twice, but we ended up giving up some at 98s and some at 97. So a bit of a loss there on XFOR, but it's getting extended away from the 5. I'm a buyer again if it pulls into 195 support, but here we go again with SOWG. It just got into the highs. It's at the highs again at 39s. I'm posted at 40 and 43. There's a seller here of note at 39. And there it goes. It is now 140 high a day. Now we're waiting at 143 on SOWG. Let's see if this one can really start rocketing up and start squeezing. But I want to keep my eye on XFOR. I still think this one has potential. As I mentioned, the 10 EMA on the 5 is a little bit below that $1.90. So I'd be a buyer at that $1.90. In fact, I'm going to wait there. I'm going to front run it. I'm going to wait at 92s. Let's see if we can get something at 92s. So yeah, back now to SOWG. Got to keep going between these two, because SOWG is literally at the high of the day, showing 40s again, and still being met with some selling, so we can't seem to shake the seller at that 10 penny level. We'll have to pack our patience there. I'm also an IPA, but this one's a lot slower of a mover, and we're basically break even on it right now. I'm looking for it to hold the 20 and to move right back up. Let's go back to XFOR. Now this is getting a break to the high side over here, so let's keep an eye out on this one as it's looking to break out highs. Here we go. Let's keep an eye out here, Joey. I'm going to send it
it to you so I can post some orders?
Yeah, absolutely, guys. So there you go. You can see that we did take a dip through this key support level around 67.70, and then we have a move lower, but then there is some buying pressure as well, too. So just keep an eye out on this one here. Maybe we grind, but you also want to note that Ethereum's cooling off, but the VWAP is tracing price action relatively well, and we're bouncing right into that. So potential move right here off of VWAP for ETHA and Ethereum ETF right there. I know there's a 2x leverage one. I can't remember, ETHU maybe possibly on that. But Bitcoin, nice move off through the volume weighted average price. Moves higher and then now starting to pull back. So hopefully VWAP can hold. If it does get to the volume weighted average price, considering it hasn't been tracing PA relatively well, I'm going to have to get out of this one. So 67.55 is my average, and that will be my stop out at that break even. And I mentioned that I have about 20-30% remaining of this position. So let's see if this can work out, bulk of it being down here. But yeah, the tape relatively weak. So keep an eye out on that. Is there going to be a reload chance on AMD? Maybe, possibly, to be honest with you, because I think VWAP can be in play as the NASDAQ and the SPY are now trading south of that, so just keep that in mind. We'll take a look at some of the other semi names. I know TXN reported the other day, Adair and I touched on that, continuous selling here, so you're way south of the volume weighted average price, so keep an eye out on that one. Now NVDA, what is the king up to? Ooh, okay, so you can see we're forming these lower highs right here. Price is starting to compress and you're starting to form a little bit of a channel, so keep an eye out just in case it does want to break through. With that being said, let's see if we have any overhead resistance on the options chain regarding NVDA, and I think that can determine a lot. We know that Tesla had a lot of OI around that 300, and then now look, a put side that on the put side that is, and we're still holding this. It could break, but there is some defense right there. So Hedgie's just buying up the stock so it doesn't go any lower than that, all right? So, ooh, bad flush on BTC, extremely weak tape. But let's pull up the options chain for NVDA to see if we got anything specific at that level that we're looking at right now. Okay, yeah, I might have to hop out of this Bitcoin trade again. Oh, there it is. Yeah, wow. Came right back to, oh, no. Came right back to my break even. Why are you doing that?
Bitcoin.
Yeah, there.
Okay. Take over?
Yeah, no, I'm out. Yeah, okay. No, I'm out there. I just had to get out. So at 75, there's 94,900 open contracts at that 72.50 level. Sorry, I said 75. 72.50 has 52,475, has 94,900. 177.5 does have 81,000. So there is some supply zones there. We're going to need those to clear for next week in order for us to continue to climb higher. May I say?
All right. Just throwing in my stops here. We're still in XFOR. We're break even right now at 2s. I'm looking at the 5-second chart. It seems like it is putting in higher lows, but it's really having bamboozling time here, a little bit above, a little bit below 210 high a day. I'm actually waiting at 210. It crossed, but it didn't get printed, so we'll keep an eye on that. SOWG coming off the highs, but I've moved up my stop to break even now into 19s. It's showing me 28s, so I'll be packing my patience there. But Bovin also telling me IXHL right back above VWAP. You're right, Bovin, but I still kind of perceive a little bit of a downtrend, though, on that one. So I'll have to pack my patience on that. And then we just got finally that VWAP retracement into IPA. So this was going to have to hold here. 09s, let's go ahead and throw that on there. And IPA, exactly. So we'll just give that one a little bit of room. Since we have 20s now, we can go ahead and wait at 22. So we'll see what IPA has to offer. It feels like it's pulling back, but it's into the volume weighted average price now. It's going to have to hold up here. Otherwise, I want no smoke with this one. All right, let's keep an eye here on XFOR. Yeah, this one does seem like it's going to make lower lows. It doesn't look like it wants to hold up in the mid-90s right here. So this one's coming back down in a hurry. The 10 EMA on XFOR is 191. So it's still well above it. And then VWAP on XFOR is at 88. So we're still holding that general area. But what I'm seeing here on the 5-second chart is we're kind of getting some buying in and around 95s, but we are kind of putting in some lower highs. So I'm worried about a flat bottom break through that level, and that could cause some trouble. So keeping my eye here on XFOR for continuation. Otherwise, we'll get out of that. But I'm seeing SOWG putting in a bunch of bottoming tail candles into that $1.25. And every time it drops into that $1.25, SOWG, it rockets back up into the mid-30s. It still hasn't been able to break that 40 penny high a day, but we'll pack our patience. The reason I'm mentioning it, though, is I'm trying to
see whether it's the right idea maybe to have some dip trades at that $1.25, $1.26 area for these bottoming tail candle wicks, and then a move back up into the mid to high 30s. That's exactly where we're at right now, up 52%. So keep my eye out on that one. I think I might put in like some baby shares there. Yeah, I'm gonna wait at a $1.27. Okay, and give that one a try for some small share size there, so we can participate in any dip trades. But keeping my eye on IPA right now because it did pull into the volume weighted average price, and I do have shares on in this one, so I don't want to give it up at that level. But this is a good level to pick it up off. But this one hasn't been good to me. So meaning that I haven't been reading this one correctly, at least not lately. We had nice trades on the move up, added, scalped up, and then really the move down didn't hold the 10, didn't hold the 20. So this is the last line in the sand, to me anyway, for IPA. And it's already been kind of a little bit spready at times. So 3-penny spread is kind of what I mean by that. We'll keep an eye out on that one. SOWG still doing its thing. And likewise for XFOR, neither breaking down below or above the levels that I have my stop or my profit takers at. So kind of in no man's land right now on XFOR. Just trying to pack my patience on this one. Yeah, nothing else for me to do here other than wait to see how these ones will resolve. Whether to the high side or the downside, obviously hoping for the high side because we're long. But guess what? We have no beak wetters here on XFOR. So what the hell are we doing if we don't have any profit takers, right? So let's go ahead and post at these levels. I'm going to wait at 7s as well, possibly take out some prints there, and maybe even at 10s if we get really lucky. So keep my packing my patience on that. How's the IPA trade doing? We did get the ad here. On SOWG, we got it at 26s, so let's go ahead and wet the beak here with some profit takers. Nice. Okay, happy with that. Let's see if we can get some more to the high side on this one. Still maintain the same out for SOWG. I won't trade that one. Your eye trades look very scary, man. Yeah, you know what? They just move quickly, brother. They're not scary. They just move really quickly, but that's kind of part and parcel of the small cap gappers. Again, I always say they're around for a good time, not a long time. So, yeah, trade them carefully. That's it, Joey. Keeping my eye on those three. It's really been the story of those three, but I have ambitions here for XFOR, kind of bull flagging, really looking for it to clear $2.
All right, cool. Good stuff there, guys. Savvy Canadian traders.
Oh.
Looking to boost. Oh, nope, not yet. All right, there. I'll wait for the go. All right, we'll wait for the odds to start.
Whenever you let me know. Like that, bro.
See, we don't want to get too early. We don't want to jump the gun on that one. There. All right, here we are. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring the built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the markets.
Yes.
Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca, before investing there, guys. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, so there it is. So we did get stopped out on the IBIT long. It's right here, and it bounces right off of that. So I'll take that final out almost essentially, and then you get a little bit of a move higher. Let's see if it can break through that. Then maybe you can get the continuation to the top side and go and test this high of the day here. I think it's totally feasible throughout the session, so maybe more of a slow grind. AMD working out pretty good for us as well too. So I think this could be a good reload opportunity. The market doesn't really know what it wants to do, go up, down, sideways, whatever it may be. So we'll wait for a more definitive direction. I mean, the SPY looks relatively stronger than the NASDAQ here. So boom, holding and respecting view up relatively well, but we'll keep an eye on some of these names. There it is, not Bitcoin. AMD starting to crawl back higher, so maybe a good add opportunity here. We'll put a little bit more shares on that one. All out of Bitcoin. Let's take a look at some of the top volume stocks of the session as well too, to see where a lot of hands are exchanging shares. We'll refresh this and see what we got going. Oh wow, I seen something with 206 million shares traded already, so that's pretty big. Yeah, that's going to be TSLA with 206 million shares. Tesla with 93 million, AAPL 75.5.
Oh.
Take a look at AAPL because we know they reported this morning.
They did. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Their
horrible.
SSR.
Yeah, it's really bad over here. And who was it? Was it Delta that report or United?
Love.
A couple days ago, I think it was last week. It was
good
UAL. I
question.
think it was
UAL.
Yeah, it
Pretty
was
sure,
UAL. Yeah.
Good
So
call.
there it is. American Airlines moving to the downside. Daniel Shea move beats the expected move. You continue that southward, southeast movement there, Sharif.
Yeah, it's a tough look there. We'll get to that in the news. The Katina man has returned. What do we got there, brother? What do we got today? Some turkey stuff. I saw some fish back there, so I guess that's for the other. Yeah. So the salad folks like myself and the Katina man, we get the turkey. Is it that turkey that everybody hates? Oh, okay, yeah.
Turkey a la wish or whatever his name is.
Turkey a la process, says the Katina man. No, seriously though, there's a bunch of fish back there. It looks like some tilapia, Katina.
Yeah,
man.
it is tilapia.
It's almost all gone. Well, that's what happens on a Thursday.
Club going up, eh?
Yeah. There you go.
All right, then.
So guys, here's the deal. The ad into SOWG, we got one out, so we ended up giving back a little bit on this one. So we had a really good breakout trade on that one. I tried to add into the wicks. It loses VWAP. You got to stay disciplined to your rules, so we'll give back about 7 pennies on that ad there. SOWG, the bamboozler in chief today, but it is fine. Oh, okay. Ex post facto analysis, it's finding support at the 20.
Go wash them quick.
And that's what I've been seeing. Okay, so here we go. The trade really is off that $1.16. It's off the 20. It's off the yellow line. Look how many times it's respected that yellow line on the day. That's a 20 exponential moving average on the 5. And we currently have a higher low than the prior bar low, which takes us down to 115. This current bar low is 117. So you got some higher lows off the 20. Huh. Let's go. 114. Let's go 110, and we'll layer. Okay? So we'll layer into these levels over here, and we'll see what we can get. If it's going to find support at the 20, I'll give it a try. All right, let's see what the other one is doing over here. XFOR, it's been straddling two. We're long 202. It's showing me 199s. There's nothing for me to do right now. It's got higher lows, but I don't know what the hell to do with this thing. The volume's all but dried up, but it's not making any lower lows. So XFOR, I'm not really sure what to do with this one. I think it would be the wrong idea to get out here because it's above the 10, it's above the 20, it's above VWAP, it's below 2, right? So it's a psychological area of resistance, but it's also putting in higher lows. So I'm kind of unsure how this cookie crumbles. Let's go to IPA as well. I'm waiting for a print at 22s. It's at 22s, but the spread is 2 pennies. So we'll have to see whether this one can break and take me to the high side here with some nice prints. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out through prior bar low. Yeah, and that's the situation right now. So SOWG, you little. Okay, good. We're back into that one. Now we took some prints here into 23s on SOWG. Let's see if it can get back into 25s and then 26s. I've layered the orders on this one. Prior bar low gets me out. Simple as that. It has to hold prior bar low. Otherwise, I want no smoke. So it's $1.24. We just got printed at not 23s, excuse me. And then I'm waiting at 25s and then 27s. So let's see if it can hold prior bar low and get me involved. Now here is XFOR. I don't know why it feels like XFOR is going to drop here. I don't know. What do you guys think about XFOR like this? The volume is really drying up. The volume was coming in fast and furious, about 4.8 million shares on a $2 name. But when you look at the volume bars as of late, it's just not appetizing, at least not to me. What do you got over there, Joey? Why are you getting all amped up?
I was looking to add on AMD there, but then it's already made that move lower. So there was a nice resistance zone, and I'm like, you know what, I'll wait till I get back. But then it decided to take that dump instead, Sharif, without me. So thanks for that. Thanks for being a good friend, AMD, and waiting for me. But yeah, no, 63 is where I was looking for that add, and then you can see that's already about 50 cents, a little bit less, 40 cents in the money. So a nice add at this consolidation, and then you get that additional leg lower. So yeah, that was a missed opportunity, but there could be another chance to get involved with some more shares here on AMD, Sharif. So we'll be patient on this one. A nice potential bottoming signal here on Tesla as well, too. What is it down on the day? I think roughly probably around 10% now, maybe a little bit less. We'll take a look to get exact numbers. Yeah, so about 9.5% on the day. And then here it is. You can see the volume slowly starting to accelerate. as we're starting to cool off and just in this selling, right? So that's what you want to see is a nice dump, and that's just going to be exhaustive volume pressure. So if this can close as a complete hammer, maybe you can get a little bit more of a move. But just considering the name is so weak, you want to give it some time, let it curl over. But yeah, right now we're just south of that $300 level, where we've seen that about 34,000 and change open contracts on the put side. So that's why you can see that definitive base and that resistance right here. But now it's been absorbed, and then now we're south of that. So see if that can hold on to that there, Sharif. So that's what I got going on. AMD starting to pull back in. With any form of move back into 162.80s, I'm going to hop in some more shares to see if we can get that move all the way down to VWAP. So that's the game plan on that one. Tesla, okay, so that's turning really positive. You can see the volume really starting to kick up as well. Let's keep an eye on the tape to see if it has flipped and if it's become stronger. And exactly, so what I was just about to say is you see those consistent flushes at the ask and above the ask, so the immediates are getting filled slightly aggressively. You just don't want to see the continuous flushes on the bid at the immediate, all right? So just keep that in mind. We'll monitor what Tesla's up to. Am I going to be looking for a sniper long off of these lows? I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm sure it can bounce at some point and maybe head back towards the volume weighted average price, but it's a really, really weak name. So if you're just looking for an extended long, maybe Tesla's not your primary option there, Sharif.
Okay, SWOG, we got back in, and this one is rampaging to the high side. Here we go again with SOWG. Let's see if we can take out 40s, man. It's been a tough trade at 40 basically all day. So this one has been an interesting one. We've added into this one multiple times, got stopped out a couple of times, but we'll keep fighting back with SOWG. I'm waiting at 38s, 40s, and then 43s, okay? We got in. Where are we in? We're at 21. Best print I have so far, 36. So let's see what this one's got left in the tank here. It's up 51%. I mean, it's been a tougher trade because it doesn't really respect VWAP, okay? It's basing the trade off the 20 exponential. I kind of finished going through that not that long ago. Let's see if it continues to do that. But the entries have been sound on this one, but it reverses very quickly. So unless you're scalping out quick with hotkeys or you have your orders posted, it feels like it kind of doesn't give you too much time to think about it. At least that's where that's what I've perceived this one to do. So SOWG still continuing to zig and zag with this one, looking to print next at 38, but it's finding sellers here at 36. Interesting name, this one. XFOR still involved in this one at 90s, looking for a print at 94s. It's showing me 93s. Let's see if this one defends VWAP. It's got a couple of bottoming tail candles into the volume weighted average price. We'll see if this one can get the juice back to the high side and try to attempt a touch at 2. It's been a kind of a dead one lately. And then IPA, I don't know what the hell to do with this, man. Holding VWAP, but not exactly making any higher. Finally, we get a print there on IPA at 22s. Now we've got long 19s. Next, I'm waiting at 24s, and then I'm layering basically at every penny on this one. Back to SOWG as this one rejects 36 again. Does it have another attempt at the 20 exponential? The 20 exponential, ironically enough now, is at the 20 penny area. I'm talking always, guys, when I say my moving averages, I'm always talking about the 5 minutes, no matter what. I don't even look at the 1 minute, rarely anymore. So the 5 is what I always mean when I say these exponential moving averages on the 5. That's kind of what I'm saying when I say that, excuse me. So yeah, those are the 3 trades that I'm involved in. It's SOWG and XFOR that are really the fast movers. IPA, you know, it's a slow stepper down. So that's what I'm concerned about the most. I'm concerned about XFOR. Quite frankly, I have size on for IPA as well. It's not like we've got baby size on that, but you know, I don't worry about that as much because it's not as fast of a mover. It's XFOR that's a lot fast. Well, don't look at it right now. It's slowed down substantially, but it is a lot faster of a mover, especially if you were watching this one above $2. So I am kind of concerned about this one. We got higher lows on some of these bottoming tail candles, but no higher highs, and we haven't had higher highs since that bamboozling candle that printed at 12.15. That made the high of the day into 210. Didn't get printed on that one, despite the fact we were waiting at 210, and then we made a lower low and a lower high subsequent to that. So Bamboozlement is in XFOR's DNA. Let's see, though, if it's got something here left for the longs. So the high side, I'm looking at the 5-second chart on the top screen, and we're still putting in lower highs right now on XFOR. That displeases me greatly. So, yeah, that's how trading is, baby. A little of this.
A little bit of that.
A little bit of that.
What song is that? A little bit of this?
A little bit of money, no.
No, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
My side, a little bit of readers. Where's Adara when you need her?
Yeah, where's Adara when you need her?
Yeah. What do you got, Joey?
D here, man. Oh, what a mystery. Another one.
Oh,
all right there.
Another one.
What's going on over there, Katina, man?
Another one.
I don't know.
Did I hit that? He says that's crazy. Oh, did you? Oh, he's just
the Katina man's long
right,
the queues right now,
Katina
guys.
man hit that. Yeah, the crypto space is selling aggressive, but there you go. You can see AMD, really prime time reload opportunity right there, and then you can almost get 70 cents off of this specific
Tornado
level.
warning.
Where, here?
Say more.
No way.
Tornado
All right,
warning, Joseph?
that's crazy.
I love it when I get Google updates from 2 days ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's always accurate. That helps a lot. Hey, better late than never, right? So just in case you were worried about what happened a couple days ago. But yeah, this is what we got going on. A potential bounce off here. Tinaman's long the cues. Tesla putting in that hammer candle, getting somewhat of a rebound. Can it stop this downtrend? I think is going to be the primary question here. And then maybe you can get a little bit more to the top side. So you can see we got those consistent lower highs there, and a nice channel to the downside in TSLA. But then puts in that hammer candle with that volume sticking out too. So that could give a nice stopping volume signature. One thing to note that there is still a little bit of selling pressure in here. It didn't close as a complete isolated, so just keep in mind you might get some rejections around this level if you do get to the top end of the range. But AMD looking pretty good on this front, so I'm gonna take my last bit out just because we are heading into VWAP now, and the market does seem like it wants to head south. So there it is. We're gonna be all out of. Oops, nope, not apparently not. I would still be able to rock on in this show. I mean on this trade if I added some more, but I didn't. So it is what it is. We got to accept our fate and move on and look for that next trade, as my guy Obi would like to say. But there we are, all out of AMD. I'll put it up on actually the bigger screen so you guys can see it a little bit better instead of me just dragging a chart over. So here it is, AMD to the south side. So yeah. That's it. VWAP probably the target 6150. Looks like it's going to be in the works for today there, but the 3-minute chart, short right off the peaks, multiple indecision topping tails at the high. You take the short, and then boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
That's where you're supposed to add, and then we take a little bit more off there. So now we're all out of AMD. This looks like a head and shoulders on the 3-minute if you ask me, Sharif. I don't know about you.
Well said.
Shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2, neckline snaps, VWAP in.
Preceded by an uptrend, Joey. Preceded by an uptrend.
There you go. That's it.
There you go.
So since we're talking about this, you believe that there's another trade opportunity at the break of the neckline, looking for that move back into the volume weighted average price?
Yes, based upon what I just saw there.
Yeah.
But bigger picture, what's I didn't look at anything else. What do we have on the day?
On
AMD?
the day? Yeah.
That's
AMD.
at 2/3. Oh, so we're up on the day.
Yeah, we're positive.
Yeah, well, that looks like a neckline break. Well, you can
Yeah.
just confirm that with a neckline break, right?
So
Wait
there
for
you
the
go.
neckline break, and then you go short. And then remember the retest too on the of
so
the
you
neckline
get the break
on
of the
shoulder.
neckline, the retest of it. If it holds at the support level, then maybe you can have an add opportunity and then look for that move back towards VWAP. So yeah, Bitcoin and Ethereum are tanking. So yeah, that ride was short-lived, and we were slightly excited about that one. But now it is given back the majority of the move, but part of trading.
Yes, Roof Ninja. Yeah, that's what we mean, brother. Head and shoulders is a reversal pattern. That's why I was asking him, was it preceded by an uptrend? Because there's got to be a trend to reverse, right? If you're coming from a consolidation, you see a head and shoulders, what trend are you reversing? You were consolidative. So that's a great point out by you, but that's kind of what I meant. All right, we took the print there at 38 on SOWG. It's really got the top at 40, though. 40 is really the high. It is, in fact, the high of the day, and that's where the sellers have been stepping in. But I'll submit to you, the sellers have been stepping in a little ahead of that 40 penny area in the high 30s. And that's why every time we wake up into the high 30s, we're being met with some selling there. So that does obviously pose a threat for the latest ad on this one. How many shares do we have left? Let's have a look. Here on my friend SOL, we're still good. We can post. Yeah, we'll wait at 45s as well, and then maybe we'll wait at some 47s in case this gets really squeezy and starts making a move to the high side. But it's XFOR
that, oh boy, we're holding VWAP, but I don't know for how long, guys. So we'll see about that one. IPA, we're still holding break even at 22s above VWAP, but we're basically rejecting the that $0.25 area, and we have been for a moment. But what gets me out of this IPA is the loss of the volume weighted average price. I'm really going to try to pack my patience for that. But we have a special guest and a special interview at the big desk right now with Brendo. Take it away, boys.
Hey guys, yeah, thanks so much. We're continuing the digital asset conversation this afternoon, and we have I don't know if I can call him this, but I'm going to anyways, a digital asset veteran. I'm pretty sure he's younger than I am, so I mean, I'm thrilled to have him back on. The founder of WonderFi originally, Karya Samaru, back with us for the first time, and it seems like a long time, Karya. It's great to see you, first of all. Welcome back.
Likewise, great to see you again. It's been a while.
Yeah, congratulations, first of all, on the WonderFi transaction. As everybody knows, WonderFi acquired by Robinhood. I think maybe just start off with a little bit of a thought on that specifically. I mean, what does that mean as far as the Canadian landscape specifically is concerned with that transaction?
When I started WonderFi back in 2021, the goal with it really was to put Canadian crypto on the map. And at the time, there was just so many different exchanges trying to comply with all the different regulations and compete for the same customers. And so we wanted to create something that could compete on a global scale. And that is really what ended up happening with this Robinhood acquisition. I think it's, to me, having not just an acquisition, but a fintech company as prolific as Robinhood that has the footprint that they do, coming in and acquiring this Canadian crypto exchanges is really exciting. I think, a couple of years ago, we were seeing more crypto to crypto acquisitions and mergers. And now I think there's a lot more TradFi to crypto. And I think that's a big that's a big positive for the industry.
Yeah, it's exciting as far as being on this side of the border and being a fan and watcher of this marketplace specifically. Let's talk about the new venture, XTAL. Very exciting. Recently being added here, a new addition to the TSX Venture Exchange in Toronto. XTAO is the ticker. Pretty nice day today so far. Decentralized AI, Karya. Tell us what that means exactly.
Yeah, so after WonderFi was exploring what was next and couldn't help but get sucked into the AI rabbit hole and got extremely excited about the potential. I think it's the most important invention of our lifetime, potentially of in human history, and that's really exciting. But it's also terrifying because of this centralization that exists and the fact that this one of the most powerful tools ever created is owned and gated by 2 or 3 companies is I think a much bigger problem than a lot of people realize. So as I was exploring that problem, I discovered BitTensor, which is this decentralized AI network, basically takes the same core principles and foundation of Bitcoin, which has created the world's largest computer and really created this store of value in Bitcoin. It's taking those fundamentals and then applying them to creating AI. And it's very nascent. It's like Bitcoin in 2012 because it's pre-first halving, like Bitcoin was in the earlier part of 2012. But it's a really vibrant network, a ton of extremely talented people building. And so that's where I've been focused last year and a half, and then have been working on XTAO, which is building on the BitTensor network and really trying to create an institutional product for BitTensor and Tau, which is the token of BitTensor.
We're seeing, you alluded to it there a little bit earlier, but we're seeing a lot of treasury additions here on the corporate side of things. Talk a little bit about the business model for XTAO.
Yeah, the treasury wave is really it's really remarkable. So I think that it's great for crypto because it's bridging that gap between crypto and traditional finance, and really we're seeing massive amounts of capital go into these treasury companies. XTAO is, if you're familiar with SOL strategies and MicroStrategy, XTAO is more of a SOL strategies as we do have a large treasury of Tau, but we're also building on the network, and we run a validator, and we'll be doing other productive work on the network. So there is, really a technology focus, and then we have the treasury that generates yield from staking the asset, and then is kind of accretive to our validator and other parts of the business that we'll be building.
If we go back to the concept of decentralized versus centralized AI specifically, how do you see this playing out? How do you see the decentralized aspect of this, taking on the centralized aspect of it?
Yeah, it's going to take time. I think that what BitTensor is doing is it's the best shot on goal for a decentralized AI, but it does take time to build that type of a network because it is by its nature decentralized and distributed. But it therefore creates a more resilient and more open system. So what we're seeing with BitTensor is it's the very early days, it's extremely nascent, but you're starting to see products that are being built on BitTensor that are competing or outperforming some centralized AI models. And that's just by virtue of this incentive structure that has been borrowed from Bitcoin and applied into BitTensor. So I think we're going to see that acceleration continue, and we'll continue to see decentralized AI become more adopted and build more resilient and open AI in comparison to centralized counterparts.
When it comes to some of those projects that you mentioned, a lot being built on the network right now. Give us a little insight here. What can we expect? What are some of the things we can look forward to?
Yeah, so there's a wide variety. There's over 100 different subnets on BitTensor. Each one is focused on a specific product that is somewhere in the AI stack. So there's everything from crowdsourced compute. There is consumer-facing products like deep fake detection, all these different types of consumer-facing products. There's real-time social data kind of aggregators. There's really a wide variety. I think one of the most compelling products right now is called Shoots, which is inference through open source LLM models like ChatGPT equivalents, and we're seeing a ton of usage on this product that really is taking up actually a lot of the overall open source LLM usage, not just on BitTensor, but sort of just globally.
And from the company standpoint, where are you focusing most of your attention on right now?
Yeah, so we are really focused on building and growing this validator. I think that BitTensor is extremely complex, and so everybody that's building in the ecosystem is heads down and really most people are very technical, and so we're really trying to create this kind of institutional product that's more accessible. That it really reminds me of when the first Bitcoin miner went public, and you started to allow the investing public who may never hold crypto to see a solid business model that they can understand and connect with, that is backed by a high growth asset. And I think that's really what we're focused on, is kind of growing that business and being able to reach a broader audience, because I think it's important not just for BitTensor to get this type of institutional and retail adoption, but I think it's really important just from a public awareness standpoint that I think including myself for the longest time, just feeding all of my sensitive data into ChatGPT and feeding the beast, so to speak. And if they decide that I can't access that anymore, or they want to do different things with that data, there's really nothing we can do. It's I think it's really terrifying from that standpoint, and we've seen that with so many different products that use sensitive information. Obviously, Google, Meta, 23andMe is a good example, where it's like, oh yeah, I'll just give my personal genetic code and data to this company, and I guess they're going to now sell it to insurance companies. And so I think the level of information that is going into ChatGPT is so much, exponentially more than those examples, like whether it's Google or 23andMe, and so I think we need to be very wary of that.
Yeah, I mean, and they make it so tempting to, get that advice about whatever you want to talk about with ChatGPT.
I mean, it's everybody's, you're using it as a business analyst, you're using it as people are using it as a therapist, using it for your personal finances, your deepest, darkest secrets, and it is such a good product that you will continue to use it.
100%. Yeah, no, 100%. Well said. Early days, as you mentioned, but exciting time, I think, for a product like this. If anybody wants more information, where would you send them?
Yeah, I would just send them to our website, xtau.co, and you can sign up for updates there. And our ticker is xtau, trading on the TSXV just as of this week. Yeah, pretty good day, as we mentioned, XTAO, guys, on the TSX Venture Exchange. I mean, best of luck. Thanks for coming back again, Karya Samaru. This is an exciting time. Give us an update in the near future, if you will. Absolutely, will do. Thanks for having me back. Of course.
Great look there, Brendo. Thank you guys for that great information. And definitely something to keep an eye on. I know you were listening intently, obviously being the crypto maniac that you are, in a good way, of course, and not in a bad way. Maniac, obviously, usually pejorative. Didn't mean it that way. You know that.
I know. I didn't take it offense in that way. I was just saying more or less. I don't think I'm no.
He's a maniac.
No, I don't think I'm that really.
I just, to
be honest, that's crazy. No, in all seriousness though, I just try to go with the flow, right? Like, I use my examples with the weed companies and with the weed Canadian weed companies and kind of just the whole COVID ordeal. It's just trying to take advantage of some trends, right? So that's what I got going on. That's why I've been involved with Bitcoin for some time, and that's why I'm going to be involved with Ethereum for some time. And speaking of Ethereum, I do like it off of these lows here, so I'm going to get involved in this one.
Get it, Joe.
ETHA. I like it slightly more than Bitcoin right now, so it is stronger. So we'll go in and we'll hop into this trade to see if we can start cooking up a little bit of a storm on ETH. Why am I in this? Well, you can see that we've been consistently selling off of these previous highs. And then sure enough, you can see that we put in this hammer right at the lows. But the market seems relatively weak. Like Shreve says, he wants to see that divergence in between the correlation with some of these crypto assets in the NASDAQ. And I agree with him, right? And that's what we're talking about, mixing two friends group. We don't really want to see that right here. But this is what we were referring to earlier on AMD. Neckline broke right there at 62.18 and now trading up to 61.73. So a really good head and shoulders break. What do you got?
All right, guys. CRE is going insane. So here we go. It's going to halt again. It was a 10-minute deep halt on the previous occasion. Now it's going to halt here at 770. If we get a couple more, there's the gray out. We're halted at $7.70. Take note of this last input time here on the time and sales. It's very important. It's a little hack. 12:51:24. The last print came in for 100 shares. You add increments of 5 minutes onto that. You will get waves of 5-minute increments in the halt. It'll be 5, 10, 15, 20. You guys get it? Be on the lookout right now. CRE is all the craze. It's insane. It's breaking out really aggressively. Here's what I'm seeing on the 5-minute black charts over here. Let me throw in the ticker so everybody can follow along. CRE, excuse me. And as you can see, the first thing I'm going to say is all I see is absolute respect for the 10 EMA on the 5. In addition to that, it's a trade de novo, meaning this was not trading during the pre-market. It was not trading with any relevant volume at the open. The volume started coming in fast and furious, I would submit to you, at 12 to really 12:30. I mean, the volume started picking up at about 50,000 shares, maybe a little bit less per 5-minute candle, but it was this candle here, 12:25, that did over 100, and then all hell has broken loose now to the high side, halted $7.70. Let's see which way this cookie crumbles, baby. I'm going to be involved in this one if it is appropriate. Now, as we've talked about before, and I want to take the opportunity
during the halt to tell you about this. These halt levels act as intraday areas of support and resistance. It doesn't always retrace back into the halt area, but if it does, it sometimes is a good money buy. And I use that word sometimes here because I don't want to sound too overconfident, but my observation has been that most of the time, these halt levels, at least initially, not on every dip, at least initially, do give you a good dip trading opportunity. So here's what I mean. In this case, it didn't even get back into it. So we did technically halt at around 643. Look where we opened up at 7. Typically what we do is even if we open up higher, most of the time we do, if we're on a heater like this, we typically wick down into basically that previous halt level 640, 650, 660. You'll be a lot closer to it. So exuberant were the buyers, though, on this particular name that they bought it up at 675 as opposed to the 6 mid-40s. So be on the lookout here. CRE, fantastic looking one, at least for the moment, but as quickly as this one can give you profits, it can certainly take it away. This is not a large cap that's around every day, and for years and years to come, it will break your heart, okay? So don't fall in love with it and make sure you are trading using sound risk management strategies. Let's go now over here to IPA because IPA finally give me that curl. We're nicely in the money on this one, taking prints to the high side. We got 18s on, just wet the beak there at 25. And we do have some nice more outs here listed into that 2 1/3. So we'll see what IPA has to offer. But SOWG coming right back down. That 40 seller still kind of eluding us here. Anything below my entry at 21, it's all over. And then XFOR displeased me. Still displeasing me, despite the fact that we got a few prints here to the high side, still 96, 98, $2, all unprinted here on XFOR. The only thing keeping me optimistic about this bad boy is the 20 different candles right now that it has straddling the volume weighted average price, and exaggerate for effect here. It's obviously not 20, but this is the candle that dropped down into VWAP. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now we're on our 6th candle that's defended the volume weighted average price from the north side. So let's see if this one can start putting in some higher highs and higher lows, man. Give me that print into that $2 area. We'll see what we get, and we will not get upset. Shout out to your boy Neil. All right, so that's it. Basically, those are the 3 trades, Joey, and I'm going to be keeping my eyes closely here on my friend CRE. So just remind everybody, 12:51.24 was the halt time. It is currently 12:55.29. So if it is going to be a 5-minute halt, we have another minute less, 50 seconds until this opens. Recall, the previous halt was 10 minutes deep. Let's see how long this one lasts, Joe.
Good look, Shrif. You know what that song we were thinking about this morning, Beastie Boys?
Yes, sir.
No sleep till... No sleep till Brooklyn, baby.
So good.
That was it.
Tell them what you did there for Halloween.
Oh yeah, me and my.
That was a sick one.
Yeah, I wish I could bring that picture back because that's when we were all in school. Oh, dude, that thing's. When did I graduate? 14. So that would have been, or did I graduate? I don't even know anymore. Yeah, so that would have been in 2013, man. So that would have been a long time ago, 12 years ago.
Smartphones around at the time, right?
Yeah, well, it was posted on Facebook. But yeah, anyways, me and a couple of my buddies, we dressed up as the Beastie Boys for Halloween, and that was a good one.
That's a good one,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, that was a good one. The 3 of us, it was sick. We went to
Joey, gotta interrupt. Here we go,
brother.
Here we go. CRE, zigging, zagging. It still hasn't taken out that 770 high day. I stand corrected. It is at $8 now. High of the day. This one's on the warpath. 810 to the high side. We're up 75%. Here we go. This is awfully crazy. I don't want to trade this one. I've got 3 other ones that I got to monitor. This one's going to stress me out, but this is breaking out now. Here we go. We're going to halt again here, Joseph, at 43s. If we stay at this level for a few more seconds, let's see if it's a false halt as the buyers pack in on the bid side of the equation at 43s. And can we get a gray out? Or are we going to work grayed out? We are halted again to the upside. $8.43 on CRE. Does this even have a catalyst? I'll just give it for everybody else. I personally don't care. Oh, here we go. This is what I'm seeing. CRE Enterprises received gross proceeds of about $5.8 million from offering before deductions. Really? That's what's sending this up? 5.8, I'm not trying to say I have $5.8 million, but I mean, I've seen things move for a lot worse than that. Anyway, there's more. CRE Enterprise IPO of 1.45 million class ordinary shares closed at $4. Is this an IPO? No way. Give me a second here. This ain't no IPO.
RPO.
It is. Oh, it IPO'd yesterday. I think somebody was actually telling me that in the chat. Thank you, guys. Yes. So the high day yesterday, 5.25. This thing opened at $4, ended up closing at 4.22. The high was 5.25. Today, as you can see, 8.43 high. This is an IPO from yesterday, guys. That's it. So that's a headline right there, in addition to whatever $5.8 million they got. So this is yesterday's IPO. Yes, Walt, that's what I meant actually, you, Walt. When I said somebody told me that CRE was the IPO from yesterday, I did actually mean you. I just forgot your name. Thank you, Walt Winchell, for pointing that one out. I do appreciate that, Joe.
Good look there, guys. All right, so we're into some Ethereum. Nice bounce of VWAP on AMD. We did catch a little bit of that move, about half of it, maybe a little bit more, and then we got all out. So not too bad. ETHA not doing too good for me right now. As the market, I thought, was looking to rebound because AMD is climbing higher. I thought Google was going to bounce, but it seems that Tesla has now broke that downtrend line. So keep this in mind, right? Nice long off the lows there, Gorev. Boom, boom, and then you're snapping that, and then you head right. And the primary target obviously going to be the volume weighted average price. I think that'll be a bonus if you do get into that neck of the woods. But there we are, ETHA. We're long this name, consecutive selling, south of VWAP. Nice strong correlation between the price there, so it's hovering. So now we want to break. I did punch in, added, doubled up the position. So now that's going to be a move to 28. We're going to look for 28.10s, and then maybe even this neckline here. I think that would be a pretty big bonus. I don't mind adding some more shares to this position just because why not, right? If things are working out for us, you want to continuously hammer some things on the day. We did take a loss on Google and then a small win on it earlier in the session right out of the open. So we'll touch on that here real quick. So there it was. I'm like, all right, let's go long. The thing is, though, when I'm watching the tape, it was a pretty mixed bag. And I'm like, all right, but you had consecutive strong flushes on the ask. And I'm like, all right, let's see if we can break and hold this pre-market high level. So I punched there, and then I gave it about roughly $1 before I got stopped out. So I cut it. And then once we broke through the volume-weighted average price again, I punched same size, but then only ended up taking 50 cents on that one. But I was like, yeah, it was a good idea to just hop out of that trade because it was just consecutive selling. Still positive on the session, about 0.8% there. But yeah, that was what we got on Google. What else did we trade? AMD, Tesla. Oh yeah, we had a Tesla trade as well. Tesla short, TSLA. Boom. We add twice. We enter our position, add 2 more times. Boom, boom, boom. We take that off, and it was a slow grind to the downside there. So it was unfortunate that we did get stopped out break even, but there was a nice potential move on there. Bitcoin worked out okay for us. IBIT. We take that long, make a mistake right here, and then you get that move higher, looking for the continuation of the trend, and then boom, you take that out, and then we get stopped out at 20-30% right there. So now we're in some
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Can I see it, or am I?
Yeah, it's French Montana. He's dating the Princess of Dubai, Sheikh. What's her name? Mahra?
Yeah,
what the hell? I've never heard that name before.
Shout out to French Montana.
He's not even French, bro.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but he's like, but the country, the African country that speaks French.
So
right?
Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia were former French colonies, so they speak their French out there. That's why. Libya, Italian colony. Egypt, English colony.
Okay, yeah. Isn't like Sierra Leone French too, or something along those
lot
lines?
of African countries, a lot. Yeah,
like
they have.
There's a couple. Ivory Coast is French.
Cote d'Ivoire, absolutely. Bang on.
Is French as well too. So
absolutely.
Shout out to geography and everything.
Shout out to Chatty.
Yeah. But no, that's what I got cooking up. Let's go. Maybe we can make a little bit of cash money over here on ETHA. If it wants to bounce and head back towards VWAP, that would be a big time move, and we'll be much appreciative of that. 28.20 is going to be a primary target. You can see that we have a definitive neckline right around that neck of the woods there. So that's going to be another target, but the market's going to have to participate in order for these targets to, I think, be obtained. So we'll be patient on that one. Bitcoin slowly curling back over in definitive lower highs. So you can see somewhat of a downtrend here in IBIT, Doom all the way to the downside. So the inability to construct and crack through some of these previous highs, forming lower highs, Sharif.
All right, CRE is going to down halt here, guys. Here comes 720 halt. Here we go. A couple of more seconds at this, and the sell orders are stacking up. There's the gray out. Halted, 720. 102.26. Note the time. Neil, where's that from? Note the time. No. Somebody. Yeah. That's from a comedy. It's from a stand-up. It's like, note the time. Oh, goodness, that's gonna kill
What
me.
was
I think it was Chappelle.
What was that improv show? Whose line is it anyways?
Yeah, I know that one.
Was that an improv show? Yeah, I remember that.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Note the time. It was Chappelle. It was. Oh yes. Okay. It's.
Yeah, a
I
lot of
can't
people are
talk
saying
about it.
it's Chappelle,
It
yeah.
is Chappelle, right?
Yeah.
It is Chappelle. No. It's Chappelle. I just can't talk about what he was saying because it's not for me to talk about on here, but it's hilarious as hell. You guys can do your own research on that, so that we'll keep an eye out on that. All right, guys. You know exactly what I'm talking about, dude. Like, it's profiling. I can't talk about that, Neil. Like, I mean,
No,
anyway.
the best skit is honestly The Real World, when he remakes The Real World.
It's so good, of course.
It is
of course.
so
we can make the video or not make the video.
He's like, sit down when you when you go.
100% pure Cambodian. Oh,
crazy.
goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
The Real
It's all
World, man.
so
Remember that show, The Real World?
cancelable now, but that was like 20 years,
crazy.
25 years ago now, man. I mean, there just wasn't that kind of thing back then. All right. All right, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. I do appreciate you guys. All right, here we go. We're doing it freaking live
Yes, we are.
on X. Wow. As soon I could tell this guy's in or out of the money just immediately based on his mood. I love it. All right, guys, here we go. I'll get to that one in a second, Joe. I just want to show everybody XFOR holding VWAP now, making higher highs and higher
go
lows.
Bitcoin.
Still having trouble with $2 though, Joey. So I did de-risk here nicely on the move up for XFOR. Let's keep an eye out on this one separately. My friend IPA. I don't want to say continues to pay because the second I do that, it's going to drop. But it's stair-stepping up. It's got a seller here at the $0.25. Let's see if he can take out 26s. Packing my patience there. And then last but not least, SOWG. Still, as you can see, putting in the higher lows. That hasn't changed, guys, on this bad boy over here. So despite the fact that it sometimes zigs and zags with VWAP, it is finding support. Go ahead, Joey.
Brother.
Go ahead.
We're cooking up here.
Get it, man.
Oh man, these order rejections drive me nuts.
Oh yeah.
All right,
Love
All
that.
right, here we go. We'll take a little bit more. Yeah, good vibes only. GVO. All right, so we got a nice big time pop. This is what we were looking for. 28.20. Did I take off half? Not quite. I will take off a little bit more here, just because this was a potentially false break, but we won't complain about that whatsoever. A nice move. We'll hold on to the remaining 50% of our position there on ETHA. Off of this hammer candle, was the entry exactly precise? No, but it was pretty close. If you play the break of that candle, you get that move right into the volume weighted average price. That's what we're looking at. Katina, man, spin it, my guy.
I'll spin it.
All right, no
There it is.
problem.
Boom. Shout out
way.
to Valeria. Get it in the car.
Either way is fine. Let's go, money storm.
Get it.
This is what we want to see.
Get
nice
it.
work, guys. Sorry, guys.
All right, it's cool, man. There it is. The money storm's on the wrong side of the screen, but everything's fine there, Joey.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, man. I freaking PA. I'm waiting at 27s. I just got the 26 print. We're long 18s. We have some good shares into this one, so we'll be able to take out several levels. The highest we're posted at is 31, despite the fact that the high of the day is at 33. Let's go ahead and post at the high of the day as well. Keep your eye out on IPA. It was a beautiful buy off the volume weighted average price. That's where I got in there. Show it to you on the black chart. It didn't even hang out all that much at the volume weighted average price. It was a quick, sorry, that's SOWG. I meant IPA, pardon me. At the VWAP here, quick wick down, bought up aggressively. Next candle ended up being green, and we've been putting in higher highs and higher lows since then. So let's see if that trend can continue. No, she's not back to Trader TV. I think she's in Russia, Anonymous, and hasn't been back since. Has she been back, Katina Man? No. Katina Man says no. So I'm also continuing to wait here on XFOR for a $2 break. $2 has been a bit of a annoying level. It's a 210 high, I realize that, but there wasn't that much time spent above $2, and now we're really starting to stair-step into that too. Now, if we reject $2, this poses a real problem. Why? Because it will have been an area high, meaning that 210 high, and then a $2-ish rejection means lower high, lower high. Then you'd be on the lookout here for that lower low. Where does that lower low come from? That break of 185, where basically it bottomed out there. So be on the lookout for a loss of that level on XFOR. That could spell some problems. But there goes IPA again, taking out both my orders at 27 and 28. Next level I'm posted at here, 429s. Let's see if we can get a bigger move up here on IPA. I don't want to take out too much too quickly to see if we can hold a piece for the higher levels here on IPA, Joey. We're doing it freaking live.
All right, you guys are actually real comical, man. You make me laugh.
What up?
No, just the comments in the chat, obviously.
Oh,
yeah. Funny people. Yeah, Bitcoin being a little bit stronger than what we got in our good friend now. Ethereum is our good friend for now. Things can obviously change.
He'll flip the switch on you in a second. He'll flip the switch on you in a second.
There is no hesitation whatsoever. We can be amazing friends, or we can just be like, hey.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, I have no issue with it whatsoever. That's just.
He'll drop you like that.
That's my coping mechanism. You know what I mean? Because we all need that.
That's fair.
But Bitcoin bouncing nice back here, guys. So you can see that it put in that base right below, and then now starting to trade above the volume weighted average price. Ethereum is struggling at view up. I don't know how relevant that is to some of these crypto names right now, but as inflows continue to increase and more adoption with this, my guy Tom Lee is starting to buy this stuff hand over fist, and then we got the Ethereum machine as well too. So that's kind of a micro strategy that he's looking to employ with just generating yield essentially. And then obviously if you own that stock, you generate the yield, you benefit from that. And then also you get the appreciation of the stock itself, and then the underlying asset, which would be Ethereum. And that's kind of what Michael Saylor's got going on, except for there's only the appreciation of Bitcoin and the stock price. So just keep that in mind. 1 minute time frame here. We got 50% of our position on in ETHA. So yeah, that's what we got cooking up. Okay. Google bouncing nicely off of those lows, Sharif. 300 holding up to a T. We talked about that 300 put wall with 34,100 current open contracts. And then you can see that alphabet company, Google, starting to climb higher. Maybe you can get back into VIA because those numbers were absolutely amazing. I know Sharif's probably going to do the news momentarily, and we're going to most definitely be talking about what we got going on with that, because there's some interesting stuff across the board with Google. And I don't want to release it. I know Sharif's got some stuff, but I'm going to touch on some things as well, too, that I think are just really, really attractive for this stock. And that's why the thing is, though, I talk about it all the time. I said it before. We're such in a massive change in our day-to-day operations that there's ways to take advantage of this. And I think Google Cloud, as long as we're continuing to scale AI and working to build on this, you got to store the data somewhere.
Scale AI. Hey, there's my guy.
You see where we went on that with that one there. But that's what I'm getting at, though, Sharif. In all reality, where are they going to store all of this data? I talked about the likes of NVIDIA a while ago with their autonomous kind of division that they got cooking up. In a matter of 60 minutes, they fill up as much storage as 270 iPhones.
That's crazy.
So it's insane. So the amount of data that needs to be collected and stored somewhere, I think it's only going to benefit these big boys here. And actually, I'm not even going to give it away yet because I think you're going to like some of the stuff.
All right, man.
I made sure I read through your notes and that you weren't there.
Oh, look at this guy. Hey, all right. No overlap. I appreciate that. Yeah. STFUFFS. $2 super chat.
Oh, do you know what that means?
Of course I do, bro.
Okay.
That's why I didn't say the whole thing. Trader TV calendar, Joseph.
And it's 3-inch seam shorts. If they
Moment of silence.
If they make them, then more.
Oh, I'm sure they make them, bro. Just go down one road that way.
One road. Which one?
Go one road east.
Oh, I see what you did.
What's going on over there, Katina man? And NVIDIA HOD, shout out to the Katina man who just put his positions in the chat. Let's go, he says. There we go. I'm going to read them out, Katina man. Give me a second here to find them. There they are. Amazon 230.80. Long Google 192.24. NVIDIA 171.50. TQQQ 88.18. Katina man puts his positions in the chat. If you're not following along in the chat, then you are missing the positions. So make sure as well, Joey, once you guys are in the chat, to get into the chat, of course, and vote for your favorite tickers every day. What I'm doing right now is I'm looking for the link that the Chilean Nightmare sent me so that I can share it with you guys and we can have a look at what is moving on the day. Here we go. There we go. Let's bring it in. And there it is. Shout out to Fabian for this. All right, who's winning today? Tesla with 68. Guys, it's an abomination that the highest vote over here is 68 votes. We got to get at least a triple-digit winner here, Joey.
Well, we got a lot of the Hulk in too, right?
I know.
When we were doing
I respect that, of course, but we definitely got to get some more votes in here. There's no way we can have the leader here with only 68 votes get into the chat SE's bestie. You put BMNR. I respect that. But the program here will not respect that because you didn't throw in the dollar sign. You got to throw in the dollar sign, followed by a 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Get into the chat right now, guys. Throw it in. There we go. Now Tesla's moving with some votes. Get into the chat. Throw these votes in. Let's get these all up into triple-digit territory. It's fantastic animation here. And by the way, this is probably going to be posted behind us. Story behind that to come, Joey, but we won't let everybody know too much about that. All right, CRE is headed to the downside here, guys, and here we go. It lost the 10 EMA, and now it's at $6, and it better hold up here because that's where the volume-weighted average price is. It's losing 6. It's going to halt at 592. So that's two down halts, excuse me, in a row right now.
Oh, let's go
CRE.
with Ethereum. Yeah.
Take it over, Joey.
Yes, let's go with Ethereum. Yeah, that's what we want to see. This is what we want to see. Yeah, man, come on, we're cooking up, man. And you know we bought a bunch of this stuff yesterday as well too. So that's why we're happy about seeing this grind higher.
The first thing that he said to me today when he came in, did you buy any ETH? I was like, okay, so let me guess, you bought ETH. Oh, Joey.
No, but dude, seriously, we talked about it. Like, we talk about it all day. Just take advantage of this stuff.
No, I respect that, man.
Cash money. Around, so that's what I told you. That's what I'm about.
I feel you.
Yeah, of course I can do anything for you, Assassino. Fix my mic there.
Yeah, you don't want to disappoint him.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize about that, man. I don't want to have a conversation with him after about the mic situation. So.
I love this persona that we're making for him. People are going to fear the hell out of this guy, bro.
He's the nicest guy.
Yeah, he's like the most quality guy out there. Full disclosure. It's just, he's Assassino.
He's Assassino. You got to watch out for those guys. You don't know what they're really about. But no, good trade there on NVDA and the TQs there, Katina, man. As the market is just going absolutely parabolic right here. Let's go.
Get it, Katina, man.
His name's not even Katina, man. It's Deontay Wilder from this point on. There it is, Deontay Wilder, my guy, cooking up a storm.
Get it, Katina, man. Bob and weave, baby. Bob and weave.
There it is right there. Show
I tried to tell you.
He tried telling us. He tried it. He attempted it. Did we listen? Maybe not. Some of us did. But shout out to the bronze bomber himself, Katina, man, the monster.
We need an Italian thing, a little bit of an Italian twist to his name there. The bronze bomber, that's great. But is there an Italian kind of
we know
twist?
about that one.
The Italian stallion. No. Obviously, I don't mean that. That's Rocky's name. But like he's got to.
Katina, man, or Rocky. Choose your fighter. I got Katina.
Yeah, well, I'm not going down that road, bro. I'm just trying to get him an Italian nickname. That's all I'm trying to do right now. Yeah.
We'll think about it.
We'll think about it. Yeah, guys, in the chat, throw in some Italian nicknames there for the Katina, man. Keep it clean.
Keep it clean. Yeah, keep it PG as well, too, please, guys. All right, so yeah, nice pop there. This is what I'm talking about. Like, this market is so strong, so bull-esque. It's like we can't even really, the continuation in the shorts just don't work. So it's like, take the moves, take the pop, and get out. What is really driving this? Let's go through the Mag 7 before we send it back to Sharif to see what we got going on. Oh, wow, Ethereum. Do your thing, Ethereum. Do your thing. What was I going to do? Microsoft. Let's take a look at... Bang. Let's take a look at Microsoft. Boom. Look at this thing continuously go. This is insane. It's not stopping. It was consolidating while the market was doing absolutely nothing. Breaks out. Yeah. Let's go over NVDA. The Cadillac Katina. All right.
Katina, because the mob guys are always driving Cadillacs.
Did you see the new Cadillac IQ? Our guy, Marquise Brownlee, did his review on
No, I actually didn't see it.
500 miles this battery gets.
The Lyric or the IQ?
It's the IQ. Yeah. Take it in. Yeah. So Marquise,
are we gonna have to build it?
We're gonna have to build it.
No.
9,000 pounds and has 500 miles of range there on the Cadillac.
Cadillac?
Yeah.
IQ?
Yeah.
Okay. Cadillac. What is it? What is it doing, bro? Sorry.
Cadillac. Pull it up.
There it is.
No, is that a real genuine
IQ? There we go. Okay. What is this? Let's find out immediately what this is now that we're.
I thought this was called the Lyric.
It's similar to the Lyric he was saying. Yeah.
Look at that.
Similar.
Look at this, dude. Are you kidding me?
That thing is wicked, dude. He did the review of it yesterday, and he loves it.
This looks really good,
it's
dude.
really nice, dude.
But
500 miles.
Oh, there's another bottom screen here.
Yeah.
You see this, Joey?
Dude, there's a lot going on in
this thing is like one. Oh,
I'm telling you, there's a lot going on in this vehicle.
What is this?
Yeah,
this is like
big time.
NVIDIA. I mean, how many
time.
GPUs do they have in this mother? You know what? Like, but that's hilarious.
No, it's all digital.
This is nice.
It's
I bet you
all
anything
digital.
it's far cheaper than the Gravity. Let's find out. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll go with that. We'll just go.
Are we building it now?
We're gonna do it.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's the end of the story.
Yeah,
That's the end of the story.
We're not building it.
We're not building it.
We're not building it anymore.
160,000 Canadian dollars.
Yeah.
All right, man. All right, man.
Yeah, the
Joseph, what?
the snow peso, buddy. That's what we're
percent? I need to know. I need to know.
Snow peso. Wow,
Okay.
Tesla.
No,
Go ahead.
I
You
gotta
got out of
freaking-
Tesla. There goes Tesla starting to climb higher. Nasdaq just moving. I was gonna say something else, but then I was like, all right, we don't want to say that. But there it is, ripping faces off Tesla trendline break. That was the signal. 300 hold. Let's bring up the put. I thought you said you got all of it. You're out on that. You got the break on PLTR. Randy coming in with a storm as well too. Maybe we'll see what we got going on with that. But let's pull up our options chain to see what we got going on with Tesla, because we know that there was a massive put wall right at that 300. Why we couldn't snap and hold it? You get that indecision print right off of the lows, and there you go, Joe. You get that move to now the volume weighted average price. So there it is. Tesla's 30,000. There was about 100 more on this. Those have been cleaned up, but there it is, a put wall on this week's expiration cycle for Tesla, bouncing off of those levels to a T. Is that the highest size of open interest? It's looking like there, guys. So there it is, Tesla making a nice move to the top side there.
All right.
Are we building it now?
Yeah, no. I asked chat. 1 to 2% of the Canadian population, if you use the formula that's set out for affordability for cars, like percentage of income for transportation, according to chat, and you know chat does hallucinate, roughly 1 to 2% of Canadians could realistically afford a $160,000 car without financial strain.
Yes, I mean, $160,000 is a 1% car. Would you not classify it as that?
Absolutely, yeah, because
you know what
I mean, until I would say 5-6 years ago, maybe until before COVID, we were talking about the Huracan being around 220, 250,000 Canadian. This is not that far off. Okay, it's less. I get that. By the time you're walking out the door with some options and the 13% sales tax we have to pay on it.
Yeah, it's $200K.
Exactly. More, Joseph.
More than $200K,
and there's luxury tax. Don't forget everything above 100,000. What? Your boy Trudeau threw in the luxury tax.
What do they do with our money?
I don't know what they do with our money, man. But anyway, that's ridiculous. All right, guys, we're printing up multiple storms right now. But
we got a lot of super chats here too, as well.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, you want to cover something?
Yeah. Let's go through it because they're flowing in right here now. So let's go to that first one there.
Nimrod, my man.
Nimrod X4 just paid for half of my Airbnb at Trinity Bellwoods.
How does he know about Trinity Bellwoods?
Well, you just said he's paying for an Airbnb and he's coming here.
Gotcha.
So
I was like, what? Oh, so that's a really nice area, by the way.
You're just down the street from me, Nimrod. It's literally across the street.
Nimrod.
At me, and then maybe we'll go do some ganders around Trinity Bellwoods and Parkdale, because chilling, smoking, Parkdale, posting, as they like to say. That is what they like to say over there.
Chip Diamond, thank you for the super chat. $2, too expensive. I guess we'll just note the price. Oh, I like that. I said I'd note the time, my guy. I do like that one. Thank you very much. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not going to go on a rampage right now about the difference in prices between Canada and the United States, but that's neither here nor there. Garrett Stevenson, thank you very much, my friend, for the $5 super chat. Share the wealth, hashtag printed 100% on CRE and 20% on SOWG. My guy, absolutely banger there. Couldn't be happier for you, my guy. Shout out to you.
Balling says we need bigger shirts, my friend.
Why?
It's tough, man. It's tough, man. It's just how they fit, brother.
All right, here we go. Can I cover my trades? I want to cover these trades. All right. IPA, we're doing real well on this one. The spread just opened up ridiculously for some reason. We were at 230. We have a seller at 230. This thing dipped down. These are real prints, by the way. Into 215, got bought up immediately, and back into 225 we go. So IPA doing well. We're also doing well on SOWG. We just took out the high of the day there with a print. We're still going unprinted at our 146 order. SOWG up 57 almost percent. 58% now on the move. Here is XFOR that paid for Nimrod's Trinity Bellwood's Airbnb. We're long on this one from $1.90. Just wet the beak there at 206, but it is coming back down into 2. But I'm really pleased because this one did get me out of some trouble. I was really worried that this was going to lose the volume weighted average price. What kept me really motivated here was all these bottoming tail candles that kept showing up into VWAP. So it kept giving me the impression that there were buyers stepping in at that predictable area of support. Let's see if this one's got the juice to take out that 210 level. We're waiting at 208s and 210 next, Joey.
All right, then let's go Ethereum. Shout out to Nimrod as well, too. What do you guys mean by, okay, so we have a couple individuals asking this question, so we'll touch on that here briefly. So we talk about levels of support and resistance. So let me try to simplify this and put it into layman's terms. So when you have a high concentration of open interest, so I just want you to focus on this number. So option open interest, 34,000. Right? That's relatively bigger than anything else that we're experiencing or seeing displayed here, right? So what can that act as? So it's essentially a supply zone. So there's a bunch of contracts. You have individuals who are now short those contracts, and they don't want them to close in the money. Because what happens if they close in the money? Now you're essentially long that stock. You're going to get assigned. They close in the money, so you get assigned X amount of shares. But anyways, nonetheless, what a put wall and a call wall essentially can act as is a support and a resistance zone, and that's just how we're utilizing this metric in our intraday trading. So we identify high levels of open interest, and then we look to see how the stock reacts around those specific areas. Now, I was talking about the 300 put wall on Tesla. Look where Tesla's low of the day is. It really struggled right around that 300 level, and then now you get that bounce. Why do you get that bounce? Because now you have hedge funds and hedgies, as Neil likes to call them, starting to buy the stock up so that it doesn't close in the money. You don't want it to close in the money. Why? Because then you'll get assigned those shares. Now, let's move that over to the call side. We see a high level of open interest at a call side. We look for the stock to reject those levels. Why? Because the hedgies start selling shares, start putting that downward pressure so that those contracts don't close in the money, and then they're essentially short after they've been assigned. All right, so that's just how we utilize the open interest of certain underlying assets and even some basic ones, or all underlying assets. But not everything is displayed and nothing is 100%, but it comes into play more often than not. All right, so just look into that and see if that works.
Joseph, the 100% humidity is back.
I love it, baby.
Dude, I went by the bathroom and they got the door open over there because they're bringing in stuff. It is ridiculously
This is where I
humid.
thrive.
Clearly.
Yeah. I would honestly go all summer. Just no AC or anything like that if I had the ability to do so. Yeah, I'm all about the heat, man. I'm all about that heat. I want all the smoke and all the heat. Yeah, I want all of that. But here it is. I didn't take anything off there. I said my target was 28.20. So maybe we'll trim a little bit more, nothing crazy, just because we will always want to follow our rules. Or did I already? Yeah. So, all right, we'll take a little bit more off and leave the rest for the dream, just in case it does slowly want to grind higher. I mean, Bitcoin's had such a significant stronger recovery. We're not too far off of the high of the day. You see that trend line snap, boom, and now you're making that move higher. So let's see if our Ethereum wants to participate. Tesla moved all the way into the volume weighted average price. NVDA is at 173.57. Speaking of call and put walls for the individuals who have been asking about those questions, hopefully that answered it, all right? So what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna pull up NVDA's options chain and look at the 175 strike price, which I believe there was a high level of open interest right around that neck of the woods. So 175, 94,900 contracts, 77.5, 81,000. So what essentially we have here is a concentration of open interest. For me, I'd be looking for any forms of indecision and rejection of those levels. Let's put up the actual underlying here to see where our high was. And you can see, pull it up. Was this Monday, the 18th? Was that Monday? I don't even know what day it is anymore. So yeah, anyways, 174.53 was this previous high, and we've been consistently trading below those, below that strike price. So I mentioned 175 is going to be that first bulk of OI that we see. Now we haven't even breached that level for this week there, Sharif.
So apparently we had a bunch of executive order signings today by Trump. I'm looking at Truth Social. Obviously, we don't have Adara to kind of shadow Trump. She's on vacation, much deserved. President Trump signs executive orders on AI, executive order promoting the export of the American AI technology stack, executive order accelerating federal permitting of data center infrastructure, and executive order preventing woke AI in the federal government. All right, Donald, is that a technical term there? No, but seriously, good look for AI, obviously, and keep your eye on these chips. They could be moving, hence why the Katina man is long NVIDIA. And they've been doing real well. So shout out to the Katina man there for that. But look at XFOR go. It just takes out my order at 8s now. Now I'm waiting at 10s. That is the high of the day. So I'm posted at HOD on XFOR. It's been a rocket ship to the high side. It scared the hell out of me when we punched in aggressively at 90s. But now it is stair-stepping up. Looking out for a double top, though, on the lookout for a possible double top at the high of the day. Separately, look at SOWG takeout levels. We just got the beak wet there at 45. Now we're posted at 47s and then 55s. This one's up 60% and still going. This one, though, IPA. So that one sold off aggressively at 30. Well, why does that matter? Because that is a lower high. So that is a problem. It's a 33 area high. It was over here. That took us to 33. And now the sellers have stepped in at 30s, and we got no prints above 30 in this area right here. So this is a problem for me. I'm long 16s, so we've got a bit of a buffer. But what I saw this one do, I won't forget, it was literally at 30s, and the spread opened up from 29 on the ask all the way down to about 15 on the bid. In 1 second, it was a 1 penny spread prior to that. So just because it regained some footing here in the mid-20s, mid to low 20s, doesn't mean that it won't drop 15 pennies on you quick as you like. If it's done it once, it can do it again. Be on the lookout. So IPA, be careful with this one. And here we go again on XFOR. Now we're showing 9s. Did we print anything 10 related? I'm looking at the time and sales. Nothing on the time and sales coming in at 10, but there's a whole lot of buying here at 9s. Let's see if we can take out 10s. We've got shares, not that many, on XFOR. Let's go ahead and post at 14s as well. Here's 10 again. I just saw 10. So there you go. 9, 10 now on the ask. So now can it cross? It can't cross quite yet. Buyers, boom, into 10. There we go. 11's now showing up. We're waiting at 14s. 12 showing up now on XFOR. Can we get a little bit more? 41% and change. Good look here for XFOR. Keep your eye on this one, but this one is a bamboozler. As quickly as it can give it to you, it can take it away. Case in point, the hot garbage right here, that is CRE. Gives you many halts to the upside. You think this could be the one? This is the chosen one. Maybe this one can hit triple digits. Just like that, your dreams are crushed. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, for sure. Sharif, can you take a guess without looking? What is the best performing major average on the week?
The week?
Yeah, the week.
Excuse me for a second. I'm going to say the NQ.
That's the SPY.
Oh. Was I close?
Yeah, close. Yeah, it's second. Or actually, no, it's the worst performing one on the week.
The NQ, eh?
Yeah, up about 1.3%. Okay. The top one is going to be the SPY, up about 1.7%. IWM, 1.6%. The DI, big SPY, shout out to Big SPY. And then the Dow up about 1.4% on the week. Now let's go zoom out and see what we got going for the monthly. The Qs is the best performing one on the month, 4.79%. And then the SPY, 4.73. IWM, 4.6. And then the Dow, 4% flat. So, I mean, that's some nice returns there, guys. You can see the market start to pull in slightly here on the session. Now it's just starting to it's also recovering as well, too. So you get that pullback and then slightly buying pressure back up. What happened?
I said big smile right away. You rag. I love this guy, bro.
Man, this guy is hilarious. Yeah, right. Ask him what milligrams he's running over there on the Zins. That guy's running 18s or something.
How many milligrams are you running over there?
On the Zins.
He knows. He can hear us. I don't even know why I'm messaging him. Like, you literally hear us.
If he's listening to us, like, that's funny.
Shout out to Big Smile, man.
Shout out to him.
5 sorry, 50,000 milligrams or 500 or 5 million. I don't know how many zeros there. Shout out to 420 Bud Monster. But I'm not surprised, Mr. Bud Monster, that you would be.
Over 6 you're an animal, Sippo Sunshine. You're absolutely correct. Don't be doing those. I don't know how people do the 10s and the 12s. That's zombie.
Why is it hiding that? Because he said animal? Calm down.
Maybe, yeah. Calm down, everybody. But no, this is what we got going on. We can't break 28.
24 because I ate no Joey Small.
Oh my God, this guy. This guy is crazy. But yeah,
man.
in all seriousness.
Ram, did you hear what we want to do? We wanna do it live. Your boy Joey, he likes the 4-inch shorts. You heard about that whole thing. You did, yeah. So we want the people to decide, Ram, what's appropriate and what's inappropriate. Well, yeah. Well, it's gonna have to come to that.
I don't know. I won't do that. Maybe I'll try. I'll try my own. We'll see what's going on, man. We're not shy around here, that's for sure. I'm the least shy individual you will ever meet. I'll tell you that right now. Especially my guy Mike P. DeRider. I don't even know if he's there. You get a couple wobblies in me, and we're rolling, buddy. They used to call me the nature boy back in high school.
Hold on, what are wobblies?
Wobbly pops? Beers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wobbly pops, brother. Come on, man. We went over this already.
Wobbly pops.
No, but we took a little bit more off of
my bad,
some
guys.
ETH. I'm going red stripe this weekend for the boys trip. We got the little bachelor party cooking up this weekend, so I'm going red stripe. Shout out to my fellow Jamaicans. And then I was going to say something.
What does that mean,
else.
red stripe?
Red stripe is a beer. It's a Jamaican beer. It's a Jamaican lager. Yeah. Cool. So I'm going to be bringing those up. They still come in the old bottle, the stubby. Do you remember the stubby bottles?
Of course, yeah.
They
those
still.
Are sick.
Yeah, they still come in.
Yeah, the short ones.
Well,
right?
it's literally like this.
Off, though.
No, you got to pop it there. Yeah. But it's literally it's like that. It's like the shape of that, right?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing that. I'm still disputing the vegetable trays, so that's a hot topic in the group chat. No one seems to be backing me on that one, but that's okay. You got to stand on your own sometimes, so that's the way I go.
I love this. Look at this. Trading today for tomorrow. Sitting in a hotel lobby with an earbud, laughing, being stared at, up in the stuffy Thank you, gentlemen, Sharif and Joseph. Thank you for watching, and always a pleasure to kind of make you chuckle and to be part of your day. I know I can speak for Joey when I say that, obviously, and the boys star, right? We appreciate all the viewers, guys, and I just want to remind everybody that this is very important. Where's it at here, Joseph? Oh my God.
Hit it.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
All right, there we go. Ethereum.
Where's the other one? Where's the Katina one, bro? I lost the other one.
That one that's like 3 minutes long. Yeah, play that one.
It's because he giggles at the end. That's why I like it.
I like that one.
I don't have it anymore. I don't know where the hell it went.
It's a good time. But no, Tesla now north of the volume weighted at.
What do you mean? Oh, good call, Katina, man. Good call. So your boy Joey Options tomorrow, he's going to be on the morning show with your other boy, the Katina man, Sean Katina. And then Neil is nice enough to cover for your boy Joey Options over here on the midday. So it'll be Neil and I tomorrow on the midday. It's so a little bit of a schedule change there. I hope everybody's, everybody's going to be good with that. You're going to kill it on the morning show.
So it'll be me in the morning show with Sean, as Sharif just mentioned. But then I'm also going to be off Monday and Tuesday, so it's going to be our guy Obi-Wan Kenobi covering for your boy, because I will be going. I'll be hanging out at a cottage, I should say, until Monday, and then we'll just chill out. We're obviously going to be mature and safe because you don't want to play around open water. I'm big on water safety as well too. And this is me being serious. So yeah, we want obviously to have everyone to have fun, but we want to do it in moderation and make sure everyone gets home safe to their families. So yeah.
I was doing a little deep dive. Well, not deep dive. Just want to find out what the rules around it were. So you can drink on a boat, but you got to be anchored and you have to be washroom. You either got to be docked, anchored, and it has to have a washroom on there. But you can't be drinking. Nobody can be drinking if the boat's in motion, which I found to be a bit of a buzzkill. Like, what if it's a big yacht and people want to just chill in the back and you can't drink while it's in motion?
Well, no, I'm sure on a big yacht,
there's no difference between size of the boats. You got to be docked or anchored.
Oh, wow, that's funny.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of bizarre. I don't know what kind of rights of search the OPP has on the water, if it's the same thing as the streets. You know what I mean?
If they have any form of suspicion that you guys are being rambunctious or anything along those lines, then I'm sure they.
It's interesting. Anyway, I think they figured. I know, Katina, man, what really happens, but I'm just telling you, letter of the law. You have to have a permit, says a Katina man. I didn't actually know that, brother. Ah, okay, so that makes sense. So if you've got, like, for example, the boat cruises, right? If you're on Lake Ontario, you get a boat cruise, booze cruise, so you got to have a license for it. That does make sense.
Yeah.
We call that the LLBO, but we got to do something else right now.
Yeah, we got to do something. It was a little quick on me there.
She lied to you, Sharif.
All right, new traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Yeah, guys, we're having a fantastic Thursday. It's always fun on a Thursday, but we also like to put on good trades as well, too. So Sharif's been killing it, Neil's been killing it, and Sean's been killing it. So yeah, this is what we do. You get a mix of good trading and some fun as well, too, because we know when you're at home, it can get a little bit boring, so we want to slightly entertain as well. So we're just talking about bachelor party trips, everything, etc. But this is what we also got going on with ETH here. So we've just been trimming some as we're slowly grinding higher and higher and higher. If we do get to the high today, that's going to be a complete bonus, but there is only 20 minutes left of the show.
All right, I flattened out all my positions right now because I want to do the news, and I didn't want to hold on to the positions while we were doing said news. So let's get right to work, baby, because there's a lot of stuff to talk about right now, especially in the world of the earnings world, that is. So let's talk a little bit about Broadcom. Kind of should be talking about Google before I talk about Broadcom. But Broadcom is up nicely today, at least it was. Where's it at right now? It's up 2%, but actually red since the open. So in its earnings play, or it's in its earnings report, I should say, yesterday, Alphabet hiked its 2025 CapEx, stands for capital expenditures, to $85 billion. Previous guide was $75, and the street was only looking for actually $73.3. Well, how does that help Broadcom? Well, the increase signals obviously a stronger commitment to their AI infrastructure, which is bullish for chip suppliers, especially our friends at Broadcom, who were up 3% yesterday in the after hours because Broadcom is Alphabet's longest standing AI chip partner, supplying the custom processors that actually power Google's AI system. And history actually repeated yesterday after the bell, because in Q4, when Alphabet reported earnings, they also cited higher than anticipated capital expenditures for AI, and Broadcom actually bumped up on that news as well. So it's happened not twice in a row, because Q1 it didn't happen, but it's happened twice so far within the last calendar year. The larger CapEx commitment likely translates into stronger order flows for Broadcom and other key suppliers in the AI data center stack. Joey, you like to see stuff like this, so a good look for Broadcom as they weasel into $1.3 trillion now.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's something, we're not done with Google. Are we done with Google?
We're going to get to Google in a second.
Yeah. It's a really good look, right? I'll pull up the technicals for AVGO. This name has been on an absolute tear. Sorry, excuse me. We'll zoom out to the daily here and get crack-a-lackin'. But look at these. Look at this move off of the lows. 108%. Stock double, right? Off of those April lows. So this was a big time name, and I'm happy to see that Broadcom, one of the $1 trillion members here, a very exclusive club. I forget when. I think it was somewhere around this neck of the woods where they joined it, or whatever it may be. Yeah, it's a really good look here. And if you want to grab any dips, no major pop. You can see that we're still hovering around this zone right now, and we are starting to slowly curl over. But just watch out, Broadcom looking really good from a technical standpoint.
All right, let's talk about the reason we're even talking about Broadcom. Google, Alphabet, technically, reported after the bell yesterday. Hope you caught that with Neil and myself in the Market Recap Show. Hell of a revenue report here, knocking on the door of $100 billion, $96.43 billion in revenue they printed on the quarter, with EPS coming in at a healthy $2.31. The street was looking for $2.18 there, so a beat on the top and bottom line. And revenue did grow nicely year over year, double-digit growth, 14%, beating the 11% expected by the street. And the net income here, an eye-watering $28.2 billion in profit. That's not revenue, that's profit, which is also up 20% year over year, really driven by strong search, cloud, and YouTube. We'll get to all the different segments in a second, but it was a hell of a report for Google. Who says you can't be jack of all trades? Because they're doing it right now. Let's talk about cloud. Cloud revenue, $13.62 billion, ahead of the $13.11 expected by the street, and up 32% year over year. That is a nice change from Q1, where they missed expectations, with Azure being the only one that beat. AWS and Google Cloud were a miss last quarter, not this time around. By the way, Amazon reports on Thursday with the dead one Apple.
Bang.
OpenAI will actually now use Google Cloud infrastructure, so they're competing in LLMs, Joey, but OpenAI looking to do business with goggles in respect, or with respect to cloud. The company cited strong and growing demand for cloud as a reason to further ramp up investment. Their advertising revenue as well, beautiful. Search revenue, $54.19 billion. Total ad revenue, $71.33 billion, up 10.4% year over year. YouTube ad revenue as well beat expectations at $9.8 billion. The street was looking for $9.56, showing solid growth despite AI competition. The company did warn, though, a little bit of a silver lining here, or not silver lining, a little bit of a caveat, that the Q3 ad revenue, the upcoming quarter that is, could face tougher comparisons due to the U.S. election-driven spend in Q4 of 2024. So look for maybe a little bit of weakness as it pulled forward demand for the election. Let's talk about the CapEx, because that's the only reason Broadcom is moving up. As I mentioned, they raised their 2025 full-year CapEx expenditures from 75 to 85 billion, well ahead of the 58.84 expected by the street. Chief Financial Officer said the further CapEx increases are likely into next year. So you saw an 85 print, at least so far, for 25. Maybe we see a 100 print for 2026. Who knows?
And they've only spent 40 billion of that in the first half.
Exactly. I think it was like 16 in the first quarter, or 18, something like that.
So they got another 45.
There you go.
To spend.
It's big money, man. It's crazy money.
45 billion.
And the spending here, Joey, reflects the rising demand for AI talent, the cloud infrastructure that requires a lot of money, as well as the compute power. A couple of last little tidbits to leave you with here. AI overviews. That's a little rectangle you get at the top of your search now when you do a Google search, regular organic search. You'll get an AI summary at the top. That now has 2 billion monthly active users. Gemini, far less in terms of actual users using Gemini. 450 million monthly active users using the Gemini chatbot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to touch on that a little bit here, but I know you're going to like these numbers right
Okay,
here.
let's hear it, baby.
The number of Google Cloud deals, over 250 million, doubled on the year, with as many billion-dollar deals in the first half of 2025 as there was all of 2024.
What? That's intense.
That's big time. That's big time. And that's why I like this stuff. Cloud. AI. Put the two together. Where's all the data going to be stored? I don't know. You tell me, Sharif.
I have no idea. Don't put that on me.
Where's it going to be? But it has to be stored.
It's going to store to Google, obviously.
In the big three, right? You're going to go Azure, you're going to go AW, and you're going to go GC.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Agree.
So there you go.
Oh, wow. You look at XFOR Go. I shouldn't have flattened out. Get it, Neil. Appreciate that. Look at XFOR Go. This one's on the warpath, guys. Keep your eye on XFOR. It's really going right now. All right, let's talk a little Tesla. Obviously not nearly as good a news, Joey. Tesla, a bit of a tougher look, down today, 8.75%. Thankfully, it didn't go SSR. Let's talk about how they did. 40 pennies EPS. Street was looking for 43, so bottom line miss. You also got a top line miss on the revenue, $22.5 billion in revenue. The street wanted 22.75. Musk warned. He didn't actually say this, okay? I listened to the entire call. He said, we could have a few bad quarters. We may not. We could have. And then the media took that and misconstrued the hell out of it anyway. The person who wrote this article is a noted Elon hater, so I didn't really have any choice.
This one guy is such an Elon hater.
It's a female. It's not a dude.
Yeah. Another dude who's.
So automotive revenue fell 16% year over year, down from 19.9 billion down now to 16.7 year over year on the quarter. Regulatory credit revenue slid sharply from $809 million previously on the quarter, now down to $439 million. and deliveries were also down markedly, 14% year over year on the quarter, down to 384,000 units, and actually missing internal expectations, the guide by the company. The end of the $7,500 federal EV tax credit in September could add further headwinds. Also, supply chain disruptions from new tariffs, as well as the limit on Q3 U.S. vehicle availability could also be some local headwinds there. And now with respect to the Model 2, that cheaper model, that sub $30,000 model we've been talking about for over a year, apparently, according to Elon and the, I think, chief operating officer, they began first builds of a more affordable EV, which they have not given a name to yet, in June, with volume production, according to Elon, targeted for the second half of this year. We don't even know what this car looks like. Apparently, they've built it. And we're going to get volume production in the second half of this year. We'll see. It's the long rumored Model 2, or I think at one point they were calling it the Model Q, could help obviously regain some of the lost market share to some of these cheaper Chinese EVs, especially if they offer it with FSD or some variant thereof. Let's talk about the robo-taxi as well as Optimus here, Joey. Musk reiterated his ambitions for a robo-taxi rollout in 2025. And this part I don't agree with at all, and he did say this, by the way. I heard him. He's aiming to cover half the U.S. population by year end, pending approvals. I don't think that's mathematically possible, but it's nice to be ambitious. Optimus, humanoid robots are still part of the long-term narrative, but very little near-term news or commercialization expected.
Yeah, totally. I mean, listen. We got to just think about what Tesla's current core business is right now, and that's going to be selling EVs. Car business is tough, all right? It's most definitely tough, and we went over the previous quarters as well. It's very few times have they had double beats in the past couple of years, to be honest with you. But I think that Tesla is most definitely one of the most forward-looking stocks that you can possibly have. It's tough. It's tough being in the car business, and we can see that reflected in the earnings report. California registrations down 21% year over year are on the quarter or whatever. I mean, just everything, just losing market share to BYD across the globe, literally. Well, in Europe, I guess I should say. But again, it's a tough business. You have to stay forward looking with Tesla, just because I think Optimus and the robo fleet are going to be start to take up share of this EV. I guess what should I say? What I'm looking for, the primary revenue source essentially is the electrical vehicles, and maybe those things can overturn, and you lead that towards Optimus and the robo-taxi.
Yeah, I'm just looking at a lot of...
but I just think that it's a tough business, and I think it's one of the most forward-looking stocks in the market.
Oh goodness, yes, absolutely,
right?
agree.
Right.
Let's do a little IBM review here. Look, it wasn't such a bad report. There were a couple of things that obviously stood out, but I think it was good overall, and this might be a buying opportunity here. So let's talk about it. EPS beat 280. The street wanted 264, so bottom line beat as well as the top line beat. Revenue a little bit shy of 17 billion, 16.98. The street was looking for 16.59, so both topped expectations. Revenue grew a healthy 8% year over year. Sharp acceleration from the sub 1% growth that they experienced in Q1 of this year. Despite the beat, though, the shares did fall after hours and in the pre-market as management flagged cautious customer behavior as well as macro hesitancy. Let's talk about the different divisions that they have. Software revenue rose 10% up to 7.93, slightly missing expectations there. Hybrid cloud, which includes their Red Hat, showed strength at 16% year-over-year growth. Their gross margins in software, look at this, Joseph, 84% gross margins, man. 83.9 versus the 84. That's obviously basically the same thing. And their AI pipeline expanded to $7.5 billion, up from the $6 billion that they printed in April, really indicating strong demand traction. How about their hardware segment? Hardware infrastructure revenue, I should say, also jumped 14% year over year, up to 4.14 billion, easily beating the 3.75 expected by analysts. Management noted some clients are actually shifting their spend from software to infrastructure. So that might not be a good thing for IBM, right? Because software margins are like mid-80s. Hardware, unless you're an NVIDIA, you're likely going to have 50% minus. gross margins. NVIDIA's is still something like 70%, but that's an anomaly. Their consulting and their M&A look, let's talk about that. Their consulting revenue grew a decent 3% year over year, 5.31 billion. It did top the expectations of 5.16. And IBM did acquire a consulting firm named Hakoda, and they see a clear path forward from M&A under the current regulatory conditions. Goodbye, Lena Khan.
Yeah,
Anything else?
It's looking good. IBM's obviously a big time move. And talk about a stock. I mean, we don't really intraday trade this name, Sharif, but just look at this move, this run that it's been on. Unfortunate big time gap down, right? That's what happens when you go on these type of moves. From those April lows, you get 40% to the top, and IBM was looking really, really good. But yeah, consulting revenue, I know you touched on that one as well too. So yeah, it's a really good look across the board for IBM. I think you buy this name at the end of the day, to be honest.
I agree, and we saw what Neil's up on it. Neil's one of his, he chose that one.
Yeah, he was doing the IBM dance not too long ago there. Yeah.
He might be doing that dance again, because I think it might be time to add into this bad boy. But let's talk a little service now. So NOW reporting after the bell. It's like $1,000 name, obviously. This is more of an Adara trade here. But EPS, let's talk about it. $4.09 earnings per share, easily beating the $3.57 expected by the street on revenue, Joseph, of $3.22 billion. That's a $100 million beat. The street was looking for 3.12. Net income rose 47% year over year, up to a healthy $385 million, and revenue as well jumped 23% year over year. Bless you, Ram. Shares surged, at least after hours, that is, to the tune of 7%, really reflecting the bullish sentiment on AI-driven enterprise demand. Let's talk about the AI tailwinds that this company is benefiting from at the moment. Subscription revenue up to $3.11 billion, easily beating the $3.03 expected by the street. And now they expect $12.77 billion up to $12.8 billion for full year 2025 subscription revenue. The CEO, Bill McDermott, credited accelerating agentic AI adoption across the industries as a core growth driver, and now they're guiding a new guide here for Q3 subscription revenue of $3.26 billion to $3.27, again, easily above the 3.21 expected by the street. There was, though, a minor drag here in Q3 expected. So one of the federal customers accounts for about 11% of their revenue, and shifting government budgets may add short-term variability. The CFO says the outlook already kind of reflects the uncertainty, and they remain confident in the broader trajectory. Their public sector still growing the company for them, Joey, despite the caution around the near-term U.S. federal spending with Doge and Donald Trump trying to get a handle on spending, or is he? Public sector bookings grew 30% year over year in Q1, and the momentum in federal and state contracts continues to support good CRPO growth, which rose, Joseph, 25% year over year.
Oh, no, that's a good look there. I mean, we won't complain about any growth year over year, but
good luck.
Are you going to be buying service now, Sharif?
You know, I can't talk bad about this. I mean, there's obviously a case to be made for this. It's just not my specialty.
Exactly, same, right? So I agree with you on that one. I mean, if you look off LB Day, Liberation, or LD, we'll call it now, Liberation Day lows, LDL. Shout out to Adam DeLuca as well there.
ADL, all class Adam.
So yeah, all class. But yeah, 670. And then essentially you get this move all the way to that current high off of the report, and then you reject those levels, 54%. And then now that gap up that we experienced from the report, you now are starting to fill that gap towards the downside. So yeah, that is service now. I personally never traded this name, obviously due to the cost of it, and I don't think it's very liquid. We'll take a look at the 5-minute. So even on the 5-minute time frame, you're having liquidity issues, but boom, pop up higher on the report. Consolidate, and then you give back a little bit of that move here. So just filling that downside gap on service now. But let's touch a little bit on the Ethereum here quick before we hop right back into the news there, Sharif. We're slowly grinding back towards the high of the day. There is another add opportunity, but we doubled up the position right here, and then boom, 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 we hold it for view up, and then we just continuously holding this position as we're grinding higher, up 4.2% on the day. So yeah, good look there. Yeah, one person's asked me a question. We'll go before we hop back in the news. Is Circle, what is Circle up to on the intraday session? Not too much here, guys. So you can see that is pretty negative on the day. We'll zoom out and see what we got going on from the daily. But for me now, personally, now that I know what's going on with Ethereum, I don't even really care about owning Circle. I'm just going to go with Ethereum, to be honest. So,
what's that piece of crap CoreWeave doing?
Oh, it's still putting in lower highs and lower lows. Oh, it's time, Joey. It's at the 50.
No, I think it's past it now, man.
No, man, it's straddling the 50.
All right.
Oh, sorry, Assassino. It's straddling the 50. All right, let's do a little airlines are under pressure. We got a couple of reports today from American and Southwest, and they're both, in different areas. American obviously focuses more on international travel. Well, they have domestic as well, obviously, but love really only domestic. They don't even come to Canada. I'm talking about Southwest. So AAPL now expects 2025 EPS to be between negative 20 pennies to about positive 80. That's sharply lower below its previous range of $1.70 to $2.70 plus. So a big drop off there. Management did cite macro uncertainty and weaker than expected demand. The forecast was reinstated after being pulled in April, I'm assuming because of the tariffs and Liberation Day. The guidance, though, implies high volatility depending on travel trends. The best case is tied to improving domestic market, really, as opposed to international. I didn't have an opportunity to see how their domestic versus international was doing, but we can look at that a little bit later. With respect to their actual numbers, adjusted loss per share for the current quarter, 95 pennies versus the 78. That was a slight beat. 14.39 billion in revenue ahead of the 14.3, so they beat on the top and bottom line in the current Q2. Net income, though, it did fall substantially. 16.5% decline year over year on the quarter in net income. They printed $599 million in profit. And their adjusted net profit, for whatever reason, came in a little higher at 628. Their Q3 outlook, though, they're looking for an EPS loss of about 10 to 60 cents per share. The street was estimating a 7 penny loss there, so that's a miss. That's weaker than expected by the street. Now, with respect to Love, Southwest Airlines, they're shifting away from their blanket perks like free check-in bags, open seating, etc. They're rolling out the rollout of Basic Economy in May initially hurt sales. The company admitted it reduced its Q2 unit revenue by about half a point and expects a 1 point hit as a result in Q3. The new fare strategy, they say, is part of a broader effort to stabilize revenue in a weaker travel environment. We're talking about Southwest right now, guys, but they did announce a $2 billion share buyback program, and management says demand is stabilizing, but discounting persists during peak summer. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that if you're a company. You don't want to be giving discounts in your peak. Yeah, that's
right,
not
right.
the move. Those are the higher margin times.
Yeah, exactly. So it just shows you there's not enough demand, obviously, for what's going on there, Sharif. But we'll take a look at American Airlines to see what we got going on from a technical standpoint. Boom, dumps off the open, continuing to sell. As I like to say, sucks to suck sometimes. But yeah, there it is, guys. No big time recovery in AAPL.
All right, we're going to try to do this one real quick, Assassino. If we have to interrupt me. Chipotle cut its 2025 same-store sales forecast to flat. That was down from the lower single digits previously expected. This marks the second consecutive quarter of downtrend revisions due to declining foot traffic. We'll get to that part in a second. Their EPS, 33 pennies, that was in line with estimates on revenue of 3.06 billion. That missed. The street wanted 3.11. Same-store sales, this is not a good metric. 4% drop year over year in the amount of people coming into their stores. That was kind of a little bit of a silver lining here, was the average check rose by 1%, Assassino. Are you looking to trade futures like the NASDAQ, the S&P, or even Bitcoin? Well, guess what? Top One Futures is one of the fastest growing prop firms out there, baby. They give traders the chance to manage up to $1 million in real capital. And the best part is you choose your own path. You can choose the instant funded route, the challenge account, or even the pro, and start trading your way to real payouts and even a live account. And in the last 90 days alone, they paid out over $10 million and earned 1,000 five-star reviews from real traders just like you. Use that discount code TTV to save on any account. So if you're interested, scan that QR code or head on over to top1futures.com and start trading towards your next payout. Joseph Wilson,
yes,
it
sir.
is 2:01. Leave him with a thought.
I mean, it's Thursday, guys. Just racking. Hopefully, everyone's had a good, solid week so far. We got one more trading day, and then we're heading into the weekend. But make sure we will be back. Well, they will be back here bright and early Monday, but we want to take care of Friday first. And there's still plenty of time left in the day. But I hope everyone's had a fantastic session. And if you haven't, guess what? You got tomorrow. And if tomorrow sucks, guess what? You got all of next week.
Straight up. All right, guys. We'll see you guys same bat time, same bat channel. Joey will be on the morning show tomorrow. Neil on the midday. I'll see everybody at the Green Screen.
It's leaving before lunch. Welcome back, everybody. And
welcome back. Well,
got a little something. Someone's mic is still on, everybody. Right. But hey, it should be a fun afternoon. Ooh, they got the jet black, the back walls.
Yeah, they're starting to do
looking real nice there. Sharif didn't even notice, like a ninja back there, and looking absolutely fantastic. The market's back at the high. Some more logic came in after some good earnings. Well, a lot of good earnings, and maybe not so great with regards to Tesla and Chipotle. But hey, let's see what's up this afternoon. My position starts rolling. I have to take a fill, I suppose. That's usually how it works in the afternoon. I'm only in a couple of things, but one of them is going to be new, and that is going to be the Big Bear. It's usually Sean's name, but it's above 8 and it's holding. So why the you-know-what not? That said, I feel like it's been a bad luck week for celebs, because we got to say rest in peace to Hulk Hogan, the absolute, obviously a bit of a legend. Ozzy, Hulk Hogan, Malcolm Jamal Warner, like it's just Father Time undefeated, but that's a sad one.
Yeah, you don't realize how young
you grow up. 71 is not old.
71 is so young. It just makes me think, and I talked to Randy about this, I'm just going to be retiring a hell of a lot earlier than I, honestly, like now I've upped the life to 60, freedom 60 now, because it's crazy. Just like you see these guys, you save up for your, I feel sad because all these guys, Ozzy Osbourne, like more money than anything else, Hulk Hogan, like all these guys, and it's like you save up for this life that you're trying to have after you work, and the next thing you know, that's it. And it just shows you how sort of fragile everything is. And we say rest in peace, obviously, to the great one, Hulk Hogan there. Yeah. And it just sucks that had happened. And, you know, you go through your whole life doing everything, and then all of a sudden it gets you the cardiac arrest, probably all the, you know, I mean, getting steroids and all that kind of stuff that was going through the WWE, obviously, back in the day. But yeah, very, very sad. And just what it's made me realize is, yeah, all these times, you know, you take off with your kids and you do all these things. That's the most important thing for me. It's like, this is why build a family, have someone there, you know, when your time comes. And we just want to say, you know, shout out to everybody.
That's how you live on. Like it's through the memories. And, you know, you think back, and it's weird. It's so weird. Like the other day, I was sort of, and this is what happens when you reflect on things like this. But the other day, my parents were just over, and I was sitting down, and, you know, Erin was done, and she was doing something upstairs, and it was just myself, my mom, and my dad, and we just started talking. And then they just started telling me stories about their parents that I'd never heard.
Right.
And it's like, I'm like, wait a minute, you guys have never told me this story, and it's like, it's crazy. Then we were going through some old pictures after that, and I shared some of them with you guys. It's just cool, and you got to be able to do that at times. And yeah, it's just so sad. But at the same time, you should always try to celebrate life. I know, like, I'm probably gonna go back and watch some leg drops on the train. Well, I'm just saying, on the train home, I'm probably gonna be on YouTube on the train home. Yeah. I'm probably gonna be watching some stuff from my childhood
at the
back in the day. Him versus the Sheik. Like
at my wedding, Marissa and I came out as Hogan.
Yeah.
So I ripped off the shirt and everything like that. She came out. She sent some pictures through for that as well. So I mean, all great times, and a shout out to the greatest that's ever done it there, Hulk Hogan.
No doubt.
So, but yeah, I mean, look, the market must go on, as we say, and it's going to be a good day here. You're going to come back to these big winners, but a lot of them are the same. The most recent trade is this TQQ trade that we put on at 12:30. It's a nice long. We'll see if we can get that going there back to the upside as well. But yeah, there it goes right now, trying to take out those highs. And then, you know, NVIDIA has been a champ today, that's for sure. All these longs, man, only to have to withstand some L's on NVIDIA, only to now, you know, bear the fruits of our hard labor by trying to dip by and eventually paying off there. Sometimes, you know, we talk about this all the time. You do have to have, our positions are not up. We also
they were just
there, but we'll get some outs here. I'm gonna get some more out on NVIDIA anyways. Should activate the board.
There it is.
Yes, here it comes back in again. What's up to everybody who's there? We are going to go through the rundown now.
I'm in the wrong chat.
As well. And yeah, exactly. I think TH, a good point. Yeah, don't fear the Reaper. Just live every day to the fullest, right? It's like what we talked about. Do what's best for you. Like when we're going in there to Boston, have that lobster roll, you know, like enjoy life as much as you can and live one day at a time. But at the same time, you know, make sure that you are spending it with the loved ones and don't stress out too much about everything. And like trading, there'll always be another day. What's up, Mike P. Ryder and everybody else that's in the chat? We're getting ready to go here. So what's up, Randy and Rob and everything like that? Don't let these guys stand in front of a green screen today. You will only see their faces.
I know, like both were.
But all right, over at the green screen, I think we're ready to go. Let me check by the shoes. Who is it? It's Sharif.
It's Sharif.
Okay, let's go. It's Sharif at the screen.
Well, their pants are different color at least, I think.
Yeah, that was a big joke that they were sort of twinning today. Cool style over there on the Midday as per usual, making us look silly. But
if we ever twin, it's because like we're both wearing Leafs because the Leafs are in the finals, or we're both wearing, I don't know. Like,
we kind of got the golf shirts. Yesterday we had golf shirts on as well.
We always wear golf shirts.
It's
summer, man. It's a summer. You can't be in long sleeves.
I mean, I'm in the Lulu pants pretty much every day. It is what it is here. Lulu pants and underwear and socks. All right, let's go over to Sharif and figure out Wagwan.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked and they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join us any time of day now. Get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers. Super easy. Throw in that $sign followed by 3, 4, or 5-letter ticker. Automatically registers. Yes, this is Hulk Hogan, and the reason he's up there is because he's passed away, sadly, but he is the #1 ticker as decided by you guys, and by a long shot. Shout out to Hulk Hogan. Hope he rests in peace. Here's a look at all 4 major averages today. Mixed bag here with the Russell 2000 down a little bit less than 1%, followed by the Dow also in negative territory, down 0.4. But the ES and the NQ both in positive territory, with the NQ up 1/3%, and the S&P just up a little bit below 0.25% on the day. Here's the #1 ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA. No surprise there, guys. A miss on the top and bottom line. A cautious guide as we go into Q3, guys, with that $7,500 EV tax credit being removed September 30th. There could be pull forward in demand. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, well, if they're going to they need more pull forward because they keep missing on sales and they keep disappointing, and we haven't had a beat in a hot minute. It's just not good. Look, it's not good on Tesla, and obviously it was a short today on Tesla. But when I really would have thought about it, I felt that we were going to get some kind of a push. You know, when you get like the Tesla bulls out there in full force buying the dip, and then it could be a fade. It just did not happen. It gapped down. It sold instantly off the open, only to bounce at 300. It was actually 399 cents, so it bounced off 301 pretty cleanly. You're going to see it eventually did. Let me just zoom in so you can see this way better, because you can't tell that it actually went down to the 300 level. I only traded it when it bounced off 301 the second time and then was playing the higher low. And I got out at noon, did like the lesson of the day, got up, went to go grab my lunch and whatever. And then it bottomed out at 300. So that was a bit of a miss, because 300 is kind of that obvious level. Like if you're sitting there and you see it bounce off that 300, you want to take it. But you have to be sitting there. It's the opportunity cost of ever getting up from your seat. I think for at least a few days here, you've lost the 200 period moving average, obviously underneath the 50 as well. It goes without saying. Let this one settle down. The fact that the market got back to the highs and we're not sustaining this bounce, I think we could retest 300 this afternoon. And if we lose 300, I think we're headed to $280. Tesla, for me, I didn't sell any outside of the swing. I didn't sell any in the long term. But I'm certainly not a buyer. Not in the next couple of days. I'm probably waiting for this thing to break the 280 level and trying to pick up some serious value on Tesla. So many other good quality things that you could. Oh no, Google's not on the list. Anyways, Alphabet's not on the list. I thought I'd wait to them. No, I picked up some Alphabet. I just think I'd wait out Tesla for at least a couple of days, if not a while. See if we can't get some actual some actual growth, some actual beats, some real results, not just losing market share here and there. It's disappointing for Tesla. I would have thought you'd get more juice off that 300 than it did.
Yeah, we haven't traded it here today. I wasn't really looking at it, but yeah, that 300, as Neil said, I mean, if you are looking at it, then that's where you should be long. I mean, I think the guys on the Midday, I don't know if they were looking there, but that was a great trade. And, definitely one that could have been had there all day was that 300. So I think you want to look there, continue to look there for that dip buy opportunity. Look at the market really trying to go high side right now. So really doesn't surprise me the strength here that we're seeing in, the weakness that we're seeing in Tesla. We said that there could be continuation plays in there today. It looks like exactly what's been happening here. Nice continuation play to the downside. It started off down 6%. The momentum continues now lower for Tesla.
All right, guys, NVIDIA next on the list here. Into the high of the day goes. Fantastic look for NVIDIA, likely running in sympathy with Broadcom and the others as Google reported earnings yesterday, and they boosted their CapEx spending for AI, specifically up from $75 to $85 billion for full year 2025. A couple of unrelated headlines, not really market moving, but I want to give you them nonetheless. Donald Trump making a speech yesterday where he said he learned about NVIDIA over the fall and basically wanted to break them up, thinking that they had over 100% market share, thought better of it as he learned more. Separately, the Financial Times reporting that over $1 billion worth of advanced NVIDIA AI chips have found their way into the Chinese black market here, guys. So interesting stories, but not really market moving.
Yeah, like the notion of anybody thinking break NVIDIA up, like they're not that type of company. Anyways, it's a weird one because they're not that type of company.
Yeah, no,
it's not the same thing as like Google does a million different things. So look, at the end of the day, I'm not making a comment saying that Google should be broken up. Let's get that out of the way. No, but they've got YouTube, they've got cloud, and more. Amazon's in a similar boat where they've got like a million things going on in a gigantic boat. I just don't understand how, NVIDIA is fantastic and their margins are through the roof. And they can charge those margins because they are number one at the same time. But look, man, they're winning because their technology is better than everybody else. At the end of the day, if AMD had a capable product and not just an okay one that it's a little bit cheaper, then it wouldn't be the monopoly that it is. It's just not the same. You can't break them up over that. Anyways, I'll let you. I know you're in NVIDIA. I'll let you go to that one, but that's just a weird thing. Break up NVIDIA? What are we
look,
talking
NVIDIA's at the high of the day, right? I mean, it's not break up to make ups. I have no idea what's going on over there. I just sit here and trade, man. I'm just a common man over here. And there it is, NVIDIA. Oops, that's from yesterday, 168 long. My bad. Right there. Let's go to today's sticky note. And it's right there, 173 long, that top or that 171 dip. So we actually had both of it. This is what I mean. I don't think it's rocket science as you sit here and trade. I mean, I'm trying to do it all. Host, trade, give you guys some interesting things to look at. There it is. There's the 171 came in. There's the 173 break. We had that early. We had that there. We were red-ish on it when this was happening, when we lost it right there. But then we were just really, really patient with that 171 to the point where now it's at the day's high. Someone in yesterday's chat posted up and said, I think if you hold on to NVIDIA for a long time, you're not going to lose. And I agree with that one. Right there as well. You probably do not lose. All right, let's go back over, talk to Sharif.
I'm having a good time, guys. All right, LiDAR, LIDR, or the name of the company is AI. Shares trading higher after the company announced the Apollo LiDAR system is going to be integrated right now into NVIDIA's Drive AGX platform. So a nice move up in the pre-market, but basically starts selling off after the bell, boys.
This pattern almost identical. The only difference between the pattern in this stock and KSS was when it made the high and went to the halt band at the open, this one actually halted. Everything else about it was identical to Kohl's, or sorry, not Kohl's, I mean Kohl's, where you had news in the morning and you were going parabolic all morning long and then made the high right at the open. The reopen there, I wasn't looking at it, so anybody could say, oh my goodness, if you just shorted it back through the halt price, I don't know what it looked like there. Maybe there was liquidity, maybe there was some false buyer that was tricking you. But when it did eventually lose that bid, it falls right back in. For the good news for the stock is it's holding around 300. That's kind of a key price on the daily here. Pull that out. I think that makes sense. The 300 level's finding a little bit of, $3 level, I should say, is finding a little bit of support. So if it can close above that, maybe you get a second salvo tomorrow. I don't know that this is one after what happened, and I'm likening the move to what we saw in KSS. It can be constructive to see what happened. Very similar, made a bottom, held, and then the following day, that same support that held, lost it in a big way. And you didn't get a bounce until a couple of sessions later. So if it follows, if LiDAR, which is not really, it's AI, like AEYE is the name of the company. We just call it LiDAR because of the ticker. If it follows that same pattern and it's sitting here, you want it to at least hold that tomorrow instead of make another move down like KSS did. Very similar. Be careful when it's such a distinct trend up in the pre-market without any healthy pullbacks, like it hasn't done a healthy pullback yet. If it loses that high early, it can be abject disaster. Sometimes you actually want a stock to do pullbacks. And I think that's a perfect case of one here with LiDAR.
Look, I wrote down $3 on LiDAR on the sticky note. It's right there right now. Obviously, it's come into $3. It's broken below it there today. I just think you got to be careful with these names. Huge move up to 171%. We're going to wait to see what winds up doing. But you got in contract now with NVIDIA. Good talk there. And yeah, just lost a little bit of steam today. It's done 330 million shares. Still real good. I think you got to break above VWAP and get those shorts a little scared again. So for me, it's a 340 break long on LIDR. Let's see if we're able to get some love back in on those levels here this afternoon. So 340, the break long on LIDR. Let's wait to see if that one comes in for us anytime soon. All right, over to Open Door next. Oh yeah, by the way, we're just getting out of some more Google right now as we get right near VWAP right there right now. So again, and this is another trade that we had just put on for you guys during the afternoon. We bought 192s right now. Like that's 192 on Google, man. It's at 193.70. So yeah, I mean, I like talking about all these trades that we don't have on and everything like that, but these are the names you guys want to talk about, so let's go over them. Next one, Open Door. I know Neil had a trade on that.
Or basically has achieved meme status here, Sean, or has for the last little while. In fact, the fund manager who kind of kicked off the Open Door frenzy, defending his position, calling it a real business as the stock craters for the second day. Also, unusual options activity here, guys, to take note of. Open Door, interesting look.
What do people say is real business? I mean, BlackBerry's a real business too. Like, it's just, of course it's a real business. No, of course it's a real business. The real question is, does it make money? Will it make money in the future? Anybody can say a company's a real business. Look, as far as Open goes, I haven't had a day where, at least I don't think so. I don't think we were really doing much long with this. Okay, fine. The day that it went parabolic, I think I had a couple longs because the trend was so ridiculous to the upside, like on the way to the upside. But since it made that curl, and when I say curl, I mean the Huadong from $5 to $3. It's just been look for the short, wherever it happens to be. It was $4 2 sessions ago. It was $2.50 yesterday. It was $3 today, although the high is like $2.99. Oh, no, it's not. It's like 92. My high end thing says 99, but that's obviously wrong. It's 90. It's 91. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It tagged that and broke trend, shorted it to VWAP. I actually tried a long off VWAP for the first time and took a hit on it. But I think it's a short till it's not, regardless of what any analyst thinks. The fact that it couldn't break out the $3 today, I think, is still a bit of a negative sign for the stock. So, you know, you wait for the thing about Open is it's been pretty decently respectful of like the $2.50, $3, $3.50, $4. So I think if you get an entry around there, the risk reward tends to be pretty good. If I do anything different, I just would have held the short. I wouldn't have even tried to go long. I think it's, like I said, it just feels like it's a bit of a short. And sometimes this happens. Excitement goes from one stock to another. And while it's still doing good volume, it's not even at 500 million shares today, a number that it's crossed pretty easily the last few sessions by this time.
All right. Yeah, like for right now, you do have a seller here at 257. So looking to see if that's going to hold out there. I mean, obviously, as Neil mentioned, it's only 400 million shares. Still a lot of shares.
Still good. But
getting done. But again, you're underneath VWAP. And I just think that near the end of the day, if you're underneath, you probably want to try to fade these plays and play the short. Again, another business that's not making any money. So, you got to wait for these names to pop up. There's so much froth in this market right now. And this is just another one of those names, Open Door. Not a great investment, but real fun to trade. And I know there's been a lot of people making a lot of money on these kind of names. So congratulations to anybody trading Open Door. Great move there off the open. And we'll just have to wait. Oh, yeah, that's right. I got to change my chart here because this NVIDIA one is wrong. I'm going to log out actually and change it. But all right, let's go over to BBAI. I saw you were just in it. It's now broken through $8. It's just not my layout. So I'm going to get out of this and reload it back up. Let's go talk about Big Bear AI. I mean, everyone hopefully is long around $4.
I like that, John. It's taking out highs. Well, it's near the high of the day anyway. Big Bear AI, yet another day with no new catalyst, still kind of riding the coattails of their AI platform rollout at major U.S. airports. Big Bear AI, as Sean mentioned, back above $8.
No, not anymore. It was above $8, and I put in the chat, like, once it broke back underneath, and it wasn't the $8 level, it was this wick. This bottom wick here at like 99 is where I threw the stop. The thing about BBAI is right now, like the volume weighted average price is like 792. Its range on the day, believe it or not, is about 25, 30 cents. Which, look, that seems right for it doesn't seem ridiculous for an $8 stock. It's just, this tends to move a little bit more. Like yesterday in the afternoon, it was moving like 50, 60 pennies to the upside. So it's a little bit of a tight range. And ultimately, it's got a nice little channel going, I suppose. It feels like it's going to be a consolidation day. There was no follow through on volume on that break, which is what the disappointment is. So I think maybe waiting for it at the bottom of the channel will make more sense. Or if it starts breaking the top of the channel, like it goes through these higher lows. It's more of an inside day, which is fine. We just talked about healthy pullbacks. What was that stock? Oh, it's right there, LIDR. Right, like when you have a small cap or any smaller or lower flow company, whatever it might be, when it has a big pullback, it gets you a little bit concerned. But when you have a big move to the upside and the pullback relative to the move is fraction, maybe it pulls back 20%, maybe it pulls back 30% when it's doubled up. Those are healthier pullbacks, not giving up the entirety of the move. So a bit of a healthy pullback for the second time in a row in BBAI into some fresh highs, but it's not really it's not moving for all the volume it has. 60 million in volume today, and it's only got a 25-cent range. I think you let it get to the bottom of the channel and then rock with it again.
I mean, like I was telling you guys, man, congratulations to anybody that's actually in this name. We talked about this at $3. We talked about this at $4. And we could talk about it now at $8. I mean, this is the path that we've taken, right? I mean, we first bought Big Bear AI down here at 5, then we bought it again at 4, and then we bought it again at 3. So our average price is $4 and change. We've got something out at $6.50. We've got something out at $7.85 $8.53. It was on that first day right there. We were really lucky to get some out on that price, that's for sure. And then it's fallen back in. So right now, $8 for Big Bear AI. I mean, you guys know that I've been pounding the table on this one for quite a while. So congratulations anybody that made some money on Big Bear AI. We could sit here and cheer Ethereum and all of that. Ethereum's actually gone up about 50%. But for all you Bitcoin holders here, I mean, I guess we all wish we had put it into Big Bear AI. But I don't know, like we don't know where this name's going to go. I still like it. I still think we have some nice runway here breaking through 850 to get back to $10. I mean, there's been lots of stocks that have just doubled up recently, right? But this was a name that we believed in from $3, from $4, from $5. So again, pretty good move there on Big Bear AI, hopefully making money for you guys on the show and in the PA. So Big Bear AI, we really, really like that one. Let's have diamond hands, everybody, and try to hold this one. I mean, we're already in 100. It's already a double up. I think it's reasonable to take something out, which is why we did do that. But let's just see if we can actually make real money on this. Big Bear AI, hopefully some nice upside plays. It's in the right space, and they don't even have that many contracts. I like the stock. I think it grows, and I think it's a good one to hold in your portfolio for a long-term play, very similar to UNH. I wanted to have a quick look at this one as well. We did get a move back up into 290, but then the fall back right into 280 again for United Health. So that fell right back into this area where we could have bought again. I mean, we saw some dip down opportunities right off the open here as they're getting basically investigated for some of their practices. But right now, UNH trying to get back above that 280 and stay there. So right now, we're just dealing with that here on UNH. And then the other one that's been a big winner as we get ready to, again, celebrate. I was looking at the portfolio again last night. That's why I said I'd try to dip by some Apple, some Google. Both didn't fill today, but it was last night after earnings. But Palantir continues, man. I haven't sold any of this thing since the 130s. Continues to make huge moves higher. Really, really like Palantir, and I think Big Bear AI, although I don't know if Big Bear AI can have 3 digits behind it, but we didn't think that of Palantir either when it was at $7. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right there. And yeah, thank you to NY Cent and all that, man. I mean, this is what we do. You know, we're not only doing a show here for trading, but we will talk about some plays that we make and stuff in our portfolio. I mean, you guys know I said right here live on the show, we're buying Webull at 11, right? I mean, that's 17. That made a high into $18 as well. We've been buying some Berkshire. We haven't really screwed up. I mean, JP Morgan today breaks through 3 bills, I think, close enough to doing that as well. I actually have an offer for JP Morgan at 303. I think it was 302 or 303 to get some more out on that one as we dip bought that into the 200 period moving average of 230, which is somewhere around here once it loads up. So that's turned out to be a pretty good trade as well. But hey, man, what stocks go up must come down.
It happens. Oh, Gregory,
stock like Roblox.
You were mentioning about Google. I did make a decision. I thought I said it live on the show that.
Okay.
Maybe I said it after we were done.
What was it? Oh,
Remember,
which one you're buying?
It was Google. Did I say it live? I thought I said it when we were on, but maybe I said it to you after. No, it was Google. Alphabet. Someone asked which one was I dip buying, Alphabet or IBM. I went with Alphabet, and I might have just said that to Sean when I was doing it. No, I threw an order in and got filled. It was underneath 192, but it was in the high 191s or something like that. I just sort of look. What ended up happening? First of all, look at the channel on Alphabet to the upside, and ultimately I sold some Alphabet and put it into Meta, which net for net ended up probably slightly working out for me, but I tend not to look at it that way because I could have sold something else. I could have just used some cash that I had. Like anything else that I would have done would have been better. Let's just put it that way. But I think off this report, the initial reaction, you're still you're in the upward channel. If we close above 194, you're actually still technically breaking out this channel. If we close, I mean, it's actually not even 90. It's more like 193.5. This has been a very, very distinct channel to the upside that it's been respecting since the April low. So that's a good momentum play here on Alphabet, as far as I'm concerned. And the funny thing about it is, well, you're like, but you're buying it after earnings when it's at the highs, but it's still the best valuation I mean, I could throw that money into the Qs and you're still getting a better valuation with Alphabet. And it gets me closer to what I was holding in it before, which as I said, if I'm acknowledging that sale as a mistake and I should have sold something else, then I got to get back into Google at some point. Might as well be today on what I think was a bit of an overreaction is not the word. Like overreaction would have been if it was down in like the 180s. It never even, at the close yesterday, we were sitting at 190. So you can't even say that it was an overreaction. We never even Google never went red. It just, sometimes you have a gap up and you fill in a piece of the gap on the stock. So I took my shots on Alphabet and tried to, early on, the 194, which we liked, tried that a bunch, didn't work. And then I just took every single trend break after. Trend break, I don't know why this one's not showing up. And then this trend break here. And then I didn't get the full fill, so I just left my bid in and then got picked up. So if a stock is trending down and you like it long, let it break the trend and then go for it. I see everyone talking, well, not everybody. I see a few people mentioning Tesla's shooting to the upside. Is that true? It's trying to get back into the volume weighted average price. 8.5%. Yeah, I didn't dip buy this one today, I can tell you that much. That's for sure. I own enough, Let's give this one a hot minute. Oh, and just for anyone that didn't tune into the morning show, as Sean was mentioning with that UNH, really the real story was that all they did is they responded to the allegations. But the price doesn't lie with this. There were a lot of people, myself included, when it did this dip, and it was doing something for you. It did the dip, gives you like a bottoming tail candle on volume. Like if you were looking at this on an intraday chart, bottoming tail, and then the reaction was it got bought up in the news. So you buy it the day after, but it didn't do anything. It went from 290 to 320, and then just went sideways and sideways and sideways and sideways. And when it didn't finally break, and then lost 300 last week, it's like, okay, like acknowledge the fact, and we talked about this last week because everyone was kept asking questions about UNH. Acknowledge the fact that it didn't go anywhere and just get out. You don't lose, you don't win, but if this trends back down to 200 even, then you're not getting burned. This just feels like a place that nobody wants to be. And if you really like healthcare, I'm sure there's other places. Maybe I should buy back into GE Healthcare. I dumped those shares right quick when they did the
split.
The split. It's not. It's a different terminology. What the heck do you call it? It doesn't really matter. But I held on to GE Aerospace and GE Vernova because I didn't want to be in GE Healthcare, and I just didn't. And then of course I type in G instead of GEHC. I don't even pay attention to this too much. It could be worth looking at something else in the space. I'm sure this is doing much better. Yeah, it's doing way better since Liberation Day. But yeah, since the split. Yuck. How far does this go back? Was that long ago? Wow, that was really long ago. It's much longer than I thought, GHC. Anyway, but it's not, this isn't really doing much of anything. Like you'd be up on it if you held on to the shares. Look at that double bottom. Right when they did that, whatever we're calling it, split breakup, that was a great low on GHC. But this seems like a bit of a better name. If you want to be in healthcare, you could just buy you could just buy some kind of an ETF. UNH just feels yuck for now.
Yeah, I mean, I like GE. I like GE. I like everything GE. Vernova, Health, GE, Electric, General Electric. Old name, of course. Into aerospace as well. GE. I mean, I still really like Boeing. Boeing was a great miss down near those lows. That is for sure. As that continues to get higher, but most of my plays are going to be in the tech space today. Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, and the TQQs, of course. The big name, I do like IBM. I think that that's going to work itself out and be, that's not Google, that's IBM right there. Work itself out and be a great long from these areas as well. You know, I'm looking to get some more longs into some accounts, and my largest position into the RRSP account, which is like the 401k, is now the S&P 500. So I've rotated out of, not rotated out, I still own like 30 stocks, but I'm starting to put some of the cash back into the NASDAQ and into the S&P 500 as we approach a decade until retirement. Okay, so that's Amazon. Sorry, that's IBM. I mean, I really like them. They fell 7% despite a beat, but weak software sales guiding forward there as well. Tesla also comes out and says, like, we have a few more years or a few more quarters of potentially rough rides as far as the cars are concerned. We're going to wait to see if they can put that out as well. Healthcare a little flat today. This is what it looks like if we're just going to look at the whole board, across the board right now. Just join me, myself, and I tonight for the recap show. Back to the original recap show where we were just sort of doing it. We don't have Adara tonight. She'll be back on Monday. But GE there it is right there, up 2%. Broadcom. I'm just going to refresh this just to make sure that we're all good on all of these names right there. Apple as well. What's been sort of the lagger here today has been, let me just get rid of that. Some spaces in the healthcare technology, Boston Scientific there, Intuitive Surgical, ISRG down 2.6%. We'll wait to see what's going on with that name, as that's had a little bit of a rough ride here as well, which is kind of funny because with AI, you know, you think that they would be doing a little bit better. Obviously, the one that sticks out the most here is going to be Tesla. Unfortunately. Fabian. Yeah, there's Tesla on that screen there. Yeah, we'll get that up for you in a second. Don't worry, Fabian. We've got you. He wants to always make sure that we're showing that great. And that is great. There's consumer durables today. So led by Tesla down 9%. GM and Ford also down 1% each. The home builders, Lennar, DHI, also to the downside. We don't have much help right here in consumer durables, but it's all the tech names there today. Amazon, huge move higher as the cloud proves to still be profitable. It's Costco that's making a couple moves downside. I mean, it might be time to pick up some Costco right now. Down to $9.41 off of recent high of $10.76. So you're down almost $150 on Costco. That might be worth a buy. Although whenever we go, it doesn't seem to be overly busy, but still pretty busy. Costco, Home Depot. I actually like Home Depot as well. I do not own any Home Depot shares. I do own Costco, so maybe getting into this one as we look to diversify as well into some Home Depot.
I'm interested as to why Costco is having a weekday when Walmart is at the high.
I'm not sure. Probably because Randy's here. He should be at Costco buying some more. Oscar Health here, CNC, if we go over UNH, you know, just not a great overall day here. I don't know what LabCorp is doing, but as we start to question some of the movements in the health care sector as far as DOJ, you never want them looking into what you're doing. So I guess that's part of the overhang right there, the DOJ investigation into UNH, overhanging some of the healthcare.
That makes sense. LabCorp is bucking the trend because they reported.
Oh, okay, they reported. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they raised EPS and sales guidance. So they raised their, maybe they didn't report, maybe they just raised their guidance. I just popped that up because, look, if you see a sector board like that where everything in the sector is down and somebody's up by 6 or 7%,
I didn't know too much about that company.
No, I don't. That's the first I've ever heard of it. So
all right, NVIDIA. What is the all-time high in NVIDIA? Because we are singing right now. This is going to be a big trade alert, man. Yesterday we were long at 168. Today we're long at 171, man. It is 173.40 right there. Yeah, this is NVIDIA. Welcome to the jungle, man. That's not the high. I'm going to show you right here. Bye-bye P-Pro. P8, I think we're supposed to call it, P8 charts. Bye-bye P8. Right there, let's look at NVIDIA right here. This is what it really looks like on a daily chart. Its high is 174.25, 52-week high on E-signal, 174.25, Neil. So we are now 50 cents away
You'll get there.
from a brand new all-time high in NVIDIA, Randy. This is why we just keep on pushing it, man, every single day. Today, it looks like NVIDIA will once again be P&L #1 on Trader TV Live. So there goes NVIDIA, man. A big move to the high side. I think we're both pretty positive on it there today. So, you know,
oddly enough, no, I'm down. Okay, look, NVIDIA is actually, I'm down on it, like my second best stock, and it's my worst. My second best stock is I'm up more than I'm down on NVIDIA, but I only went on the front end of the we call it the front end of the trade. So if you ever hear me say I'm in on the front end, it basically means I'm going long while it's going down instead of long when it's going up. So this was me in the morning on NVIDIA, and here's the difference. Like, look at the difference between like trying to go long in Google on the way down and then catching the trend breaks when it's actually turning and then playing the other side after it's made the low, right? Like, that's the difference. I just never went back in NVIDIA. At the moment it was making this bottom, I was taking a trend break in Google. And I had, until we automate our trades, I find no way to get into, when the market's doing this and I'm looking for a trend break bottom, I'm only getting one thing. That's just the reality. Like, if everything is turning and you're doing a trend break, there's almost a small chance, like maybe you can punch into something and get another, but like that candle on the reversion of NVIDIA was on a 3-minute, like 90 pennies. So the chances of getting that are slim. It's actually the reason why I missed IBM as well. You know, it's just, it can happen so quickly, and if the stock that you happen to be on, when that move happens, that's it. You take your shot. There was your bottoming tail on IBM. Oddly enough, I mean, whatever. Like, the funny thing about it is if I had bought both IBM and Alphabet, I'd be laughing, but it doesn't really matter. I wanted to buy one, not both. And just when I say that, I already own Google. I also already own IBM from a long time ago. I've done things with Google in the last few years, and I honestly, there's certain companies that I can't remember the last time I transacted on them in a personal account in my RRSP. And IBM is kind of one of them, but I do like the play. I just got trailed out of Alphabet mostly because I'm trying to respect the 94 level. 94 was the level for me, and then it was just a trend break after that. So when we reject 94 and it broke this little upward trend that it was on, that I just jump out. Maybe it still goes, but that's the plan of action. Like, that's what's worked for me better, I've found, is just finding those finding the sniper shots, and you hold on to some, but if I set a trail or I set a stop, just get out of it, and I'm going to get rid of these, which I swear I did last time. There you go. I don't need the trend lines after I've already used them, so I'll hit the save there. And I found, like, if I can get in at the one level, try to hold on for the dream, as some people like to say it, then look for the next trade. Because if we start holding above 194, I can get back in again. No questions asked. Hertz Scrambler saying Netflix is going. I hope so. This is a name that people it seems like they've been rotating out of this one for a while. And it's still trying to catch a bottom. We finally got to that 1180 level. So maybe this is going to be the turn. This was when we were asked last week, like, where's it headed when it lost the 50-period moving average? The first thought was, okay, well, where's the place it bounced before? 1180. So maybe it's going to bounce at 1180. I tend to think maybe 1100, as it's just in a downward trend here. And one of the things that you saw in Alphabet's report is the strong numbers out of YouTube. Well, most people, I mean, some people can look at a million things at once. Most people are watching one thing at a time. My daughter lives on YouTube. I think she watches 1/10 of the Netflix that she used to, if even that. I'm talking in the last year, but everything is just now YouTube, YouTube, YouTube. Every now and then, like, we'll catch, maybe she'll want to watch like a show or a movie, but it's pretty much just YouTube videos, YouTube shorts, and Netflix, I feel like it might be on its way down still, even though it's flat today. Flat into an up market.
Yeah, no, same thing in our house. Everyone watches YouTube and YouTube Shorts. It's Netflix can almost be canceled actually at some point. Right there, we'll never do it. But
Stranger Things is coming out soon.
Yeah, she's downloaded. She's on Stranger Things now as well. There's Wednesday she likes. A few other plays. Sakamoto Days is a good one for my son. There, it's pretty good.
That?
It's like an anime thing. It's pretty fun. He likes that. So, but there's also One Piece, he is enjoyed.
Oh, my nephew's obsessed with that. My son. My brother's.
Yeah, we bought him some One Piece cards. I was telling you, my kid caught a great Pokemon card there from that Dick's Sporting Goods, so he's really excited about that as we'll get that PSA graded upside. All right, just quickly here, we are getting out of some of this market play right now as we go upside on the NASDAQ, try to get going there as well. So we'll wait to see where we go now on the TQQs. We saw yesterday, we saw Mara make that move down on the offering, and I always think, like, whenever the offering happens, like we saw one on Webull, and we saw, if you still like the business and you still believe in mining and all of that, I mean, I know it's going to get harder and harder as we begin to the halvening and more of these start to happen. It's going to get harder and harder, and with the price of electricity going higher as well, we haven't really solved anything. Solar, there's not too much energy involved there to be able to run these miners. I mean, it's a very, very energy intensive process. And again, those of you that are invested in Mara would know much more about this than I do. I was looking at I was doing a little bit of research there while on vacation and was actually looking at Mara because of the fact that it hadn't really gone yet. And we did have, I mean, it's gone, but not to where we could be, considering that Bitcoin's at 120,000, right? Just noticing all the Bitcoin that they're holding, Mara as a company and whatnot. There is some good value here with Mara at these levels, but at the same time, it has made that move back in. Watch out for that $17 level as we get ready to rock and roll now with new lows coming in if we break through that 200-period moving average. So I think this is probably worth buying. If you do know anything different about Mara, let me know. But I do think that this is stock right here on offering. If, like I said, if you still like it and you do believe in mining and building your Bitcoin position that way, then I think Mara has a spot in portfolio, especially just to start into it right now. A cheap way to get into some Bitcoin if it does start to work out great. But that's the problem, and why I like a stock like IBIT, or I like the coins themselves, because SBET today has that move down, and I don't know if it's still going, but 28 down to 23, you're down 11% there. That's not really reflected of what Ethereum's doing. So again, these treasuries get built. We had Karia Samaru on from WonderFi there. Or no, it wasn't WonderFi. XTO coming on there on the midday, and it was Matador we had on the first show. That's what I was confusing there. All talking about different strategies, right? And so all of these companies do have different ideas behind building up a trust, building something up here for Ethereum, for some of these different plays. So I would say, to each their own. Do your research, figure out what companies you like. But for me, I mean, try to hold some of the coin anyways, so you can gain some of that exposure there to the upside. Come on.
At least start there. Like for me, it's, you could like a miner, but then how much could you like a miner if you don't hold any Bitcoin? You don't hold any of what they mine?
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah, like that's what I don't get. And even Mara is trying to, that's what they're doing. They're now, obviously they mine, but they're building some holdings, which makes some sense because you're going to need a pivot. There's only so much Bitcoin left that you can mine. Just very quickly here, I just paid for locates in SMCI, which, all right, now it's breaking down. All right, so there is the bottom, there is the trend. This is SMCI breaking the trend. Our locates are pay for shorts or borrows, however you want to frame it. We're relatively cheap. The prior bar is pretty tight. That's only like 13 cents. So I'm going to give it to like these lows in here. Not that it's that much more, but you got to give it some room. Like, I mean, it is SMCI. Obviously, a lot of the trend to the upside. Okay, why is SMCI going up today? NVIDIA's up because Google brought everybody up. That's pretty much what it boils down to. Sympathy play. But if we're just playing from a trend break, I'm going to give it, instead of the prior bar, I'll give it to here. It's just about above 85, and I'm looking for the VWAP retracement. SMCI, in a general sense, whoops, that chart, there we go. In a general sense, I still feel like it's stair-stepping to the upside, so this is just a trade to look for a reversion into VWAP. This has looked pretty healthy for a while. I think we're not seeing the super parabolic days in SMCI. That said, it's really calmed down, and it's a very orderly bounce to the upside where it consolidates and goes higher, and then some pullbacks and consolidates and goes higher. And it just pulled back and bounced off 50 even. You know, kind of just needs to break out at 54 for all of the bad news that they got in the last year. And it was nasty, and you had accounting concerns and investigations and all the stuff that you don't want to hear. Actually, I have to go to a higher time frame chart so you get a better sense of what happened with SMCI. There you go. For all of that, this is looking very good on a higher time frame chart. On the weekly, there's your hold, higher lows, and now you're just breaking away from this 50 area. It's really turning the corner. I'm shorting it into VWAP here, but SMCI, with the chips looking strong, it has some room to grow, no questions asked. This one could be a nice little swing. If it can break that 54, I think you get the next leg up, which might be a little bit bigger than the 10% we've been seeing lately.
If you are a savvy Canadian trader like my friend Randy over here, then you may want to look to boost your exposure and tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3x daily leverage ETFs featuring, Randy, built-in FX hedging, so you no longer have to worry about your US dollars versus Canadian dollars. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of, you guessed it, currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. And I think that that's something that, I'm definitely invested into some CDRs, and I've been buying, like I said, with some of the Canadian dollars, I've been buying some hedged NASDAQ and S&P 500 products just because. That's what I'm saying. These
they
are
have the hedge products.
So yeah, you don't have to
put them
worry.
right in your TFSA or RSP. You're good to go.
Yeah, exactly. And that way you, just for everybody here in Canada, then you're not playing that currency game. Like when I'm actually buying Google shares and I'm paying it in US dollars, and this is of course anybody that's not in any different currency, no matter what it is, you want to make sure that the price of your asset fluctuates with the price of the dollar as well, because then you will.
Here's the Google one right here. It's just in Toronto, it's just goog.cc.
Right.
And this is the currency hedge. And you can buy it in Canadian dollars, which just makes it really easy for us here. I did. Rivian Randy is here, so I did pull it up. Rivian's chart is not dissimilar here. Let me try and do this for it. Whoops, I just typed in NVIDIA instead of Tesla. It feels like Rivian caught a bid when Tesla caught a bit of a bid at the low at 300, except Rivian's continuing to go, whereas Tesla's the one that had the bad report, right? So it makes a little bit of sense. So it's got a little bit, it's a sympathy play to the downside, caught a bid at the same time, so waited for Tesla to turn, and now you're getting a bit of follow through. But when does Rivian report? Because they got their own fish to fry, Randy. I'll ask Perplexity or something. When does Rivian report earnings? And then we'll get the answer in a second.
It's August 5th.
Okay, so we got not that much time, only a couple of weeks to go. But the good news for Rivian, I mean, unlike Tesla, it's made like the local bottoms are like real bottoms. Like Tesla, its local lows are nowhere near any ridiculously significant levels on higher time frames. But at least you can say with Rivian, like it really bottomed out. $8, $10, $10, now $12. So it's in a pretty big bottoming pattern, just like the name that is reporting earnings tonight, Intel. Like it's almost as if the sellers have stopped being able to push it down through the fresh lows. That's a good sign. Obviously, they still need to actually not lose money with every vehicle that they make. But hey, nobody makes money on the vehicles they sell, the EVs they sell outside of China that isn't Tesla, and even Tesla's having trouble. So at the end of the day, you can only expect so much. It's how long can they play out the threat is what boils down to. Who's got the cash and who can continue to raise cash. We saw Lucid had a deal with Uber the other day, and that pumped up. It's holding up pretty decently as well. And it's another example of a name where it's finally run out of sellers at the $2 level, and now people are just kind of holding on for dear life. And if there's still a thing in a couple of years, there's going to be some winners. Yep. I know it's a tough space, but there's going to be some winners. It's not just going to be a bunch of Chinese EVs out there that have good margins. There will be some other winners, and if you can pick one, I happen to like Rivian, but Lucid, if you like it for a bet, that one looks pretty good as well. Still holding on to that $3 area. Every time I look back, it's just right at $3. At some point, it's got to do something. Like poke it. It's a 77 million shares to not move. It's wild. The market makers are, it's good business, let's put it that way. Like the number of stocks that have done like 100 million, 50 million, and it's just like, it's not even moving. Like BBAI was over 50 million shares and it's got a 25-cent range today. Wild.
Yeah, BBAI can get to 400 to 500 million. So let's wait to see those days again. Yeah, that's when you want to trade them for sure. When we're going. All right, so the Nasdaq did make a move down again here. Still looks like it wants to, well, that's the ES, but either way, the ES actually is at VWAP right now. So that could be something there on the SPY, looking over there. I'm still on the TQQs, which is right here. We're getting out near the top, and now it just fell into the bottom again. Looking maybe at it, I mean, it's not at VWAP yet, which is why I'm sort of trying to figure it all out. But right into there could be something to look at as we do warn for the NASDAQ. Good high side play there, getting in there and out near the high of the day. I think that's what we got to continue to do here as we look. I mean, I'm looking for different alerts to come through. If there are any names that you guys want us to look at, I mean, right now, it's just Tesla on the board right here, as we want to say thank you to our good friend, of course, Fabian, for building this up, giving us everything. I may just cancel this and reset the whole board right now. You know what? Let's do it.
Should always restart it for the morning.
All right, there we go. We have started fresh right now. So anybody that puts in anything in there right now, we'll start it up again. So let's get that chat going. Anybody that's part of the chat. And I know all of you are in there, but it's just like Tesla had such a big lead. So let's see. There goes Tesla again, right up to the top. We have AEO, American Eagle Outfitters, of course, on Sydney Sweeney News going through again. Shopify, interesting play there. I have that in the account as well. That's going to be a good one. Circle, some people liking Circle here. Apple, BMNR, again, another one of those trusts going through there with Ethereum coming in right now. Roku and SBET. I just saw Open Door, of course, as a lot of the same names. It looks like everybody still wanting Tesla. So that's the stock visualize. We want to thank Fabian for building that up for us. What's Tesla doing? Is it looking? Yeah, so it's still hovering near $3 right? But it's at 304 right now. So let's see if there is a breakout opportunity here for us. I mean, maybe they do buy this into the close here. So trying to take out VWAP. Again, I always feel like buying near the top. I don't want to say it's a trap because it's not necessarily a trap, but if you get all the way up here to 306 again, is that really the break long, or should we be better off waiting for down here? I mean, on an earnings day play like this for Tesla, it's still down 9%. I don't really see it moving around yet here. I mean, if you do get that bottom, great for us if that's going to come through. But right now, like I'd love to go long somewhere on Tesla. I mean, maybe it's that level right there that we just sort of looked at real quick. Let me just zoom back in again. What was that consolidated prices down into here? Yeah, maybe 302-ish. Just hope that you don't get wicked out if it comes back in again. That's 302 change. So 302.50, 302.60. Lucky enough to get that, then maybe. But I just don't really want to push the button now at 304, everybody. I mean, again, Tesla misses, double miss, both sides. And then, yeah, you know, I didn't like hearing Elon talking about 2025 because
terrible.
2025 is over. Like, let's call it what it is, man. The quarters are done. Like, whatever starts rolling through now won't be affected till the next multiple quarters, not immediately. So I still think Tesla has a lot of work to do before they gain again confidence in the EV space. Obviously, we look for robo-taxi and that number about getting it rolled out to half the country. I mean, we're going to have to wait to see how that winds up happening. I mean, you're going to have to get New York behind it. Obviously, California, Chicago, some of the big spaces there in North America, you're going to have to get behind this. We're nowhere near that yet for Ontario or Canada, so we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Tesla and the EV market. But everything's blasting right now. We've got Nvidia $2.50 in the money. We've got Google $1.50. We've got Amazon $1 and change as well. Here's our Amazon trade as that loads up. And look at that one, man. We put this one on for you guys with you at 10:30. We talked about that trade and how much we liked that Amazon trade right there as it fell right back in. Another strong name trying to hold out for VWAP. So this could be another trade in and around 231 and change there today for Amazon. The only one that we're interested in tonight is going to be Intel. So be me, myself, and I on the recap show for Intel, just waiting to hear what happens on that report. I'm stupidly enough long at this one, just a little under $20. So it's been a good hold, but really, I mean, it's not performing like the rest, that's for sure, as Intel just continues to sort of languish near the lows. And again, if you
Mobileye gave it all back.
Yeah, Mobileye. Oh my God, another bad name.
They were
their MBLY.
They were up 6 or 7%.
Oh, were they? Okay.
This morning, and we were debating Mobileye reporters. We put them on the watch list, and it was like there was zero. It was gapped up, and there was just no volume and nobody really buying. It's like, no, that does not deserve to be on the watch list. And look what happened at the open. Mobileye. Yuckity yuck. Intel, of course, still has a stake. That's an ugly looking chart. Yeah, that's not a very good looking chart at all there on Mobileye. Let's look at something prettier. Right? The market's at the highs. Let's not depress ourselves by looking at Mobileye's chart. No, I'm just kidding. I don't own Mobileye. Whatever. I'm sure this is the thing about earnings season. Like, you've got to pick and choose. You can't just be like, oh, because stock X is gapped up and maybe they beat on the top line or some nonsense. Oh, this is going to be a good long. Like, you gotta look a little bit deeper under the hood. Like, do you like the setup technically if you're going to trade it? Is there volume going on? And if nobody else, if the market doesn't seem to care about Mobileye's earnings, then I'm certainly not going to care about it to try to trade it. That said, Intel is probably going to be tradable tomorrow because when they report, they move. No doubt about it. So Palantir is a stock that isn't at their lows. I think it hit the high, 155.63. I believe that was a fresh high.
Oh, what Palantir?
63? Is that fresh high? I thought it was 60, right?
It was in the 70s.
Oh, it was 70?
Regardless, yeah, good.
Okay, so close. It got within
155.68, it said.
Okay, so 5 pennies.
Wow.
It got within 5 cents of a high. Just want to make sure we get it right. But I'm going to try buying on trend. And one of the reasons, of course, we'll see if this works, I took SNCI because it broke the trend line. But Palantir, I got out here on my last long, which was at about 130 or 140, whatever that is, stopped it under that bar, only to watch it hold the kind of the trend from the morning. I was like, oh, you've got to be, and then it continues to hold the trend. It just liquidity grabbed underneath the trend line and then broke away. So I'm going to give it a little bit more space, long in front of the trend, and just give it a little bit of space underneath here. So about like 25 cents worth of risk on Palantir. There's an upward trending stock that you can sink some teeth into. The difference with SMCI, of course, come on, man, where'd it go? I saved that. It broke the trend line, then broke down under this support. I just went short, stop here. The second it gets to 52.5, I tighten my stop to 52.80. Hasn't happened yet, and I want to play it down into the volume weighted average price, which I'm just noticing is different on 2 of my charts. Oh, no. I believe, you know what? This one's wrong. That order has got to be bad, so I'm not. Yeah, I see VWAP. I see VWAP on one chart is 52.25 and 52.13. It usually means one of them is missing data, but that happens. Usually it happens to this chart and not the other one. So I'm going to trust up there. At the end of the day, just a trend break, and we'll try to stay on trend with Palantir. Let us know what else you guys are looking at. I've seen some people say CoreWeave, but I also saw Here We Go Tesla. And let's be real, Tesla, it's really trying to go. Sometimes Tesla gets in that
out of volume.
that power hour rally, which we just hit, because it's 3 o'clock, so power hour is on. I want to see that volume come in. Like, you know, when Tesla's really starting to go in the afternoon, you see increasing volume. It's not just that you're getting a trend up. It's just you're also getting a trend up in volume, which is not happening yet. It's almost like you could draw a trend line on the volume to indicate whether I'm really, really loving that move. So hopefully that can go with trend, Palantir. Let's see if that one can get to an all-time high today, which, I don't know, I feel like if you go within 5 cents of an all-time high, effectively it did get there. Like, for all intents and purposes, like it tested the high, and now you're just trying to get back to the all-time high on Palantir. It was trickier this morning, and this is the thing about the first half an hour. Notice when you have a stock where it's like a buy the dip, after it makes the double bottom and establishes that it's strong, it's so much easier to be long after that. Because it's just like you're buying dips and the higher lows and all that kind of good stuff, as opposed to, oh, it's breaking down, where do I get into it? It's all well and good, but I think those trades after 10 o'clock, once the stock has established itself as a long, can be so much easier for sure. So let's go Palantir, hopefully, and we make an all-time high at 155.70, as Sean mentioned.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait to go long until it breaks 156. I still think you can get that. Of course, so we'll wait to see if that can happen today. Advancers and decliners, 52% advancers, despite it being pretty leveled off kind of a day, although the NASDAQ is up 0.4%, which has been helped, of course, by all of the volume leaders today. Today's volume leaders start with Tesla, Google, Apple, then NVIDIA. Of course, Google adds over 10 billion in CapEx, bumped that number from 75 to 85 billion. So that's helped out many of the names, including that NVIDIA, Broadcom, heading up into all-time highs. Again, yesterday we had an upgrade there with Reddit. And I was like, yeah, you know what? I really do like this name. I think Reddit does have a decent moat around it. What they've built is unlike, I mean, from what I can see anyways, and I don't use it that much. I really don't use it at all. I look up some Packers stuff and things like that. But yeah, no, right now for Reddit, I feel like it's unique and, one of those names that still has some good offerings to it. And what I mean by that is, like, as far as, we just saw that search and whatnot doesn't seem to be dead or anything yet right now. Advertisers still trying to pay for that. So where's the next space? Maybe Reddit does have some opportunities there. So again, I really like this name to get back up to the upside. Still a lot of sort of untapped revenue potential here with Reddit. And again, remember, they have large language models paying them to access some of the material posted there, because that's what a lot of people want. They just don't want links to websites. Reddit, obviously, pretty unique information posted up there, and a great how-to place, just kind of like how YouTube started, right, with all those how-to videos and whatnot. I think Reddit gives a lot of good personal information there, so you got to watch out for Reddit. I do like that stock holding above the 200 period. This could be one to go. I mean, just kind of like how we liked Roblox down at $30, right? We talked about that 2 summers ago, or last summer.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
We haven't got the IPO yet, and we're still expecting we might see Discord this year, which we thought we'd be getting that maybe in the first half of this year. If Discord was public, would you prefer it to Reddit? If it was public, obviously we don't know when it's going to.
Yeah, prefer one over the other. I don't know. I'm not sure. I really like Reddit, though, because I like the numbers. I like what they've been doing. I don't know if Discord, what their situation is. Are they going to come making any money or what? I mean, we know Reddit does.
I know a lot of people that love to use Discord, so from that aspect, I'm excited for Discord. But again, I don't know too much about it myself. I was just curious what your opinion might be.
No, I think so. I mean, Microsoft wanted to buy Discord at one point, so there has to be some value
there.
Right there. IBM down on margin compression. I mean, I really like that name today as well, but they're down 8%. So I think that if you're going to try to pick up some value there, Reddit, a position I don't own shares in, might want to start one. IBM we do have it, man. But yeah, I think today is a show me day, right? And I think the NASDAQ has showed up. And what I mean by that is we finally get the two big reports. Tesla, not a car company, we know that. So they're downside right now as that business doesn't seem to be working out. And they're getting hit on that today as we wait for more talk about robo and more talk about AI. And you can see it's trying to go back again. I think that we might have seen a temporary bottom in and around 300, depending on what news comes out, anything else. I mean, we know Elon, XAI, I think he brings that back in as well. Maybe some money spent on XAI and Tesla winds up buying that out, and we'll see how that winds up going. That's Grok and then all the maps and all that full self-drive, all of that coming through again for Tesla. Lots of opportunities there. And then Google sort of, you know, we thought was waving the white flag a little bit early there yesterday as it made the move down in. It was like, wow, we just went up for 11 straight days. Maybe we do have some pullback, but then it goes, nope. Nice move higher there. They sell it off early, but Google's holding for it, still off earnings, not moving as much as we all thought. I mean, we thought the expected implied move was 4 or 5%, I believe, for Google. Only 1.65% movement there today, but still sort of helps that AI momentum continue long. And, you know, we do get that CapEx number. We'll wait. We have Apple coming out next week as well as Microsoft and Meta. So they'll hopefully also put some money forward.
That's the big week, man.
We'll have to wait to see if Apple's actually spending any money on AI. And if they do, then I think that all these stories continue to work.
I'm guessing not.
That's given us, you know, sort of pause on the movement down in AMD. I mean, now you've had 1 or 2 down days and then now 3 straight up days. It's AMD looking great, taking out these highs as well. As there it goes, man. I mean, now you're not too far away, man. I mean, it was easy to make fun of this name when it's down to $80, $90 because its high was $220, but now you're all of a sudden back to $160. But again, like just a huge move from the top. Just wondering if we're getting a little slowed upside there. But if people and these companies are still spending money, they got to go somewhere. AMD, Broadcom, and NVIDIA all seem to be, and you're on SMCI right now, it's another name.
You can't have 100%, 20% of a big market, or well, look, they don't have 20%. Let's say they could achieve 20%. It's still going to be a very, very healthy chunk for AMD. I want to thank Roger Max for the super chat here. Yeah, when we sort of opened the show with it, it kind of sucks. Like Hulk Hogan, the legend, of course, Terry Bolla. We lost Ozzy. Please not Arnold, he says. Yeah, let's hope not. But at the end of the day, like it's unavoidable in life. Let's be real. So as we said, like Father Time's undefeated, and you just make the best of all the time that you have. That's all the best message, and try to celebrate. As I said, I'm gonna be watching some old wrestling videos for sure tonight, and my dog's gonna be like, "What are you looking at?" And I'll be like, "This Hulk Hogan." She's like, "John Cena is better." And that's exactly what she's gonna say. She watches a video of what wrestling looked like when Hogan was the man. She's just gonna be like, These guys are so lame, or whatever word they use these days. But we thought they were cool. I get it. The guys they're a little more athletic, I think, now, obviously, as you can see. That being said, the other thing in life is if you have an in, have an in. But if you have an out, have an out. Within 1 cent, no, not, check that. Within 2 cents, SMCI just came up and it didn't quite stop out. But I threw my stop out above here. That's where it's going to be. And I've got my bids out there. This VWAP, again, like I said, this VWAP is wrong. 52 quarters is going to be that bottom, not 20s. If we get down there, great, but it's binary at this particular point. So just try to work with that. Overall, I do believe this space is looking good. One stock that we didn't talk about, which is the majority of, does the majority of Google's business, or gets the majority of Alphabet's business when they do that $85 billion CapEx spend. Nobody benefits more than Broadcom, and what a great bounce Broadcom had off of some of their lows as well. I like this company. It's one of those, you probably own it even if you don't, because it's such a big name in the indexes. This has just been boringly fantastic. I love moves like that because it means that even when it starts selling, it just gets bought right back. There's nothing parabolic, nothing out of control. When you look at that chart, if you're long it, there's nothing that scares you with this, saying, this is getting overheated. No, it's a very orderly move, and I like the fact that when it was gapped down, when it started selling off at the open, the response was to get bought right back up into some support levels. So good look for Broadcom, 1.8%. Let's see how the thing about these names that got the pull up from that CapEx spend is let's not forget that you still have to navigate through Amazon and Microsoft. Like Alphabet's a piece of the puzzle, but it won't matter anything if the other two big hyperscalers come up with numbers saying they're not spending as much. Right? Like then Nvidia is going to be down. And I'll be back to saying things like I should sell some GE Vernova, which I didn't do today because Google had great numbers. And I was going to sell shares. I'm like, look, if they have bad numbers, I'm going to take some off because this thing trades at 80 times. And the second these hyperscalers aren't spending, then people aren't going to care about how they power data centers when there's going to be less of them, or they're decreasing the rate at which they spend. Just one note, Palantir bounced off 155. I did not get the fill. I was trying to reload underneath 10. Did not get it. I might move that back up to 11 where we got it the last time because I guess it doesn't want to go right to the 155 on Palantir. I have a couple of bids and neither one of them got filled down there.
All right, we're doing pretty well just on some of these trades that we currently have on, but the most recently reloaded ones are the Google and the TQQs. But right here, a big day coming next week, and that's July 30th, of course, as we have our Fed decision coming next week. And this is what happens right now. There isn't too much love for an interest rate cut. It's 97% chance right there that we hold fort, which will mean that's what's going to happen. So join us next week, and we will be all over this stuff. But for right now, not much going on in the world of rate cut land. And you're going to go over to September, and you're going to see right into here that's where we get excited for that quarter point cut. So 60% chance that it happens in September. Obviously, these will all change as we load into July, and we hear sort of what that looks like moving forward as we get more and more numbers. Obviously, PMI. Tomorrow we have PCE inflation and the University of Michigan consumer sentiment coming tomorrow. So there are some numbers. Join Joe and I off the open tomorrow as Neil and Sharif will be switching it up. They'll be doing the midday show. Sharif and Neil and Joseph and myself will be on the open show. So we'll have Joe on there. That should be a lot of fun, and so should the midday with Neil and Sharif. So that should be good as well. We'll see what's going on there.
We got a halt on Sarepta here.
Oh, okay. SRP.
SRP. I don't have a reason for it. It could just
circuit breaker.
Even if it's a circuit breaker, you'd think that maybe there's news. It's been trending down the entirety of the day. Obviously, recently they let go of, I think, was it 30% of the workforce? A big workforce cut. And then right after that, they got some more bad news, and it made another fresh low. But it's bounced to the upside. I haven't heard anything in my ear explaining why, and I don't see anything in X that would explain it. At least, like you said, not yet. So it'll be a 5-minute halt. It's indicating a flat open like 11:51 with a halt at 11:40. So give it 2 minutes or so, or 3 minutes or so, and we'll be right back open on Sarepta. Yeah, very, very volatile name. If this one is going for legitimate reasons, like this could absolutely fly. It's got a decent enough short float here as well. So Sarepta, 3 minutes, it'll be open back up. JP swayed. Uber's not tanking, JP. It's not tanking. That's not, okay, Uber is up 1%, and it's pulling back a little bit, but that's not tanking at all. As a matter of fact, 90 on Uber is holding like an absolute charm. Absolute charm. The 50 period, I know it's been pulling back into that, but again, healthy pullbacks, that kind of a thing. And obviously, they just got to deal with Lucid. That's a bigger deal for Lucid than anything else, but the fact is everyone's coming to Uber with autonomous deals, knowing that Uber's got the infrastructure to have the clientele, that when you want to roll out, you're going to be able to list X number of the Uber fleet and get a good percentage in any given city you launch. You're not going to get 100%, but that's better than nothing. You want that guaranteed number is pretty much all that matters. So Uber, not flushing, but it's certainly not looking all that great today. I still like that 90 level if we get there tomorrow. Gotta go back over. SMC has exactly the same level, and it's about 7 cents away. It got within like 2 pennies. Sometimes, I always say that if you get within like a couple of pennies of a stop and it just barely doesn't stop you out, it's like you got a good level, but there's an element of luck to that a lot of times. But here comes Here comes Palantir. It's trying to break the day-long trend. I don't want to hold through a day-long trend break. My stop on Palantir is right underneath the 90 level, but not to the penny. Never to the penny. That said, I've been taking shots at Palantir. I think I've been in like 1, that's like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11 separate times I've been into Palantir. The best have all been at the volume weighted average price or close enough to the 154. But if it's able to hold, the trend line will go working right back into the high. It's just one of those upward trending stocks where you buy the dip and it tends to work out, but it only works till it doesn't. You know, at the end of the day, if the last one on trend ends up losing it, then I get out and move on to something else. And we're happy that we got something out of Palantir, which maybe it's waiting for Friday to make that all-time high break. Who knows? Still got a chance.
Yeah, 315 right now. Yeah,
It's
people
still
asking
some time.
about Dow Chemicals. They came out with a report here. Here's DOW down pretty nicely there. They missed by 42 cents, minus 42 cents versus minus 17 cents right there. So a big miss there on Dow Chemical today. Nice downside move. It looks like it's trying to hold, but wow, this has been in trouble for a minute here. Also, they cut their dividend from 70 cents to 35 cents per quarter, so that's not going to be good as well. High costs associated with the business is what they're saying. Revenue dropped 7.5% year over year. Not good, man. Specialty packaging, plastic segment. Of course, there's such a huge move to recycled and everything like that right now that I'm not sure where they land in all of that space, but not good, man. A 52-week low nearing $25. This is down over 36% year to date. It's Dow Chemicals. Not good. I mean, at the beginning of the year right there, $41, now down to 24. As I said, down 36%. Downgrade today as well by Moody's. Not good. 3 European plant closures, over 8 lost. Dow trying to find its ways right there. And again, man, you got to wait for some tariff-related headwinds right now as they have space, like I just said, in Europe, closing plants down there. So we're going to have to see how the tariffs wind up affecting Dow Chemicals. But yeah, what a collapse there in profitability right now. And again, with most of their production in Europe getting hit by some of those regulatory and tariff-related issues.
They could get some certainty soon, though. We keep getting hints, although they keep getting walked back when it comes to Europe and making a deal. Like the president said within 1 and 2 days when we got the deal with China, and then the next day it's like, oh, we're getting a deal in Europe, and then that was walked back instantly by Besson. He's like, well, wait and see. Take it with a grain of salt, and then wait and see.
He also said that like those Japanese ones could be worse. You know, they could go higher than 15% or whatever, based on how Trump is feeling. Like, I don't really know.
That's what's crazy
about all of that. So you wake up on one side of the bed, and this is what happens. All right, man, we're over $4 in the money, $4.50 right now in all these positions, all said and true. So right there, the Nasdaq continues to go higher. But thank you for the question on Dow Chemicals. I mean, we don't get those kind of questions enough. So that was a good one there on some different kind of stocks moving around here today. We have a day 2 play in Texas Instruments as well, 186 and change. That could be something to look out for. But today's numbers, I mean, we're going to go over to Market Chameleon just to have a quick little look because, you know, we want to talk about what's being reported here tonight. So if we're going into aftermarket, it's the biggest name on the board right there tonight is going to be Intel. So we'll wait to see when they report. It should be almost immediately. Their call scheduled for 5 o'clock. The expected move right here is 7% on Intel. So we'll wait to see if they can get it going. Newmont Mining, watch some of them as gold plays obviously have been talked about quite frequently with the US dollar and with all-time highs in the stock market. May you want to sort of diversify your portfolio with a little bit of Newmont and some gold plays there. Digital Realty Trust as well. I thought Decker's Outdoor was maybe reporting, but maybe their market cap is a little bit lower. We'll go to page.
They are. Decker's is reporting 405.
Page 2. Yeah, 405.
I think that's small.
I don't know. I'm trying to hit on page 2 and nothing is happening. So that's cool right there. But yeah, what's up to Deckers and everybody else reporting tonight? We'll have a quick check on that. And no matter how many times I refresh this thing, it still does look like right now Tesla getting everybody's attention right now. MFH looks like whatever that is something that people want to talk about. We've already talked a little bit about Palantir, obviously. Netflix is a very interesting one over there. I just saw Brendan walk in. You know, he's the only guy that I know that canceled Netflix, but with good news, I guess a lot of maybe have, down to 1180 right now, Netflix. I like the stock. I think Squid Game US, when that comes, I think that'll be pretty popular as well. So we'll have to wait to see what's going on with Netflix. But again, 1180 now. Netflix and Costco, like names that you thought weren't really going to get into some of these levels are. So again, still a little bit of work to do. And again, it's not going to sound very humbling or anything like that, but I looked at the account. I'm up over 480% or something on Netflix. Like, I haven't looked and touched this thing in forever. The only problem is I think I only put in $2,000 or something, so we're not dancing on any stacks of money here or anything, but Netflix right now, nice move to the upside there. I hope it's in my TFSA. I'm going to have to double check that. That and NVIDIA.
It's 4x though from mid-2023. So
that's probably where I don't know.
It's 2 years ago.
I mean, I buy all these names on dips, all high quality names, so we definitely like
Where's
Netflix.
Disney?
I mean, it's like Meta. Meta's like a 500 or 600% position as well. I mean, you guys know, shout out to Sharif, he joined it with me, and so did some of you on the chat. Like when this was $100, man, and its PE was like 15 or 16, oh boy, was Meta a great call down there. Doesn't mean that you're not gonna get another move higher in Meta. It's just, we have to remember these things, like, it gets me a little worried. I don't know about you, but like, how much more upside is there in many of these names? I mean, I hope it's a rhetorical question, and there's a lot, but look what Meta's been doing. Here's a daily chart for Meta. We were just at 480 back in April. You're now at 718. And if you're gonna look at even something even longer than this, let's even go to a weekly chart here for META. I mean, look at this thing. Like, this is what I was talking about when we're talking about this. It's not even that long ago that this was under $100, right? I mean, this is $90 back in 2022, basically the beginning of 2023. It's only mid-2025. It's 2.5 years, and you're getting 7x right now. Let's call it 6x if you're late. Let's call it 5 times right now. So if we try to say this still has upside, I don't know if it still does or not, but right now, man, I mean, this is part of it. This is where, like, when you look down at your account, sometimes it's like a little bit shocking at some of the returns you can get if you're patient with good companies. Like exactly. Vernova is a good example. I mean, there's so many examples.
Well, that one I can tell you, I am very, very much questioning how much more upside there can be on that move. Like this one, it's a little silly.
Oh yeah, well that just came to market.
No, but like, okay, you want to tell me you're near, like if you're near 100 times PE and you're like Palantir, it's like I'm not saying that's reasonable, but it's an AI.
I know, but I'm still not chopping.
Like this is not the type of company that you expect to have been 80 times. So. I'm looking for that first excuse. Maybe I don't even, like the first weakness in a hyperscaler, I probably take that's when I sell. Or, yeah, you know what, I haven't come up with another reason. Like that's the first reason that I've been thinking about. I'm trying to come up with another reason, and I'll probably try to look at some kind of higher time frame. Maybe like I'll look at the day. Ooh, I have a trip behind here. I didn't even realize that I did. Ooh, no, snap back in. There you go. I wanted to do that. Like it's just a little bit insane. Like if I look at the daily, maybe if we lose the prior high, I put like some kind of a trail in there. Here, like, well, sorry, you just have to go back. SRPT,
Sarepta just halted up.
Again.
No, halted up.
Yeah, but the second, second up halt.
Yep.
Obviously, there's some news here that we don't have on Sarepta.
It's a safety study.
Did you hear that?
I know. I was just saying. I have the note right here. It's on Benzinga. So, I mean, it's right here. It's pretty easy right now. Study, so a safer study, senior Sarepta could make a change to the closing of manufacturing. Next 10 or 12 boys show the related issue were improved. So I'm not sure exactly what their drug is there.
Well, the bad news was that there was some illness or death.
Okay, yeah, that's bad.
Well, on people who were on their drug, and they were disputing. They were saying, the FDA basically said, well, you need to take them off and stop the study. They're like, no, we're not. There was a suggestion that they send you a letter asking you to. Sarepta said no, essentially.
Aggressive.
Well, I'm not legal expert. I don't really know what the normal response is. Is it okay to tell the FDA, no, thank you, we'll just keep on doing the testing? But either way, if they're able to show data that maybe what they were concerned about isn't a concern, Like this stock has been destroyed.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
Sarepta's had its ups and downs.
it's definitely had its ups and it's had a lot of downs. Like I can't even. You have to look at a much higher time frame here for Sarepta when people start thinking about. Anytime you have these companies where like everything is all in on like one drug or something, like this was a stock which had been stable in the the 70s, 80s, and the 100s for a while, and now you're at $12. And well, it was at $9. Now you're at $12. This is absolutely insane. So good look here for Sarepta. It looks like a volatility halt, but the tap is exactly flat. So 12.49, only about 30 minutes to go. 25 until we get the imbalances. Palantir's not really moving. It's not moving as much as you would like. It's like inside range at this point. And someone asked in the chat, were you selling Palantir all these times and going short? And the answer is no. And just for anyone tuning in, green obviously always means buy. That's easy. But if you see a red triangle, that's selling out of a long position.
Right.
And then I'll show you what it looks like. I'm in SMCI short when it broke that trend. If you see a purple triangle, that means it's a short sale. So it's an easy way for you to be able to tell the difference. And for anyone that's absolutely new, like we're showing you the positions that we have, but the executions, that's the only distinction. Green's real easy, but it's a purple, although I keep bugging Obi to change his. Because I think the default's, I don't know, the default's yellow when you log into P8 the first time. But anyways, we do it purple just so you can tell the difference between us selling out of a long position and entering a short position. That's all.
Yeah, if it's a problem, I mean, we don't have to. We just tell Obi to change it. We'll do that next show if you got.
The problem is I think he has it on a different layout, and so when he sits in one desk, he has it, and when he sits in the other, I don't know. It's silly. Yeah, whatever.
All right, Obi. Always something with. All right, we love Obi. Shout out to Obi. Although I don't think he's been trading for the last couple of days, so I hope he's.
No, so it was his birthday last week.
Okay.
And he had family visiting, and then he was going on a trip with his siblings. So I think he'll be back on Monday filling in for Joe. It was taking a few days. Who's going to be here for these brews tomorrow? Because Obi's gone. Joe's not going to be here. I guess it's just you and me cracking a beer, and maybe you'll have one. Yeah. See if we can't coax Andre.
Hopefully. We don't have to. We can just wait for everybody to come back again anyways.
You can do whatever.
Yeah, it's Friday, so we'll celebrate on the Friday. All right, 3:30 right now, so we're getting close into it. Is the power hour, but you wouldn't be able to tell by the market. It's kind of making a little bit of a move down, but we've just been getting out of everything. So again, like more highs, some nice upside move here. I'm going to get out some more of Google. It's at 193 flat. We might as well, man. It's $1 and change winner right now. We've just been getting out this whole time as we've been talking. That's a 193.20. We just got 193 right now as we push off or enter and get that. The TQs is going to be another play here as we've been getting out of this as well. This is the futures. We'll offer some 84s, see if it rips through and gives us some of those as well. Just trying to exit some of these positions as we get closer and closer to the close because there's no point in being in as we have these imbalances. So there we go. We get another out there. And I'm just piecing some of these out. I mean, there's been some good trades. Amazon for me was probably the best trade just because it was so simple and so easy. And that's what we like. I like easy trades. How it was easy was just that we had this huge move up there on Amazon, missed the whole move, right? Because we were sitting there trading Google and looking at Tesla and looking at NVIDIA. But it fell right back in. And as this was moving back up to the upside, we were kind of like, first of all, Sarepta's now resumed trading. So let's go back over to Sarepta. But what I was going to get for Amazon was once we realized that, yeah, man, this is going to be a play about AWS, and we know how strong Amazon is as far as the retail sector and everything is concerned. The minute that pulled back, there it is, Sarepta right now open. The minute that Amazon pulled back into basically the 200 period moving average, that was a giddy up spot for me, and we hit it, and it was a good one. Amazon. I'm only red on one name, man. Neil and I, again, completely different strategies, right? I think Neil's traded well over maybe 10 names. I've traded 4 names today. We're 3 for 4 on those names. The only one that we have red is Google today because, again, it was up until it wasn't. Got stopped out there, got stopped out a little bit there, and didn't really put on a full position right there back in. So we'll go 3 for 4 today. Amazon, obviously a good one. Google red, we just talked about that. NVIDIA, P&L P&L number 1 or 2 is going to be, they're all the same basically, Amazon, Nvidia, and the TQs, which is the futures. And this is a pretty clean trade as well. But this was more just a feel as the market was coming down there, and it was just kind of like, let's see if we can buy it off of this. And it was also the 50 period or so moving average at that time. So we kind of like those trades, but not doing anything too crazy. The only thing that I think I missed out on and not thought about was JP Morgan at 3 bills. We could have done a little bit better there, maybe shorting that key level of JP Morgan at 299.50. I'm long this name and I like to think long banks, but again, you don't ever want your own personal book to sort of get involved there. But
I think it's okay to have a bias.
Yeah, but I could have shorted in front of 300. That's all. I mean, it would have been an easy trade to go short.
I don't think you want to trade your own book, but the example I would use is like it's okay. Like Palantir and Alphabet, I only wanted to be long those 2 stocks today. And one of them, like Palantir, I don't think was ever a short. Outside of the opening wick, I don't think it was ever a short. But Google, Alphabet, was. You just really had to pick your spots. Now, ultimately, like there's always 2 categories of stocks for me. The stocks where I'm actively trading it, like Palantir or Google many times throughout the day, or the stocks where I'm taking one, where usually it's like one trade, and this is the mean reversion. Day-long trend happens on SMCI, and I take one trade. Or like the example, we didn't talk about Circle today. Oh, sorry, no, I didn't talk about Circle today. I mean, I'm sure lots of people talked about it. No, we got to that 190 level, which is the anchored VWAP from the lows on Circle. I took 2 shots at it, essentially it consolidated. This was not a trend break. I was essentially just playing off the 190s. When it broke, I got out. When it held, I got back in. Ended up taking it out only for the $1.50 when it went all the way to the volume-weighted average price. But that was like a one-shot deal on Circle because there wasn't a catalyst in particular on this stock. It was just it got to a key level and you take a trade on it. But I have no reason why I want to continue with it. But I also have to say, when I was talking about GE Vernova, and we're talking about hyperscalers, and we're talking about powering data centers, and just the demand for power in general, which is going through the roof. The numbers are ridiculous when they build these data centers. OKLO is up 15% today. It's not intentional, and you guys can literally. I got called out. It's like you guys you're sleeping on OKLO. The reason I bring up GEV is just it's easier for me to talk about. I own the stock. They reported yesterday, so it was 2 days ago, and that's a name that we're going to discuss. But OKLO. That just broke highs as well and is absolutely flying. It's the same theme, right? The world needs increasingly more power, and at the end of the day, these nuclear names are squeezing, and everybody that's trying to short them is getting blown out. What I just find weird is that OKLO, again, which is more of a speculative play, is less parabolic than GE Vernova, which is supposed to be. Like, this is supposed to be like, hey, this is your normal, less risky. Like, to me, this starting to look meme-ish, I don't find is healthy. But Oklo, you expect it to move that way. And I know one of the things with them is, of course, Sam Altman stepping down from the board, so there wouldn't be as many conflicts of interest, getting deals and whatnot. But still, it's like backed by him, whatever. It's a squeeze play. It's in a space which got confirmation of growth last night with Alphabet's tremendous spend. And I keep repeating it because I think when we looked at all the earnings last night, there was one name that reported that was raising a lot of other ships. And I think that's what we're focused on and coming back to. And we're going to get a couple of names next week that have the ability to do the same thing. When Microsoft and Amazon report, I think we're going to get the same thing. Well, I hope we get the same thing, but we're going to have the same kind of impact is the more important way to look at it. So it's past 3:30, which does mean we have an early look at the imbalances, which we can throw up to you guys. Ford, 4.4 million to sell. UiPath, 3 million early look sell on UiPath. That's a bit large. Enbridge, sell of 2 million. No, that's dual listed. Be careful with that. HPE, sell 1.4 million. TSLZ is a 1 million buy. Sometimes you'll see that, like TSLZ, TSLL will show up on the locator. But the one that stands out, UiPath has only done 6 million shares all day long. So for it to be a 3 million share seller balance, that's pretty large. This stock is really not moving. I believe that's a Cathie Wood special, UiPath. to double check. I don't know how much she would own of it, but the stock isn't doing much. It's got some support down here. I'll keep an eye out because that's easily the most significant imbalance in terms of size. 3 million shares into 6, but I'll put it up on a side burner just to see. Just still in scalp mode is, as I said, we might have to wait a day for Palantir to make a new fresh high. It's been a while. It's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days now. 5 days since we've had an all-time high in Palantir. So clearly the stock's in trouble. I don't know, big time troubles here in Palantir. And by the way, this channel, all of a sudden, for it to break out the channel, it now has to go to 160 bucks. This is a frustrating thing. When it was at 155 on this day, I'm pretty sure we mentioned this. Had it broken out, you would be breaking the top of the channel and breaking the 155, making all-time highs. Now it has to extend again to get to the top of this trend that it's very clearly on. So Palantir, we'll see if we can get to that high. I'm just going to get out. There is also, I mean, I don't want to sleep on what's happening in Tesla, everybody, but Tesla's starting to go. Trying to get back up to 308. I'd watch out for this to have an imbalance. To get down 8%, well, it actually got down almost a full 10%, and then do the recovery. Yeah, the buyers are starting to come in here. I still don't love the volume. Usually I like the volume to be increasing, but Tesla definitely making a bit of a move. I see in the chat someone said just get ready to short Tesla. I wouldn't be looking to short it unless there was some kind of a big sell imbalance at all. Like you're not even at the morning resistance. That's like still $1.50 away. And then where we were just before the open was about 311. Like you've got some room until you get to the places where you know sellers got control of the stock. And there's only about 24 minutes left. We have to be flat at the end of every single day, ultimately. But it just goes to show. Outside, if you just take away the opening candle, despite all those misses, there's been a lot of buying out in front of 300 bucks on Tesla. So the bulls have definitely come to defend the stock. There's no question about it. All right, SMCI, it's holding on to this. It's crazy. Like it doesn't break this top, but it doesn't break that bottom, which means I cannot be worried about the levels I want it to go to. We're running out of time. I'm just going to take some off here if I can get it just basically a barely better than flat. Ideally, it gets to the volume weighted average price, but I got to take advantage of that and trim. There's not enough. Sometimes there's just not enough time in the day to get the move that you want. If this happens earlier, you can hold it all session long. Not going to get that. Not going to get that situation just yet. Tony, CVNA. Yeah, let me know what else you guys are looking at. I don't know CVNA why it would have any reason to be going. As I said, my eyeballs will be on Tesla. Obviously, I'm in SMCI and Palantir, but then that imbalance on UiPath is an interesting one to me, just because I can't see a real reason why it would be doing anything. UiPath. Ford, I get it. Ford's a bigger imbalance, and it's also a cheap stock. But Ford, I'm pretty sure I have never seen it not pair off in the afternoon. If it comes out as a decent imbalance, it gets paired off very, very quickly. Just a ridiculously liquid name. Ideally, you want imbalances in not super liquid names. Bigfoot, how is Carvana a $70 billion company? I don't know. That's one that I don't buy. I don't buy things that make no sense to me. And this one, I'd say Carvana falls right into that category. I don't get it either. People have tried to say that same thing, but then their idea is to short it, and then they just keep losing. So, I won't buy it. I won't short it. You can trade it every now and then, and just be careful when it starts going down, because this is exactly the kind of stock that I feel when the air comes out of it, you be down like 150 bucks, and it pulls back 30 or 40%, and that's basically not even batting an eye. But yeah, like I said, I'm not a buyer I don't swing short anything. To be honest with you, it's just not it's just not something I do in my personal account. I'm pretty much long only. I'll day trade short, but I don't sell anything in that long term. Let's see if Tesla can go. I think that's got to be the most interesting thing for everybody out here, because it just keeps on winning. At the end of the day, all anyone wants to talk about is Tesla, 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 and it's probably because of these moves. Like that program buy is coming in here in the afternoon. I'm a little skeptical. I'm still short-term bearish on the stock. Outside of that $300 level, but hey, the buyers are coming in anyway. Sometimes it's just how it is.
All right, we're getting ready to go with the closing. We're just fixing up the closing show layout over there. So, all right. Yeah, it's 3:40 already, so we've been getting out of pretty much all of our positions. So the only miss, and I just heard Neil talking about Tesla there. I mean, yeah, it's a big time missed opportunity for sure. I mean, I was kind of like, do I really want to take that break right there? And yeah, the answer was yes. Should have definitely taken that, and that's what trading's all about, is trying to actually step up and make plays, right? And I didn't do it, and we probably should have done that. They're bouncing off the 200 period moving average down there at 303. I mean, it's useless to talk about it now because it's off. I just want to say congratulations and awesome. For anybody that trusted themselves and took that trade. You guys deserve it. So well traded there. Congratulations again for anybody that hit that Tesla trade. It looks like you've got yourself a nice little winner, and I hope it does mean some profitable days ahead. If you keep making decisions like that, then that's a good one there. Nice bounce off for Tesla, down at 1 point over 10%. Now only down 7 and change. Heading into that, we did look at MFH, was one of the names that someone wanted to talk about there today. That's starting to move upside a little bit as well, up 64%. That just got going right at 3 o'clock. So there it goes from $2 up to $3.30 right there immediately for MFH. Nice move higher on that one. And just looking to see lots of room still to go on this name. So I don't know what was up with that, but this looks right there from $1 all the way up to $8 and right back in.
We were joking about that when it tanked.
Oh yeah.
Because I
FinTech.
I did the old when the shorts were winning, I yelled out, "You got to get these Mercury Financial. I will get these Mercury Financial shorts out of my Mercury Financial stock."
What is this from? What?
Because snakes on a plane.
Oh, snakes on a plane. Okay.
Because I'm not going to actually say what he says.
Right.
While on
right.
YouTube.
MF, I get it. Okay.
Then we get demonetized. But it was a huge short float, I believe. Double check that.
Okay. Yeah, double check the short float on that one. That was another one here. Now I'm just looking at sort of this.
Oh no, it wasn't that. It was a float's not that big.
Float's not that big. Okay, well, same story. As a lot of these names just keep getting blasted to the high side. So there we go, man. We have Intel. So let's have a quick look at Intel here today. That's a stock visualizer brought to you by Fabian. I mean, he built this thing up. Netflix, NVTS, MFH. I don't know where the others are, but they'll be in here in a minute. But that's what's been happening so far there today. So good little look there on our stock visualizer, though you guys can get into the chat and vote for that immediately. Also, a shout out to everybody on our mobile stream right now. Hit the like, subscribe if you're on there. Let YouTube know that we do have that mobile stream, and it's been a good one for us for sure. But Intel reports tonight, so join just me tonight, and we'll be going over Intel's report, and that should come, I think, right at 4:05 or so. We'll get ready for that one. Over almost 100 million shares, 86 million shares today for Intel. I don't really know what to expect from this name. We've come up, it's a 7% expected move, but you're down 3% already. So even if it moves 7%, you're kind of just getting back to sort of where you were, which would be nice. But right there, 26 and change right there. The Fed has a construction project on right now, $3.1 billion or something, and Jerome Powell will be there. Fed is going to be meeting Donald Trump today as he
15
checks
minutes.
out that project. So we'll have that as well at 4 o'clock to see if there's anything going on over there. Google's going to finish the day near the lows, unfortunately, it looks like. As we've gotten pretty light on this name, maybe we just get out of it all, but it does look like it is a nice downside play right there for Google today. The imbalances, Google's going hard right now. I don't know what just happened there with it. That was a nice move. We just got some nice outs. It was just doing nothing right there, and then it just popped upside right there. So maybe potential news coming somewhere over the rainbow now with Google, and we'll wait to see what that talk's all about. A lot of liquidity going through right now on Google. Is there anything going on NVIDIA? No.
I just checked Amazon, nothing Amazon.
Yeah, well, we're in Amazon. Amazon's a bit of
Apple's not moving. That was strictly Google without a story.
Okay, so yeah, well I mean, that's why you got to have orders.
You know what it might be? Sometimes it's just as simple as, hey man, the people have been buying the dip. Maybe there's there could be a fund or someone that's like, we're buying this dip on Alphabet, and they were supposed to get X amount. There's only 15 minutes left, and it's like, oh crap, we gotta get more. We're really
we
running
took
out of
advantage
time.
of that. We got double outs right there. That's why
a
you got to
guess.
have offers out there. 192.60s. It does go up to 193 there, then right back in right now. DeFi Technologies, DFT, starting to move around as well right now. Just cleared 150 in crypto trading volume yesterday. So I don't know. DeFi Technologies, I guess they're a crypto platform. They just announced 150 million in crypto volume yesterday. Doesn't seem like that much, but DEFT just had a nice move up there, which goes from 3 up to 330. That's 10%, but must have been down about 8% to begin with. So we're watching out for that. No link to Air India and Boeing, so we get that right now on Bloomberg. So we sort of thought that there had been nothing going on there. There's the move down into 2 bills. There's the move higher. As again, man, when you have a monopoly, it's going to work. So there goes Boeing nicely cooking to the upside. It's not today, but on the daily, you're really getting some nice movements.
And they got both. They got two. Well, it was Philippines and Japan in their deals.
Yep.
Boeing was a part of it. They would get some orders, and you know what? Like, it maybe
get some more out of NVIDIA.
You don't wonder if like EU stalling on the deals. Like, yeah, you're going to make other deals and force them to buy Boeing. That's how it's going to be. We want Airbus to win, so now we're going to hold up that end of it. But they both win at the end of the day. The one trick that usually had held true. This is a problem with Boeing. It used to be when the market was in a crazy bull run. You would Boeing would always outperform Airbus, and then if the market was weak. Then it would be the other way around. The problem is because of Boeing's issues, all of a sudden we get a growth market and Boeing doesn't outperform Airbus. But that's exactly something that could shift. All right, only 5 minutes left to go. That's enough of a sign to maybe flat Palantir. I'm just going to get out of PLTR. It doesn't really seem to want to go. It's at the end of the day, the market's doing here. Let me just show you. It didn't really. Like, this is the NASDAQ kind of visually breaking the trend. I'm not even bothering to draw a trend line with 14 minutes left, but visually coming back in. And I can see Palantir starting to go. Like, as it bounces, you're getting lower highs, so I'm not going to feel that one. And it's too late in the day to go for a VWAP bounce or anything like that. SMCI, because the market's coming down, it might end up pulling into VWAP. But ultimately, this is the kind of, when an all-day trend break, I want it to do much better than this. If you break an all-day trend, so for it to get to VWAP because the market pulls back, fine, that's nice. I'm not saying it has to do what Open did the other day when it broke an all-day trend, but at least a more rapid move to VWAP would make a little bit of sense. 3 minutes till the imbalances. Let's check UiPath. There's still 3 million on UiPath. Kind of random. I should have double-checked to see. I don't think there were no index actions. Certainly not on UiPath.
Yeah,
but
that's not on a Thursday, but maybe.
That's random. That's half the day's volume on a Thursday randomly for UiPath. So I'm going to continue to have that one up on a side chart just in case something a little bit fishy happens at 350 on UiPath. Oh, yeah, Tube. Meta Materials, MP Materials, baby. It's just, this stock, it continues to go. And sometimes you learn the best lessons from mistakes. Well, maybe not mistakes, just things that you know you could do better. Because the day before these guys got the DOJ deal, I had just, live on the show, ooh, this looks like it's coming into a good buy into the 50 period. I'm going to slap a bid in front of the 50 period moving average on MP because I think it's a good buy down here. You don't know that they're going to get the DOJ deal. Obviously, if I had any inclination that was true, I would have just bought it at the close. And then essentially it's been a double up since then. But it's just one of those things. Sometimes you got to get it in when it's not at your price. I learned that lesson with ARM, and then the second time I got a chance, I wanted it at 60 and I bought it at 80 and it doubled up. So you just have to pull the trigger if you want the stock, and you always have the option of getting a piece in. I could have bought 20% there and then waited to buy the rest at the 50 period moving average. I just elected not to. And this is a great example of why a lot of times in longer term, we got news on Google right there. I'm just going to punch out SMCI. Good example of why you should just pull the trigger and get in if you want it. Ultimately, SMCI, a little bit of a move down, but not enough. We'll get out. Palantir was a better long. But it looks like Alphabet wins 1.2 multi-year cloud deal from ServiceNow. Well, one of the stories was like they've been getting like the increase in billion-dollar deals has been fantastic for them. The cloud growth is through the roof. That was the number that I mean, everyone was more concerned about advertising, but the cloud number is a thing that I think most of us cared. I mean, I cared most about the CapEx spend because of the other stuff that I own. But I think it was certainly, you want to see that cloud growth. But that volume spike, I don't know, it's not really doing that much. $1 billion is great, but I mean, they got a lot of $1 billion deals. So it's not
Yeah,
like
I was going to say, like, I don't know. That's not interesting.
No.
I mean, it's interesting, but and thanks for putting it up. I really love that feature. We should be putting more news stories.
More.
But yeah, definitely not anything that's affecting the stock right this minute. But we're just getting out as we now have 30 seconds until these imbalances. So we'll get locked and loaded. And here's the imbalance locator right here. So we'll fix it up. We're only going to look at, we don't need the broker side of things. We need the actual imbalances. So we'll have a quick look right now to see where those are and what's going on with them. So, all right, so here we go. Getting ready to go right now with these imbalances. So in only 8 seconds, we've been getting out of everything, man. NVIDIA, Tesla, Google, everything. We have very, very small pieces left, but here it goes. 3, 2, 1, and there it is right now. ETHA with a big buy. So there it is. We've seen some Ethereum trading today. Apple with the move down. You see that nicely cooking to the downside. There goes Apple. Tesla also with the sell, so that's now giving up $1.50 there. On the downside goes Tesla, Pepsi, Pfizer, Intel with the sell, so we'll have to wait. Join again. We're going to be doing this in 10 minutes. We'll do it live. All of the earnings with myself. We'll be doing that. That should be a lot of fun. So join me in just a couple seconds. Rivian also, I just saw that was a buy, but not really doing too much. So I think the big stories here. Verve, is that a penny stock? That's $11. I don't know if there's any.
No, that's a buyout.
That's a buyout, okay, so we're not going to ignore that one. Intel with the sell, I mean, that might be the most interesting. And again, Tesla, I guess, shaking it off, man, like Taylor Swift there. Nice move back up. It goes all the way down to 305, now back up to 306.50. Nice move there for Tesla, all the way down, and now all the way back up. So nice move there. Nothing else really on the imbalance locator. Just time to get out of whatever we have left.
Dow tried to bounce. So almost a million share buy on Dow Chem, but 18% to the downside. I think we know what's going on with that buy imbalance. The shorts that were in decide that they were looking for a little bit of an exit. They're like, we'll just hold it all day long. We'll throw it into the auction. Yeah. Which is a pretty standard play when something is that far to the downside. Like you said, Pepsi, probably a nothing burger, and Pfizer. Pfizer is one of the most ridiculously liquid names out there, so a really big imbalance is needed. Intel was already at the low of the day, despite that sell imbalance. 3.5% to the downside. Been selling all morning long. Part of the problem is, as the CapEx spend goes up, this is a name that doesn't get any benefit from it because they're just too far behind. So it's almost like by default.
No one's buying them.
Exactly. It's like by default. It's like there wasn't bad news on Intel. The bad news was that everybody else got good news.
Yeah.
And that's why
maybe they're going to be stock specific. So we'll wait for tonight.
And it's 405, I believe.
405. Okay. Either way,
right?
We're pretty jacked up about that one. We'll get ready. It's 5 o'clock. Definitely, this is the call.
Oh no, it says 4.
Okay, 4. Okay,
that.
good. So it'll be out immediately. NVIDIA still near the highs of the day. We're getting closer again to making a big play on NVIDIA. I mean, it's already been a big play. It's at its all-time highs right now. 174.50 and change is the NVIDIA ATH, baby. So those of you, 174.25. So again, 50 cents away from that banger for NVIDIA. Again, good trade there. Hopefully some of you have this, like we keep saying that. I know a lot of us do. And if there's going to be one name that you may not want to sell for a long time, maybe it's NVIDIA. Don't take profits on this name. I would say if you are going to, it's nice to play with house money, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, it continues to work. It's NVIDIA. Congratulations, anybody that has that one. And Palantir, also the other name that's at all-time highs right now is Palantir. So this is another one, 155.70. So both of these names now earshots away from ATH, all-time high. Microsoft, I thought maybe was another one that was near there. Google still has a couple dollars to go until that. Yeah, Microsoft's is 514.64. So that's right here right now as well. So 514 all-time high for Microsoft. Meta's all-time high. I think is a little ways away. Wasn't that near 760 or so for a minute? Yeah, 747.90. So that's pretty darn close. Broadcom is there as well. I mean, we can go over all these names as we go. I mean, Broadcom, I thought it was 290 and change. 290.50 for Broadcom. So you're right here. So Merry Christmas to you, Broadcom, as well. So as you go, man, it's like all of these names near all-time highs. And then we have the infamous, and you're going to join me tonight again, for Intel, which again is, well, I don't even know how far away from its all-time high. Was it $70 or something? Let's go over a month chart here. You may have to go back into the 80s to find out where this all-time high was. There it is, $76. Goes back to the year 2000. If you put money into Intel in the year 2000, you are down right now 70%. If that same time you bought any other chip name, you are now retired. So congratulations on that one, and sorry about your Intel plays. But we'll have them tonight, and we'll just see where it goes from there. Yeah, it really does suck, Intel. I don't mean to, I mean, like I said, I'm long that name as well, but Intel, what a crazy
It's always
fraud.
opportunity cost.
Yeah, exactly.
I said that before. I bought Intel twice and won both times and lost both times because if you just put more into, and I didn't have to go more into NVIDIA. I could have just picked another name, so I'm not all in NVIDIA. Like I could have bought ARM, right? I liked ARM, but everybody out there, if you're into swing trading, Trade the Pool swing trading programs give you access to up to 40,000 in buying power to trade real shares, not CFDs. Maybe you want to swing Intel. You can hold positions overnight and over the weekend and enjoy limited risk, thanks to a one-time evaluation fee and no monthly payments, no hidden cost. Take Vicente J, for example, one of Trade the Pool's swing traders. He's already locked in 23,000 plus in profits. His top performer, NMAX, NMAX. He shorted it from April 20th to May 30th and pulled in $6,777 in gains. Trade the Pool is giving swing traders the tools, the time, and the capital to thrive. Scan the QR code and enjoy 10% off. Thank you, Trade the Pool. But I will say, at 355, there weren't really huge imbalances to pair off. Worth noting, Dow stayed a buy. Apple paired to about 900,000 to the sell side. ETHA stayed a buy, only 1.3 million, so it paired off a little bit there. Nothing too crazy on that. Locators, we said, you need bigger numbers than that. But something to note for tomorrow. Webull will be short sell restricted. That means the uptick rule will be in effect tomorrow because Webull got to 10% down. Actually bounced a little bit. So within like 5 cents or so, it broke. Feels like you have a bit of a healthy pull. It's been on a run, bit of a healthy pullback, rejection the $18 level. Support on this stock was down around $14.50. It wouldn't be crazy if it tested that again on Webull. It's been a great run since bouncing off the 10 level. Sometimes it's that easy with a stack.
Yeah, what was that? I didn't even realize that one.
It goes parabolic. You know what? Until someone put it in the chat, I didn't realize it was pulling back today because it wasn't really on the radar. There was no catalyst for Webull or anything like that. I can't think of a reason why we would have been looking at it outside of the fact that it was trending. But like it bounced off that 10, you could see the consolidation. Like don't buy it up here. When it's on the way down, let it make a rounded bottom. And unfortunately, it's this level here, which is just under 19 bucks, that is the only resistance. Like there's the only bounce took you just underneath 19. So it would make sense when this bounces off $11 that it might have some trouble in front of that 19 level, which is exactly what we're seeing with Webull. But 100% this is going to be on the radar tomorrow because it was down 10% today. It's not alone. You had some fintech names that had a rough day. Most of them were in that, the treasury type names, right? Like you're buying whatever it is. Like we've had like Litecoin treasuries. Some of them, ETH ones are the ones people care more about. Whoops, I meant to type in SBET. That's one which was nasty to the downside. And the thing about it, we've talked about this before, and I know Joe was mentioning this. ETH pulled back a little bit. This is going to pull back a lot. And that's what's going to happen. That's the deal with these treasury plays. You can maybe lock in some outsized moves, but it works in both directions. SBET is another example, and I'm bringing it up because it's also tagged 10% down. So the uptick rule is going to be in effect on SBET. which gets really interesting because this last move where it broke out, following that whole crypto week breakout nonsense, it's right back to those levels and bouncing off those levels. It doubled up and then pulled all the way back in. So if it's going to be SSR tomorrow, it's at the right price. Hopefully it doesn't gap out, and then we'd have some kind of a chance. Only about 1 minute to go, everybody. Remember, the market recap with Sean tonight starts with Intel as the big earnings name. You got Deckers as well, but Intel, the biggest earnings name, and they should be right around 4 o'clock, right at that close. Not a very good day for Intel, mostly because, heck, they're not everybody else. NVIDIA gets some of the money from all that CapEx, and obviously we know Broadcom does, AMD gets a piece, and Intel gets nothing, and that's why they're down 3.5%. Maybe they can turn it around. They got the bar, which is pretty low, in that they're just trying to be profitable. I believe the expectation is literally 1 cent per share. They lost money last quarter, and they're just 1 cent per share is the expectation for Intel. You can't make this stuff up, but we can't get to the bell without ringing the bells. Let's go over the bell brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. And Fabian's going to be ringing the bell. There it is. Check out and scan the QR code below and ring the bell because the market's closed. There we go. Thank you very much, Fabian. As we will be going to the market recap where we have Intel, we've got Deckers as well. And, thank you. A big shout out and a big thank you to all of you, our viewers, interacting in the chat, asking great questions and encouraging each other. We have a great community out there, but I do ask, make sure you hit that like, make sure you hit that subscribe so you can engage with our fantastic community, everybody. I want to thank, of course, the twins today. Sharif and Joe dressed exactly the same. You don't see Sean and I do that, but it was cute. Big shout out to our team here, Fabian, Andre, Ramin as well. Ramin doing a great job on socials, by the way. Shout out to Brendo as well. Doing a little fill-in for Adara. Adara will be back next week. She's enjoying a much-needed vacation. That does mean you've got the market recap. Intel's not out yet. Maybe it is 4:05 instead of 4 o'clock because I'm not seeing any movement on it just yet. Remember, we're expecting 1 whole cent per share on EPS for Intel, which they might have missed because it just started moving. Oh, no, back to the upside. There it is through 24. Maybe they actually made money. We'll find out with the market recap right about now. Go get them, Sean.
We're here. Thanks, Neil. Yeah, what's up, everybody? Yeah, welcome to the Market Recap Show. This is brought to you by Beta Pro and Global X. It is your Market Recap Show. Want to thank them for sponsoring it. Intel, we out right now. It looks like it is going lower, though, Neil, right now, into 22.40, 22.50, a loss of 67 cents there for Intel. This is the daily chart. I'm going to zoom that up a little bit right there. This is what we're doing right here, right now. I don't know if you can see this or not. It is pretty wide, the move right here on Intel. So here it comes, trying to get a little red right now. INTC right here, trying to go downside right now. 22.40, 22.50. Very volatile on the look. I don't know why this isn't updating over here, but we'll get that going right here for Intel. Bouncing around here. So it looks like just about flat on the day. Second quarter numbers are now out. It's 10 cents, minus 10 cents. 10 cents minus right there. Q3 revenue of 12.6 versus 11.9. Looks like they're going to miss Intel, but very, very choppy right now. 23.30. I apologize, guys. This is not doing anything right here right now, so that's not giving us the look that we're looking for on Intel at all. So this one right now, $22, $23, trying to bounce around for Intel. Looks like it's 10 cents on the miss. Here's the Benzinga Pro platform right here. Misses 1 cent. So what their EPS was 10 cents negative, misses 1 cent expected, estimate of 12.85 billion, beating 11.9. So looks like their sales will be a little bit better than expected, but they do miss on the EPS, and they're just hovering around right now just about flat from your closing price, $22.30, $23, trying to go for INTC right now. So that's what's going on right now. Scholastics also, looking to reduce their headcounts by about 15% right now as well for Intel. So unfortunately, this is not giving us a detailed quote that I had hoped for, but there it goes right now, 23.50 and change going to the upside. I'm going to see if I can actually log into our platform. I think that'll give you a much better look than what I'm doing right now on this chat, but SHA, I don't want to tell you guys my whole password right there. 23.40, 23.50 now for Intel, trying to get back up there to the upside. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to work over here. I'm going to try one more time. There he goes. This is not a very good look for you, is it, right here? 23.40, 23.50 upside right now. We'll just show you everything. Return to office, in-office policies as well. They're looking for that today. Intel right now, 23.50. It's really the only big name. We have Newmont as well. We're waiting for them to come out with a report as well. 62 and change right now. Nice move right there. I'm hearing it in my ear right now. Software strategy, they're trying to build out. The CEO is speaking right now, so that's going to be pretty good. What's up to Ronnie Boy right here in the chat? Congratulations for that one right there. He picked up 1,000 shares at 22.63, out at 24. Nice level. You might have picked the very top there. Congratulations. That's 1,000 shares, about $1.30. You just made $1,300. So bang, 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 bang on that one. So a good little call there by Ronnie as that's starting to go back to the upside, trying to move a little bit higher. Did I get logged in? Oh boy, yes we did. So we'll say, see ya, e-signal right now. Let's go over to Intel right now on our platform as we'll get live quotes right now on Intel. No idea what's going on with this level 2. That doesn't seem to be working out very well there, but right there, $24 right now for Intel, 24.18, 24.18. There goes Intel right now, a nice little rip side action for Intel. Remember, it was down 3 or 4%. Can you get my mug lower there or something? Because they'll show you the live level 2 right here of Intel right now, 23.80, 23.84. There it is right now. Just pay attention to what's going on up here. I don't know what's going on right here with this level 2, but there it is, 23.60, 23.70. Nice move upside there for Intel. So that's the day right now for them. You know what? Let's take a shot at some other stocks right now that have been reporting. VeriSign is now out as well. Deckers Outdoors is out. So that's Deckers NY. We'll see what that's doing, up to 115 right now. There's a nice little gap move up there for Deckers. Deckers now up 5%. That looks like it wants to get higher as well. What are Deckers' numbers, Sean? Good question, Sean. Go find them yourself. It is right now 93 cents, beating 72 cents. So right there, a nice 20% increase there on Deckers, also beating on sales. So Deckers Outdoors, nice little move to the upside. Are they Uggs? I can't remember what's going on with Deckers. Thank you so much as well for the super chat that just popped in right there for the $10. Hey man, I'm doing it alone today. We got to have energy. We were just on all day with you, and now we're doing this here. Tomorrow night's closing show, hopefully we'll have someone else on with us as well. It's kind of tough sometimes to get through all of the names. ASTS, private offering, just got heard right there. Astis, not great. You never really like to see some of these plays coming through, but we'll see. Come on, Astis, load up right here. Bear with me. There it is. There's Astis right there on the share offering. That's not going to be a good idea as well. I've got Benzinga Pro in my ear. We'll have that coming through. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there to grab e-signal. Also, Beta Pro Global X there, brought to you with this energy, with this aftermarket show as well. So yeah, I'm just watching out for some names there. Newmont Mining. I'm not sure if they actually reported yet either. $62. It doesn't look like we're getting on charts. It doesn't look like we're getting too much movement on Newmont, but a nice little upside play there. As soon as I get those numbers, I'll get those to you. All right, they're out right now. They reported $1.43 versus $1.12. So $1.43 through $1.12. Again, guys, bear with me. We're just doing this. Whatever information I get is coming through my earpiece right now, so we'll have to watch out for Newmont right now, 62, not really getting too much move. Let's just see what's going on with Tesla here after hours. Tesla 304, so all the way back down a little bit here as Tesla. What a day for Tesla, guys. I mean, a good report last night, but then got hit a little lower as we opened up the day. So I'm going to drop this into like a 15-minute chart for you. So there's Tesla yesterday, 314, 315, comes back in, bounces off $300. Tesla, going to be a couple-day play. Let's see tomorrow if we do hold in and around this 304 area. We're at 304.85, 304.70 right now on Tesla as this movement happening to the downside. Maybe if I We don't want to, I'm trying to zoom this down in and see if that gives us a little bit of a better look. There it is. So you just see the high side right there for Tesla. So actually, that's okay, Fabian. I'm actually going to put it back. It doesn't really solve my problem. I'm going to probably have to upload a new layout on this one. Yeah. Cheers, everybody. It's Hydration Nation. Take a second. Breathe. Donald Trump right now. What's up, Fabian? How you doing? Me and this guy, man. We'll rock together here tonight. 20 more minutes of this. Let's go back in and check out what Intel's doing. So again, I only have the notes that we have right in front of me here for Intel and what we're seeing so far here today on INTC. Let's read it together. Trump has now arrived at the Fed Reserve right now. So we'll find out if he's doing anything with Powell. All right, so there it is right there. Intel right now says no longer will move forward with planned projects in Germany and Poland, intends to consolidate assembly and plants and whatnot, so that's good. Maybe more focus on the United States here. INTC 2331, so good job there by Ronnie Boy getting out near that high of 24 bucks. Click on Intel again. So here's the Intel report right here. GAAP EPS 24 cents versus 18, so that's lower, so that's not good. 10 cents here as well, minus 10 cents. Apparently right now, Fed Chair Powell and Donald Trump are having a disagreement live about what the renovation costs have cost right now for the renovation of the Fed building that they're in. So I don't know what is going on right now. That just seems to be a joke right now. Powell and Trump not getting along, as that is the case, seems to always be the case with that gentleman. All right, Deckers right now. Yeah, once I hear some more information about Trump right there, we'll figure it out right now. He is now taking off his hard hat, so I don't know if he's going to run his head into the wall or not. But right now, Deckers Outdoor, we'll figure this out right now with Benzinga Pro platform. What's up to Deckers? Deckers is absolutely rocking right now, up 12%. Great movement there for Deckers Outdoor. You can see right now 93 cents beating 72. Also, the gap earnings higher for Deckers. Beats all over the board right now. Patrick J. Grismer, of course, we all know who that is, right, Ramin? Joining the board of directors for Deckers right now. So, you know what? Let's take this opportunity. I don't have the money thing on here, but let's go to a stock blitz and see where all the profits were yesterday. This is brought to you by Real Trading, of course. The After Hours Show brought to you by Beta Pro. Thank you to Global X for sponsoring the show. Get my mug off here, Fabian, or move it a little bit. Let's just see what these numbers look like. I'm going to zoom in. This is yesterday's top traders here at Real Trading. So yesterday's top traders looks like it's Canada, baby. What up, Canada? Right now, Intel. Okay, Intel just filed that they are reducing workforce by 15%. Yesterday, 19,000 all over Canada. I wonder what stocks those were. Yet Chicago, CME, and NASDAQ, these are real numbers. Not to say that all the ones that we talk about with other companies, I could just verify these right here at Real Trading. Yesterday, one individual trader, 19,000. And these aren't competitions. These aren't sim accounts. These are real, actual funds. Right there, 9,800, Canada as well. Wow. NASDAQ, 9,800. Amex and NASDAQ, 7,300. These are all US dollar funds, by the way, all the way down. So it doesn't look like we get too many unique situations yesterday. But just to talk about some of the different markets that we have, it looks like Hong Kong, one trader brought in 1,600. The Turkish market, 1,800. Blue Ocean, there it is, a trader in Blue Ocean, $2,500 as well. Those are what's making money over at Real Trading. So shout out to everybody trading again with us over at Real Trading. Deckers Outdoor missed a little bit of a pullback as well there. Intel, quick little look to see what that's doing. 23.25 now for Intel. Nice move, but looks like it's kind of, I'm going to slap a fail basically. We are looking for 7% move on Intel. Remember, it was down 3% heading into the day, into the close, for the day. Looks like now Intel down 1%, so it looks like we get a little bit of a 2% move up side now on Intel. Oh, looks like I got a little bit of color on this. I like that there. Nice vacations. Glad to be back so far here as we go. Let's have a quick look at the heat map today. Get me out of here, Fabian, right there. Let's have a quick little look. It's NVIDIA leading the way today, up 1.73%. Thanks, Fabian. Broadcom right there now as well, 1.7%. Google up 1%. Amazon today up 1.73%. It's the biggest and the baddest today, down. Tesla, be probably the worst stock on the board, down 8% as far as major holdings are concerned. And then, unfortunately, this is consumer services. Now, a lot of these names are going to be on the retail side as their consumer names, but we did get a down downside push in CMG today, which does help. McDonald's get lower, Starbucks get lower as well, and there's CMG down 13%. Again, same-store sales dropping over 4%, if I remember correctly. That's creating some downside pressure. And of course, Yum-C. Fabian, Popeyes or Kentucky Fried Chicken? Popeyes, so Yum-C right there. That is KFC. Nice downside move for them as well. It's QSR, or they used to be old QSR there. Now Restaurant Brands International. Let's see what they're doing. This is, of course, RBI. Right? No, they still is QSR, still the symbol. So there's QSR right now. Restaurant Brands International. They are Popeyes, so they get to the upside today, actually, up 0.39. I thought they might have been down there off of that miss from Chipotle, but this is what Chipotle looked like today. Again, a really great stock, but this is at a good level. If you're going to talk about day two plays, let's look at Chipotle tomorrow, bouncing off that $45 area for CMG. This is what it looks like on a daily chart there. Chipotle, probably worth buying, man. For me, I'm a salad kind of guy. Are you a bowl or burrito guy or salad guy, Fabian? All right, put in the chat what you guys are. I'm going to read, see what's going on in the chat right now. I'm going to say I'm a salad from CMG. What is everybody else? Right now, I think the burritos are pretty good, but the bowls, I think if we had a poll right now, it would be bowl. Yeah, there we go. Bowl, burrito. Okay, there are some burritos. My son, is definitely a burrito bandit as well. So shout out to everybody there for burritos. Barbacoa. I think, is that the beef? Where is the beef there? The barbacoa there. Definitely like that one. But there's CMG, a nice downside play there. I think it's worth picking something up. Remember, they've had some problems there. They had not E. coli. Maybe it was E. coli there for a minute. Yeah, not E. coli. How's my throat going on there today for that one? We had some big bangs today as well. Anyone watch The Big Bang Theory there? I don't want to say too much there. Cherie's favorite show, Young Sheldon. All right. Let's see what's going on right now for Bitcoin. This is a 5-minute chart. Let's just check out a daily chart for BTC. As Bitcoin's been on a nice little run lately, needless to say, we've had some nice moves in Ethereum for sure. What's the fight going on right now? Bitcoin fighting with 120 right now. I don't know why this chart stops right there at 28.5, but Bitcoin, nice move, 118, 120. I'm about to, honestly, push. I think that with Bitcoin where we are right now, I think if you do get this new high break right here of 121 or so, I think it's worth going long, holding everything long until we break back down below 116. Why not take a 5% shot with me, guys? Let's go all in on Bitcoin, breaking through 121, and then just say when moon, because if this thing starts to go up, we're going to regret not having more. We're trying to build our position. We're trying to get a few coins in the pockets right now, getting more and more expensive. The more you wait on Bitcoin, the more expensive it's going to get. So Bitcoin continued to make a move up there. This, of course, is TradingView. I'm going to check up ETH. See what that's doing on Coinbase right now. Nice move up again, 3,800. Remember, we're still away from the high of the day, or sorry, the all-time highs on Ethereum. 4,200 coming into play again for ETH. That could be another play coming through very, very soon. Solana's had some nice moves. I really like the story of XRP and Ripple, so we could definitely have a quick look there. Nice move up to 360. They do take out all-time highs, I believe, there for XRP. And again, I don't know why this keeps on stopping. Down here daily. Let's go a little bit longer, man. Let's go monthly on XRP. Yeah, so those are all-time highs then, it looks like, for XRP there against the US dollar. So unless that's been, let me go over to it on Binance maybe. Let's go Coinbase and see what's going on. Yeah, so same kind of thing right there. Nice move there for Ripple as that continues higher. All right, quick little check back in. Thank you. See you later, crypto. Let's just see what's going on with Intel as we get those numbers today. Again, pretty disappointing overall for Intel. Missed 10-cent negative versus 1 cent positive. These guys can't even turn a profit. And NVIDIA is worrying about how many billions of dollars of profit that they're encountering. Intel right now downside. Has that had any effect on NVIDIA? Nice little move there in the after hours for NVIDIA. Looks like it wants to go a little bit higher here. 173.60. Pretty flat though. Here's the close on NVIDIA at 4 o'clock, right into here. Again, the 15-minute chart. We'll go to a 1-minute chart just to see what NVIDIA has been doing. Pretty flat there into the open. That's the closing price right there. NVIDIA just chilling out. It's Hydration Nation. Hit it with me again, Fabian. Let's go one more time. Have a quick little drink with only 13 minutes left. Here we go. Question is, what's in Fabian's mug right now? Okay, you guys want to know, did Microsoft just hit 513? No. Why would Microsoft be that price right now? Maybe it did, man. 511 and change right now for Microsoft. Now, it doesn't look like we get a 513 print, but today Microsoft did go out near 513. This is another name where we wait. When does Microsoft report? That's a great question, Sean. Microsoft reports, I believe, next, is it Saturday? It's Saturday. Is it next Saturday? No, it is in 6 days from now. Wednesday, July 30th, we get Microsoft's report. So Microsoft, again, near all-time highs. Its all-time high is right here, right now. So we'll wait to see if they report bigger number. And again, Microsoft, good number expected from cloud. Azure and Google. Google came up with a big number last night for everybody, and yet Google fell down. And then let's just see what Google's doing here in the after hours. Again, I really like this play. I actually called a break near 200 this morning. Does not happen. It hits near that 198 off open, and that's about as high as it gets. Google actually punishing itself here in the afternoon from 194 all the way back down. We saw that report of them getting that $1.9 billion deal with Broadcom. And yeah, that doesn't seem to move the needle at all for Google. Again, a good number for them, but definitely faded out the rest of the day. I mean, what do we want to do with this tomorrow is really the question. I mean, there it is this morning at 198, falling back into some great support levels here of 192. So I think tomorrow's trade today, let's see if Google can hold this 192 level and see if we can get some strength. Another name that was out this morning, Tesla. We had sort of talked about that a little bit. Tesla down 8+% today. Not great, but does hold 300. We'll see if we can get some holding spots there. Again, I like the stock, but that sound effect is appropriate. We did have a nice move down there from 330 down 8%. Could have been worse. That's kind of the implied move. A lot of us expecting Google to have been an upside play rather than downside. So bye-bye to the downside. Sorry, the service, good call there, Ron Williams. It was with ServiceNow. The Broadcom and Google deal was with ServiceNow. So if you're going to check out ServiceNow there, right there, $1,000 right on the knot right now for ServiceNow on the offer. So $996 by $1,000. There's that nice move up on strong earnings play for now. Again, I believe it was Frank Slootman at one point brought this name to market. A great name, a great cloud name. ServiceNow continues to do well, not near its all-time highs. You know, an interesting name for me, I think that we got to start to think about buying up would be some Netflix. Again, if content's going to be king, there was rumor that Bezos looking to possibly buy CNBC. I saw that rumor there. Just got to keep hitting enter. I saw that rumor yesterday hit the rumor mill. Yes, and not much from there today. But if Netflix ever getting talked about, they've already said they have their sight set on that $1 trillion mark right now, 400 to 500 billion in market cap right now for Netflix. We'll see if it can get up there. Lots of work to still be done on NFLX. But you're telling me what has changed in Netflix in a month? This stock was $1,340 and looking fantastic. I don't think you could have found anybody that had analyst action downside on Netflix, yet we continue to fall down through 1180. To the fact that you can get Netflix back at May levels, that might be worth picking something up right now for Netflix. As you can see, right down into there, nice little level. We do want to thank Global X and the Beta Pro platform for sponsoring this after hours show right there. What's up, Wally Sparks says Google's worth $500 a share. I wish that would be nice if that could come through. Today we had some movements down in SPED again. SharpLink Gaming moved down there. Again, you know, watch out for Ethereum. Watch out for some of these plays. Come on, charts load up right there. Nice move down there for SBET today into 23.50. We're going to have to find out what's going on with SBET here again very, very soon. We're going to figure that out. The news feed right now, not going out too much right here on the feed. Just waiting to see what's going on with Benzinga. Yeah, there's not too many names hitting us here. We did have a good report from Intel today. We'll just call that up. We don't have Adaira here to sort of run through the numbers. So I got to do it myself. Headcount reduction by 15% by end of fiscal 2025. So that always does suck. Obviously, I hate reporting when there's loss of jobs and a headcount reduction, but let's be perfectly honest. Intel hasn't been working for a while, and right now, getting more efficient could help them. 23.50 right now for Intel as we bounce around on that price, but there it is right there. Their GAAP EPS looking forward there sees Q3 minus 24 cents versus minus 18. That's, maybe if I can zoom in a little bit for you. That's not a good look there. And their current quarter, 10 cents missing the 1 cent of productivity. So Intel right now not rate. They do see, though, a pretty wide net there for sales between 12.6 to 13.6 billion. So if we can hit that high side on sales, that would be great. But right now, that might be what's helping the stock, seeing sales higher. But again, they do beat in sales. It's just right now, how could you beat so dramatically? 12.85 billion versus 11.9. So they beat huge on sales, but yet their EPS is a pretty dramatic miss. So that tells me that, hey, they're putting their products on sale. They're having to take haircuts on margin. That's never great. So you can have all the sales in the world, but if you're not making any money on those sales, then what exactly are we doing? So we're gonna have to wait out for Intel to try to get a little bit going on that. 2360 right now for INTC. That's SPET right here that we're looking at, down 8.5%. Intel's current price would be close to 2360, 2295. Actually, Intel getting worse right here, right now. Not a great move for Intel. $23 today, not a good one into the close. So yeah, good job Aura Alpha working short as well. A name that I saw bump up today, JP Morgan. What a good stock that's been off the top. I think the banking sector will be okay. We did talk about the Fed. They're coming out next Wednesday, July 30th. That's going to be an interesting day as well because we have Microsoft reporting. Have a drink. Right now, JP Morgan, 296. Good little level there. I don't feel silly about it today, but that 300, you stare that right in the face. You could have taken that shot right there, 299.50. Let's wait to see if JP Morgan can do something there after hours. We'll see what, not after hours, it'll be tomorrow morning, but let's see after hours if there's any movement in any of these meme stocks. Put anything in the chat if you want me to check it out and give me an opinion on it right now. With only 5 minutes left to go in the show. Open right now down, or sorry, up 7.5%, but down on the day. Open door started off pretty good, and then a nice move down there at 12:30. This is, again, a 30-minute chart. Let me go into a 10-minute chart, get a little bit of a better look there. So there's the action off the open there, 10:30. Nice move down for Open Door. We've seen a nice, huge play yesterday on Open Door. And again, as President Donald Trump started talking last week about capital gains, and that sort of kept this movement upside. Even Lennar and things like that, some of these housing names have been better. Let's see if Lennar can hold out some of those highs. And there it goes again, up to 120, back into 113. It's been a little bit of a lower day. LiDAR, they came with some news earlier on today as well. LiDAR, nice move upside with a deal with NVIDIA, up to $4 and a pullback as well. I mean, can you guys believe that was $1 up 170% today alone? LiDAR from $1 up to $3 and change. Nice move there, almost 200%, almost 300% at its highs from $1 to $4, giving it back in as well. Mark my words, says Charlie Taff right here. Free fall coming tomorrow. Could potentially be, we don't have any huge earnings. I mean, I don't think Intel's going to spark any sort of a free fall coming through there. I think Tesla's going to have to definitely lose that $300 mark if we're going to get a movement down. But what about my guy Palantir? I'm always very weary of this name. You're now at all-time highs again. I'm thinking actually might be time to trim a little bit of Palantir. We haven't done any of that since the 130s right into here. There goes Palantir up and away, man. No splits, no nothing. Just nothing but love for Palantir. Starts the year off right in and around here. This is December, January, right here. $72 back January 1st all the way to 150. So you are getting a double up on this stock name. Palantir upside right there, over 100% year to date on PLTR. Some of the other indexes that we want to watch out for, XLF, again, NASDAQ names, not in that. That's going to be big financials. Watch out for XLF, maybe making a move down. But yeah, Palantir, what a great name. A lot of you talking about that in the chat. As far as quantum names, we have D-Wave, QBTS moving around here as well, down 2.8% today. Again, really great at near the highs. We had called this move down on QBTS right into the 50-period moving average. I didn't buy any of it, but that was a great move. Now right back up to the highs. Watch out for quantum in the next couple of days. We're a couple stories away. I mean, Google is a great quantum play as well. Pick something up there. Neil talked about picking something up for himself in and around the lunchtime hour today, so that was a good move, I think anyways. But right there, $20 for QBTS. What a nice play there. The Mom Spaghetti. What's everybody's favorite pasta? I like penne. right there. But Mom Spaghetti, Rigetti right there. Nice upside play as well, near $17. I like a little rigatoni as well. And if you're doing a bake, why not have some baked ziti in your life? Today, it's bowls at our house. The wife's picked up some nice field greens. We'll have some nice bowls. Those are my new favorite thing to eat, man. Have you guys ever had a mac salad bowl where you basically, it's mac, like mac dressing, you just kind of make it yourself at home, put a little ground beef in there, mix it with some head lettuce, some iceberg lettuce. Those are great. Sprinkle some pickles on there. I really like the mac salad as well. Yeah, COF, good look there. I don't know who I'm pointing to. What's up to Doc there in the chat? I like Capital One. The recent Discovery Financial, they closed that deal. Capital One right now, nice move up, but that's down today over 3%. So Capital One has been on a nice move there, up to 220, a Kramer favorite. Capital One, nice move higher. I'm going to say to you guys, any sort of a dip down opportunity, look, I'm doing this whole show basically without notes, without anything. All I have is intel, and there's nothing else to do. So we're just talking about what we're talking about. You know, that's that Kendrick Lamar song, Peekaboo. What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
What the hell is even that?
Yeah, what are you even talking about right now? 5:15. What about picking up some weakness in the cybersecurity names? I mean, Palo Alto, CrowdStrike, Zscaler. I really like that, man. Try to think of some themes here as we get some downside plays. Why is Netflix down? Why are some of these cyber names down? I believe they're down on valuation. Remember, the S&P 500 right now is at a 22 PE. Historically, you want that number around 17 or 18. So the market's a little frothy right now. Some names pulling back in. We have to get a little worried. What if Apple misses? What if Meta misses? What if Microsoft? What if some of those CapEx numbers come out? NVIDIA is also at all-time highs. Could be a good time, and that's what I've been doing, trying to get out a little bit, putting some money away, sitting in some cash, taking that 3 or 4% on some cash plays, now waiting to see if the market does pull back. You don't have to be fully 100% invested all of the time. This is why I'm trying to look about Bitcoin, think about some other plays that we can make right now. It's almost 4:30. That means whoever's here with me, I appreciate you because it's roll call time. It's been a while, man. I mean, when I used to do this show by myself for many, many days, months in fact, we did have Adara join us. I want to thank all 3,000 of you for staying late with me. That is great, man. There's more staying late now than usual, so I want to thank you for all of that. Bake Ziti there in the chat. What's up, my guys? Anybody watching Sopranos or anything? Right there, it's roll call. So all of my friends and family, thank you so much for joining me late here. We're back tomorrow at 8:30. Remember, man, tomorrow on the morning show, it is myself and Mr. Miami himself. It's Joe Wilson and myself kicking it off on the first show. Midday show will be joined Sharif and Neil on the midday show as Joseph's got to fly, so he's going to join me earlier. I mean, he's not flying, taking a nice move up to Muskoka. He's been talking all about that. He's really excited for his bachelor party tomorrow. So he's not getting married. I don't believe it's his bachelor party. One of his friends right there. All right, there it is, man. Party P. Yeah, man, we've been spinning straight bars now for 30 minutes, man. No notes, no director, no producer, no nothing, man. There's no, what's that thing called? Teleprompter? What is even a teleprompter? I can barely read, let alone read off a teleprompter. Hey, Adair, how's it going? How's it going, Neil and Sharif and everybody else? What's going on right there as we stay late? What's up to Marlena here? What's up to Dane Generous? What's up to Mike P. De Ryder? Satajinder's here as well. Throw this up, man. I want to say hi to everybody live on the show right now. Everybody's here. Let's do a big wave. Hey, everybody, let's get these hands going on right now. There it is. We put those in the chat. Thank you to everybody that's here. Ebbs and Flows Portfolio. Dinkelberg is here. Ryan O'Day, shout out to you as well. Mr. Easy Street as we go. Hello, says Marlon. What's up, Jason? What's up, Suck? What's up, Los Polos? Ian Respeto, Trader Wannabe. Jojo Bunai is here as well. Probably mispronounced that. Mike P. Ryder. Helping Hands. Everybody's out here. Guarev is right here. That's Joe's boy. So it's going to be really excited there tomorrow. We can finally breathe. It is now 4:30. We did it, everybody. We hosted today. We traded today. We did the market recap show today. We did our labs today. We're going home. Guess what we're doing? We're coaching Little League tonight as well. It doesn't stop, man. We're going to get home. We're going to have some food. Then we're going to be joining you tomorrow at 8:30. Go Red Sox tonight as High Park Little League Red Sox take on your High Park Little League Mets.
Mets are a little higher than us in the standings. We'll see if we can pull a rabbit out of our hat. Big shout out to High Park Little League going now to they won the Ontario Provincials. So shout out to our 12-year-olds. I coached the 11 and 12-year-old girls team, and the mixed team made it to the Provincials and won. Now they're off to British Columbia. Big shout out to everybody at High Park right now doing awesome jobs there. Good luck to our High Park 12s there in Victoria. Go get them. Bring home that trophy. We say shout out to you, HP. Let's go, everybody over there. My boy Zevon doing the best. I'll see you tonight on the Diamond. All right, that's it for me. I'm Sean Katina. Thank you so much for joining us one more time here on the Recap Show. I'll see everybody tomorrow at 8:30, and we'll chat then. You found the best trading show on the planet. So what are you going to do now? Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.